The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
All right, so here I am. It's about 11 a.m. on the 28th of September, and we should start. Just a few pointers before we start. Just a few pointers before we start. Just let me get a setup done. All right, guys. Good morning, and it's 11:01, and we start. I have most of the people I would want to have. Lots of people have registered. I hope all of y'all make the best out of this two-day crash course. All right, I want to just talk to you guys before we begin. About 2-3 minutes. I just want to have a nice conversation with you guys before we start. All right. So, what's the idea of this crash course? How do we go ahead? How are we going to tackle this? How are we going to study? And how much are we going to complete? All right. First things first. As you sit for this IDT course, I'm going to take you through the entire course. As and when we do a chapter, we will revise. We will do RTPs. We will do MTPs. We will do questions from that chapter. The way it's supposed to be done, we'll wrap up one by one each and every chapter right here. Will it take 2 days? I don't think so. But I've kept 2 days. I think it should take about a day or a day and a half maximum, and it should be over. We have a lot of shortcuts to remember every small nuance in the book. So please be with me when we come to a shortcut. I've already shared a handout with you guys. Those handouts have the shortcuts marked in those brackets, and those shortcuts are already present there. In case you want to make a note of it, please have a paper and a pen handy. Whichever chapter we're studying, note the heading of the chapter. Let's say we're doing charge of GST, so put the heading charge of GST, and any shortcuts that we discuss in that chapter, you can actually make a note of. Very, very helpful the shortcuts are going to be, especially in chapters like time of supply. In ITC, I'm going to simplify life to a large extent for all of you all. If you have a question anytime, feel free. You have two options, guys. This is not like a Zoom meeting. This is a go-to meeting and it's a webinar. So of course, if you raise your hand, I can definitely see it and you can ask a question. You also have a chat box facility where you can ask the questions. So if I want it to be as interactive as possible, if anything on your mind, let me know, raise your hand. We could do that question answer then. All right, before we begin, I'm just going to do a small little poll here. Let me just see which poll. 1 second. All right, just launching a small poll here. Great, I'm getting a good idea about how many people have done IDT, how many times. All right, great. Perfect. For people who've done it once, no problem at all. This is where you're going to finish Indian style. For people who've done it twice, congratulations, you've already done it twice. This is where you get concept gets strengthened and you do the entire thing really well. And for people who've done multiple times, I salute you. Absolutely amazing that you've done this multiple times. Guys, my name is Saurabh Mutha. I hope you've done IDT somewhere, either by yourself or you've gone for some class or the other. And one second, I'm just going to close this poll. Okay. So quick introduction for people who know me, great. For people who don't, because this session I've kept it open for everyone. We had a limit of about 101 people, which we reached right on the first day itself. So I had to make some amends. This is where we are right now. All right. It's 11:05. In about 5 minutes we should be beginning. What do you need for this session? All you need is your phone or your laptop. You need a book or your paper, a pen, a calculator. If you have, great. Do you need to change any notes? Not at all. Whatever books you're studying from are great books. Trust me, guys. Whatever books you're studying from are great books. The intention of doing this crash course is to take it from the module. So my base is going to be the module. Our questions and our concepts are based on the module. Of course, the same flow. So open your book to the chapter which we are talking about, or open your book to the notes that you've written about. No changing notes at all right now. This session is not about telling you that listen, your notes are bad and my notes are better. No, we're looking at the ICI module on the screen in some time. But when we look at that, you can refer to any notes that you have. There is no problem at all with that. That completes your discussion on the notes. Every 1 hour, we'll take a short, small 5 to 3 minute break so that you guys also get a break. We will take a lunch break at about 1:30 ish, and we will take a good amount of lunch break, guys. IDT is very well manageable. Every chapter we do, we will add it up with a small revision and some questions. All right, let me just share the screen and let's start with the first chapter. I'm just going to share the screen before you guys. One second. All right, so here it is. Here's the screen. I hope the screen is visible to you guys. Guys, I hope the screen is visible to you guys. How is the session being planned? Guys, IDT is of 40 marks in your paper. Out of the 40 marks, there's a clear-cut bifurcation between 28 marks of descriptive questions and 12 marks of MCQs. For MCQs, you don't have to give any reasons. One second. Yep. For MCQs, you don't have to give any reason, and for the description ones, of course, you need to give a reason. Your language should be a tax language, guys. Your language should be a tax language. Sections are great, rules you don't have to, because IDT also is repeated at the CA final level. So rules, notifications, etc. are more concerned for or more looked after at the CA final level. At this level, if your answers are well written, plus you've showered them with sections and the appropriate words, no one can deny you the right kind of marks here. As compared to DT, which is humongous for 60 marks, IDT is so well manageable for 40 marks. So while we try and maximize this marks, 40 marks, let's see how they're divided and in what chapters they're divided. The first chapter talks about introduction to GST. Guys, we're going to do every chapter here. I'm just taking you through what chapters and how we're going to tackle them. Introduction to GST is only and only a theoretical chapter. That means they can maximum ask you a descriptive question around here, or they can ask you a few MCQs, but there'll be no calculation based sums from Introduction to GST. This is one of the simplest and the most scoring chapters of your syllabus. The next chapter, which in your books is Supply of GST. Supply of GST basically is a theoretical chapter plus a little bit of practical. And when I say practical, it means practical concepts. It doesn't mean calculation. So supply of GST that way. Again, some people get a little confused here, but there are really amazing shortcuts to do this chapter. This chapter has a lot of importance from theoretical perspective also, and a little bit of practical concept perspective. Number crunching in this chapter is not there. This is what we will tackle. The third chapter after this is charge of GST. Guys, charge of GST is one of my favorite chapters because again there are such good shortcuts to remember this. People massively get confused with reverse charge. So many reverse charge transactions do I have to by heart it? Guys, I promise you'll have by hearted all the reverse charges because I have shortcuts for all of them. So don't worry. This one again from a theoretical perspective plus a practical concept perspective is important. practical concept perspective, that means they can give you a transaction and they'll ask you who will pay the tax, whether forward charge, reverse charge, etc. kind of transactions can come from charge of GST. The fourth one is a nightmare for many, exemption chapter. People feel, oh, am I supposed to do all the exemptions? Guys, exemptions basically means those things to which GST does not apply. But GST किस चीजों पे अप्लाई नहीं होता है? कोई गुड्स पे अप्लाई नहीं होता है, कोई गुड्स पे अप्लाई नहीं होता है, कोई सर्विसेज पे जीएसटी अप्लाई नहीं होता है. एग्जाम्पल, जब तुम कॉलेज की फी भरते हो तो उस पर जीएसटी नहीं पे होता है बिकॉज वो एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन. तो ये एग्जेम्पन जो है वो बहुत सारे हैं. गुड्स यू डोंट हैव टू वरी अबाउट बिकॉज दैट इज टैकल्ड इन सीए फाइनल, तो आपका आधा वरी खत्म हो गया है. एंड सर्विसेज जो है वो गाइज मेन जो सर्विसेज है उसको टैकल करेंगे पहले, एंड दिस वी विल डू टुमारो. सो एग्जेम्पशंस वी आर गोइंग टू टैकल टुमारो और लेटर हाफ ऑफ टुडे इफ लेट्स सी हाउ वेल वी आर done with the other chapters. So first we'll start off with this, then we'll move on to these chapters. Then are the other chapters. The fifth chapter is divided into two parts. One is time of supply and one is value of supply. इसमें guys practical concept plus practical number. यहाँ पर भी प्रैक्टिकल कॉन्सेप्ट वाला नंबर नहीं आता है, बट टाइम ऑफ सप्लाई में प्रैक्टिकल कॉन्सेप्ट आता है. पीपल गेट मैसिवली कंफ्यूज. यहाँ पर बहुत लोग बहुत कंफ्यूज हो जाते हैं बिकॉज इतनी सारी चीजें हैं. गाइस डोंट वरी, शॉर्टकट्स बहुत सारे हैं यहाँ पर भी. वील डू दिस रियली रियली वेल. ये दोनों चैप्टर्स बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है फ्रॉम अ प्रैक्टिकल कॉन्सेप्ट पर्सपेक्टिव, एंड वैल्यू में तो सम्स भी आते हैं. Then the chapter which ICI really loves is the chapter called Input Tax Credit, ITC. ITC chapter practical concepts के लिए भी बहुत फेमस है और practical number games के लिए भी बहुत. तो दोनों चीज आ सकती है यहाँ से एंड डेफिनेटली आएगी. आई कैन अश्योर यू कि आईटीसी में सम्स आते ही हैं, प्रैक्टिकल कॉन्सेप्ट्स एंड प्रैक्टिकल नंबर कॉन्सेप्ट, एंड इसका इंपॉर्टेंस इज 5 on 5. ये चैप्टर तो वन ऑफ द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट चैप्टर्स है. Then sections chapter 7 to chapter 10, which includes invoices, which includes returns, which includes registration. So these chapters which are invoices, then there is payment of tax. These chapters although are theoretical, इसमें से काफी सारे chapters important hai, and small things can come, like in a big sum they could put something which is from these chapters. So these chapters also as together are important. We are going to do all of these chapters, do not worry at all. What you don't have to worry about in IDT, guys, what you don't have to worry about in IDT are procedures. मैं पहले एक बात क्लियर कर देता हूँ कि प्रोसीजर्स इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है. रियल लाइफ में कैसे होता है, जीएसटी एज अ कॉन्सेप्ट इज अ ग्रेट कॉन्सेप्ट. पूरे वर्ल्ड में जीएसटी इंट्रोड्यूस हुआ है. इनफैक्ट इंडिया इज वन ऑफ द लेटर कंट्रीज टू हैव इंट्रोड्यूस जीएसटी. बट प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड दैट ये प्रोसीजरली इंडिया में बहुत स्क्रूड अप है. इंडिया ने प्रोसीजर इसके इतने खराब बनाए हैं, इतना डिले है, जीएसटी वेबसाइट चलती नहीं है. बट ऑल दैट इज नॉट अ वरी फॉर यू, दैट्स अ वरी फॉर समवन हु इज अ सीए. फॉर यू द वरी इज ओनली एंड ओनली द एग्जाम, एंड दैट टू इज नॉट अ वरी इफ यू डू दिस रियली वेल. So please don't get messed up in the procedures कि इसका वेबसाइट कैसे चलता नहीं है, इसका प्रैक्टिकली फॉर्म कैसे भरा जाता है, वो सब आपको नहीं करना है. इसके कौन से टेबल्स होते हैं, इसके कौन से कॉलम्स होते हैं, वो सब आपको नहीं करना है. आपको सिर्फ करना है फ्रॉम एन एग्जाम पर्सपेक्टिव द कॉन्सेप्ट, द सम्स एंड व्हाट आर द प्रोसीजर्स इन फ्रॉम द बुक पर्सपेक्टिव. What is given in the book, what is practically happening is slightly different, which you don't have to focus on. All right, let's move ahead, guys. Let's move ahead. And let's start. So the idea is to do all these chapters, not even one should be left. But the idea is that we'll do it really well. We'll go very nice and slow. We'll warm you guys up, and then we'll move ahead to do everything that is there in this book. Let's begin. It's 11:15 almost, and we begin with the first chapter. We begin with the first chapter, that is Introduction to GST. All right. I'm opening the sheet also, which is given to you as a handout. Guys, I've given you a sheet which is a handout. I'm opening that as well. For all of you all to see, this is a sheet which is already there with you guys. 1 second. This sheet is already there with you all. That's the session plan, honestly, but this session plan is very subjective, depending on how much time we take. Of course, इसमें थोड़े breaks है. The idea is to go on and on today as much as we can. Guys, ये 1.5 days में पूरा IDT खत्म कर लो. ये session record अगर चाहिए कुछ recording तो we can also record it, but my point is we are very close to the exams, so do this really well here, finish it with me. Let's do the chapters so well that we don't have to look at them again. We'll finish all of it right here. So guys, the first chapter, Introduction to GST, is right here. It's at 11 a.m. We're at 11:15, but no problem. We'll manage this really, really well. First, we will do the concepts from these points. Then we will look at the module. We'll see what the module says so that we have not missed out anything. So guys, we are covering everything. We are first understanding the concepts from here. फिर module देखेंगे and module का सारे questions करेंगे. तो एक question पूरे chapter को अच्छे से wrap up करेंगे. हर एक chapter ऐसे ही करेंगे. Let's look at the first thing. Direct tax versus indirect tax. Is it important from an exam perspective? No, not important. But I'm just putting some details here. DT versus IDT. Guys, DT is 60 marks, IDT is 40 marks. I'm just joking. This is from an exam perspective. But in reality, DT is progressive. That means the more you earn, the more your tax you pay. IDT is regressive. Even a poor man buying a soap or a rich man buying a soap both pay in the same amount of GST. So this is basically regressive. It pulls people down. It leads to inflation. My soap is expensive, my toothpaste is expensive, my bottle of water is expensive because it's been subject to GST. So it leads to inflation. Guys, in both these cases, tax is borne by someone. The burden is on the same person. So यहाँ पर अगर मेरी income है direct tax में, if I earn salary, I have to bear the burden as well as the pay the tax. दोनों एक ही जन करता है. जो बर्डन बेयर कर रहा है वही गवर्नमेंट को टैक्स भर रहा है ऑन योर सैलरी. व्हेन यू गेट योर फर्स्ट सैलरी आफ्टर यू बिकम योर सीए, यू विल बेयर द बर्डन ऑफ टैक्स. ऑफ कोर्स टैक्स तुमने भरा है एंड तुम ही गवर्नमेंट को पे करोगे. सो दोनों एक ही जन करता है. बट यहाँ पर गाइस बर्डन कंज्यूमर पे है. In indirect tax, the burden was the consumer, but the payment is generally done by the supplier. Let me give you an example. We'll take very simple examples, guys. I went to Vijay Sales to buy an AC. The AC was for 10,000 rupees. And he says for 18% GST lagega, so 1800 GST, so 11,800. Who's bearing this burden of tax? I am bearing it. I am paying him 11,800 from my bank account or from my pocket, so I bear this entire amount including the tax. But he collects it from me. Vijay Sales collects it from me, he collects it from me and he deposits to the government. So the burden is on me, but all the formalities have to be done by him. So I divide it into two parts. One is who bears the burden. The burden is borne by the consumer. He bears the burden. But you know the headache of depositing this amount with the government, etc. That headache is with the supplier. So यहाँ पर this thing is divided between the two. Whereas in case of DT, it's not divided. DT में जो बेयर करता है वही पे करता है. DT is your salary income, DT is your parents business income. They earn it and they only have to pay it to the government. All right, that's DT and IDT. From an exam perspective, not important, but it basically strengthens your foundation. What are the features of IDT, guys? Features of IDT: problems in the existing system, etc. Let's discuss a little about that. तो पहले क्या होता था? Let's discuss a little about that and let's see how this works. ये इंपॉर्टेंट चैप्टर है बिकॉज मुझे एमसीक्यू आ सकता है एंड आएगा डेफिनेटली. सो पहले क्या होता था? आई एम जस्ट पुटिंग ऑल द टैक्सेस दैट वर पहले. सो व्हेनेवर यू आर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एनीथिंग यू वुड पे एक्साइज ड्यूटी. You don't have to remember that. Just telling you, guys. Whenever someone would manufacture a soap or a toothpaste or a bottle, they would pay excise duty, and that is on manufacturing. Whenever they would sell the manufactured goods, if the selling is happening within the state, it would be subject to VAT, value added tax. Is nothing but a sales tax. एंड अगर एक स्टेट से दूसरे स्टेट में बेचते तो सेंट्रल सेल्स टैक्स लगता था. ये पहले लगता था. अगर सीए या कोई भी सर्विस प्रोवाइड करता था, सो अर्लियर आई माय फर्म वुड चार्ज सर्विस टैक्स. दिस वाज ऑन सर्विसेज, सर्विस टैक्स. Whenever someone would provide entertainment, they would pay entertainment tax. Whenever someone would import, they would pay import duties. So there were different taxes. There were different taxes, and that different taxes is not a problem, but these different taxes were leading to a problem. What were the problems in the existing system? If a 5 mark question comes there that why did we have GST, what are the problems, and it's the same answer कि benefit क्या था GST. इन दोनों का आंसर सेम ही होगा. कहीं अगर एग्जाम में 5 मार्क आ गया, no one stops them from asking a question. Enumerate 5 problems in the existing system or enumerate 5 benefits of the GST system. अगर एग्जाम में आ गया, how do you answer this? The answer is pretty simple. It's from the sentence Sachin's different cars credit and verified by Subway. ये ऐसे सेंटेंस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होते हैं फॉर पीपल हु नो हु डन सेशंस विद मी. यू नो हाउ इजी इट गेट्स टू रिमेंबर देम वंस यू डन इट थ्रू दिस. सो गाइस, पहले व्हाट आर द प्रॉब्लम्स? The problem were many. There were different taxes. That was a problem, guys. The first problem was there were many different taxes. आपने अपनी लिस्ट किए थे, देखा था कितने different taxes हैं, and it was difficult to differentiate between कौन सा goods है और कौन सा services. I'll give you a classic example. When you go to a restaurant, guys, when you go to a restaurant, whether when the food is given to you, is it good, or when the food given to you, is it service? So differentiate karna between goods and services is very difficult in certain cases, and that was a problem earlier. So Sachin's different cards. Now what is cars? Cars is cascading effect. ये बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट वर्ड है गाइस. इसके ऊपर सिर्फ ये वर्ड के ऊपर एक क्वेश्चन आ सकता है. व्हाट इज कैस्केडिंग इफेक्ट? कैस्केडिंग इफेक्ट इज नथिंग बट टैक्स ऑन टैक्स. एग्जांपल, you manufactured the good for 100 rupees, this was your manufacturing cost, उस पे excise duty लग गई, let's say excise duty of 10, so it became 110. Now 110 is not the cost of the product, it's cost plus the tax, excise duty, that is 110. इसके ऊपर अगर sales tax लगेगा, VAT लगेगा, and let's say VAT is 10% of this, so VAT is 11, so it becomes 121. Now guys, 11 May, there is a tax on tax. The VAT has been calculated on the excise duty, so tax on tax is not a good thing because it increases the prices. You cannot have a tax on tax, that's not a right thing, and this is what it's called cascading effect. वो cascade effect पहले बहुत problematic था. Next, the credits would not flow easily. What do you mean by credits? I am Voltas who has manufactured the AC, guys. Voltas is a manufacturer of AC. उसने 10,000 rupees में AC manufacture किया. उसके ऊपर let's say 10%, that is 1,000 was excise duty. So he paid to the government 1,000 rupees excise duty. Now this excise duty who's paid? Vijay Sales is actually born, because Vijay Sales will pay him 11,000 rupees. Now ये excise duty could not be adjusted against the VAT. और द वैट कुड नॉट बी एडजस्टेड अगेंस्ट द सेंट्रल सेल्स टैक्स. मतलब ये जो क्रेडिट्स थे वो इतने इजीली फ्लो नहीं हो सकते थे अगेंस्ट वन टैक्स टू द अदर, एंड दैट वाज अ प्रॉब्लम इन द अर्लियर सिस्टम. नेक्स्ट, वेरिफिकेशन वाज डिफिकल्ट. वेरिफिकेशन वाज डिफिकल्ट गाइस. नाउ वी आर इन अ सिस्टम ऑफ वन जीएसटी. तो वोल्टास भी जीएसटी भर रहा है, विजय सेल्स भी जीएसटी भर रहा है. इट्स वेरीफाइंग इजीली बिकॉज ऑल ऑफ देम बिलोंग टू द सेम कैटेगरी ऑफ फॉर्म्स, ऑल ऑफ देम बिलोंग टू द सेम लॉ, एंड हेंस वेरिफिकेशन बिकम्स इजियर. पहले ऐसा नहीं होता. And now, of course, burden and subsumes taxes ये अलग है. This is advantages. These are advantages. So problems was there were many different taxes. It was not simple. States were not getting a fair share of the taxes. Like states को share क्यों नहीं मिल रहा था tax का? I'll give you an idea. Service tax central government लेके जा रही थी. Excise duty central government लेके जा रही थी. इम्पोर्ट ड्यूटी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट लेके जा रही थी. सेंट्रल सेल्स टैक्स सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट लेके जा रही थी. तो अगर सब चीज सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट लेके जा रही है तो स्टेट्स के पास बहुत ही कम टैक्स था. मैं उसको बोलता हूँ वेले, विच वी विल सी अहेड. वैट, एंटरटेनमेंट टैक्स, लॉटरी, लग्जरी, एंट्री टैक्स. ये वेले टैक्स है. ये 5 टैक्सेस है स्टेट के. प्लीज रिमेंबर देम विद दिस वर्ड कॉल्ड वेले. V is VAT. VAT किसके पास जाता था? स्टेट के पास. E is entertainment tax. L is luxury tax. नेक्स्ट इज लॉटरी का टैक्स और ये है एंट्री टैक्स. ये सिर्फ 5 टैक्सेस है. एक्चुअली थोड़े और भी थे बट ये 5 रिमेंबर करोगे ये स्टेट्स के पास जाते थे. बट जो बड़े बड़े टैक्सेस थे लाइक सर्विस टैक्स, लाइक एक्साइज ड्यूटी, लाइक इंपोर्ट ड्यूटीज, लाइक सीएसटी, all these used to go to the central government, so states were not getting a fair share and this was a problem. So again repeating guys, what are the problems in the existing system of tax? States were not getting a fair share. There were too many different taxes. It was very difficult to differentiate between what is state, what is goods and what is services. Cards is cascading effect. Credits were not easily flowing. It was difficult to verify the different taxes. Sachin's different cards got credited and verified. Sachin ने इतनी सारी cards है, उसको credit and verify किया कि कौन सी सचिन की है. That is the line you will remember guys. Any absurd line, I'm saying even you can put a line, but rather at this juncture learn the lines I am giving you. The entire IDT is covered through these shortcuts. So first, what are the problems in the existing system? And उसी का आंसर सेम है benefits of GST. Benefits of GST क्या है? अभी स्टेट्स को एडिक्वेट टैक्स मिलेगा. अभी देयर आर नो different taxes, they are all put in one tax like GST. Now it's very easy to differentiate in what is goods and what is services. In fact we don't need to differentiate, दोनों के ऊपर GST लगता है, so we don't need to differentiate. अभी कैस्केडिंग ऑफ इफेक्ट कम हो गया या जीरो हो गया है बिकॉज आपको GST का क्रेडिट GST के अंदर मिल जाता है. Credit flow has become very easy. Verification has become very easy because all of us follow the same return systems. And burden is passed on to the consumers. Ultimately, we don't have to bear the burden. The consumer bears the burden. And subsume हो गए हैं बहुत सारे taxes. ये subsume है and ये B is burden. So one sentence answers two questions. What are the problems in the existing system and what are the benefits of GST? Both of them by the same thing. Next exam में question आया, enumerate three taxes. Enumerate three taxes which are subsumed by GST. What is subsumed? Subsumed means now पहले कुछ और लगता था, अभी GST लगता है. GST ने कौन से taxes को consume कर लिया है, subsume कर लिया है. इसमें स्टेट के टैक्सेस को भी कंज्यूम किया है, सबज्यूम किया है, और सेंटर के टैक्स को भी सबज्यूम किया है. स्टेट का देख लेते हैं. वेले, ये पांचों टैक्स याद नहीं रखना है, ये सेंटेंस नहीं याद रखना है, सिर्फ वेले रिमेंबर करना है. स्टेट के वेले टैक्सेस थे, जो छोटे छोटे टैक्स थे, वेले टैक्स थे, उनको जीएसटी में कवर कर लिया है. दैट मींस वैट इज नाउ जीएसटी. एंटरटेनमेंट टैक्स जो पहले लगता था, अभी जीएसटी लगता है. लॉटरी, लग्जरी टैक्स एंड एंट्री टैक्स, इन सब पे अभी एक ही टैक्स लगता है, जीएसटी. One nation, one tax is the tagline of GST. Of course, exam में नहीं पूछेंगे tagline, but just telling you. And center के कौन से taxes को लगता है? Center के guys आपने जो remember किए थे, if you want a sentence here, we can put a sentence. Otherwise, very simple to remember. Center के जो big taxes थे, like say service tax plus central sales tax plus import duties प्लस एक्साइज ड्यूटीज, ये जो मेन चार टैक्सेस थे ये सेंटर के थे. इन पे सरचार्जेस भी होते हैं, ये सब सेंटर के थे. ये सब भी अभी सबज्यूम कर लिया है. एंड गाइस इन दोनों को सबज्यूम कर दिया है जीएसटी. सो अभी स्टेट के पास भी जो टैक्स थे और सेंटर के पास भी जो टैक्स थे अभी सबज्यूम कर लिया है. जीएसटी के पास पावर आ गए हैं. गाइस आई एम गोइंग अ लिटिल स्लो राइट नाउ. आई नो यू डन दिस, बट आई एम गोइंग अ लिटिल स्लो. आई विल इंक्रीज द पेस इन सम टाइम फ्रॉम नाउ. So we finished this direct tax and indirect tax का difference. We finished IDT का features, which features are nothing but the benefits of GST, benefits of existing system. इसको आप features लिख सकते हो. Benefits and problems of existing system are the same. ये एक important question आ सकता है. GST subsume बहुत important है. MCQ के लिए कौन से taxes subsume हुए? Very important. केलकर कमेटी रिपोर्ट MCQ के लिए आ सकता है. Who recommended this? केलकर एक पर्सन था एंड उसने रेकमेंड किया था जीएसटी. कब जीएसटी आया गाइस? इंडिया में जीएसटी आया 1 जुलाई 2017. You can see the desperation in the middle of the year. They introduced GST from the 1st of July and entire India पे including Jammu and Kashmir पे आ गया. Of course डेट अलग थी Jammu and Kashmir, that's not important. India has a dual GST model. Explain. What is a dual GST model? Explain. Guys, India is a large country. We have center and we have states. Center is BJP right now, state is Shiv Sena right now. You know what is center and state. Dual GST model is basically where both the state has the power as well as the center both have the power to tax. सेंटर के पास सीजीएसटी जाता है, स्टेट के पास सीजीएसटी प्लस आईजीएसटी जाता है. So both have the power to tax, and that's the reason it's called dual model of GST. To keep states happy and to keep the center both happy, we had to create a dual GST model. And ये dual GST model कैसे लेके आए? एक आर्टिकल डालना पड़ा, एक आर्टिकल डालना पड़ा. आर्टिकल 246 है. सारे आर्टिकल्स को आगे टैकल करेंगे गाइस. आर्टिकल्स आर इंपॉर्टेंट फ्रॉम एन एमसीक्यू पर्सपेक्टिव. प्लीज रिमेंबर गाइस दैट ये आर्टिकल डालना पड़ा, क्यों डालना पड़ा वो अपन आगे देखेंगे इन जस्ट अबाउट 5 मिनट्स फ्रॉम नाउ. सो ड्यूअल जीएसटी मॉडल इज आल्सो इंपॉर्टेंट फ्रॉम एन एमसीक्यू पर्सपेक्टिव. लेजिस्लेशन गाइस, कितने लॉज हैं? एक आईजीएसटी लॉ है. क्यों एक? पूरे इंडिया के लिए एक ही लगता है. दिस इज कॉल्ड आईजीएसटी, इंटीग्रेटेड जीएसटी, वन नेशन वन टैक्स. ये भी सेंटर है तो ये भी एक है. 31 सीजीएसटीज, सॉरी 31 एसजीएसटीज. ये 31 क्यों है? 29 स्टेट्स प्लस 2 यूनियन टेरिटरीज. ऑफ कोर्स आफ्टर दैट यूनियन टेरिटरी चेंज हो गई है ना अभी, बट आपके एग्जाम के लिए फॉर 1920 फाइनेंशियल ईयर 29 स्टेट्स प्लस 2 यूनियन टेरिटरीज. कौन सी यूनियन टेरिटरीज कवर्ड है? ऑफ कोर्स 29 स्टेट्स, हर स्टेट का अलग सीजीएस एसजीएसटी एक्ट है. महाराष्ट्र का एसजीएसटी अलग है, उत्तर प्रदेश का एसजीएसटी अलग है, स्टेट वाइज एसजीएसटी एक्ट है. एंड 2 यूनियन टेरिटरीज, दिल्ली एंड पुडुचेरी. DP, they are such big union territories, they have their own legislature and hence उनको भी स्टेट के लिए काउंट किया है. तो फिर यूनियन टेरिटरी कौन सी हुई? यूनियन टेरिटरी ने पूछा कैन डीडी आल्सो लेवी. ये शॉर्ट फॉर्म है टू रिमेंबर कौन सी यूनियन टेरिटरीज है. अगर आ गया तो डोंट हैव टू स्क्रैच योर हेड, डोंट हैव टू थिंक अबाउट इट. कैन डीडी आल्सो लेवी. कैन इज चंडीगढ़, इट हैज अ यूटी जीएसटी. डीडी इज दमन एंड दीव, दादरा एंड नगर हवेली. दमन एंड दीव, दादरा एंड नगर हवेली. A is Andaman Nicobar Islands and L is Lakshadweep. इन 6 जनों ने 1 2 3 4 5 people. In these 5 union territories we have UT GST Act. For these 5 states we have, each state has a different UT GST Act. Each union territory. All right, I hope this is clear. Guys, what is HSN code? HSN कोड आगे भी हम देखेंगे इनवॉइस चैप्टर में, बट प्लीज रिमेंबर द फुल फॉर्म, हार्मोनाइज सिस्टम ऑफ नॉमेनक्लेचर। इसमें आपको कुछ रिमेंबर नहीं करना है, बट ये याद रखना है कि एक कोड है। HSN इज अ कोड बिकॉज गाइस गुड्स इतने सारे हैं। एसी पे अलग टैक्स जीएसटी लगता है, बॉटल ऑफ वाटर पे अलग जीएसटी लगता है, ये पेन पे अलग जीएसटी लगता है, दिस मग हैज अ डिफरेंट जीएसटी। सो हाउ डू यू डिफरेंशिएट बिकॉज सो मेनी गुड्स? सो व्हाट वी डिड वाज, डब्ल्यूटीओ ने एक अग्रीमेंट था उनका गैट, उसमें ऑलरेडी एक कोड सिस्टम बनाया था एचएसएन कोड। आपको कुछ याद रखना है, इसमें याद रखना है कि एचएसएन कोड का फुल फॉर्म क्या है, हार्मोनाइज सिस्टम ऑफ नॉमेनक्लेचर। ये किसके लिए है? ये गुड्स को डिफरेंशिएट करने के लिए, सर्विसेज को नहीं। तो गुड्स कौन सा है? अगर आपका लेदर वॉलेट है तो उसके ऊपर अलग लगता है, अगर आपका दूसरा वॉलेट है तो उसके लिए अलग लगता है, मेटल बॉटल अलग, प्लास्टिक बॉटल अलग। सो हर एक जन का एचएसएन कोड है एंड दैट एचएसएन कोड डिफरेंशिएट्स गुड्स। सेम वे while this is for goods, what about services? सर्विसेज के लिए हमने बोरो नहीं किया है, सर्विसेज के लिए हमारे पास ऑलरेडी एक कोड हमने डेवलप किया खुद का कोड, विच इज कॉल्ड सर्विस अकाउंटिंग कोड। अगर याद रहता है तो ग्रेट, SAC इज अ शॉर्ट फॉर्म। हाउ डू यू रिमेंबर इट? गाइस अकाउंटेंट बनने के बाद आपको सर्विस ही करनी है, तो सर्विस अकाउंटेंट कोड, अकाउंटेंट बनने के बाद, आई एम नॉट डिमीनिंग चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंसी, बट अकाउंटेंट बनने के बाद आपको सर्विस करनी है, तो सर्विस अकाउंटिंग कोड, दिस इज फॉर सर्विसेज, HSN फॉर गुड्स। ये दोनों हो गए हैं। नेक्स्ट कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम क्या है? आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू डू कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम यहाँ से एट ऑल, बिकॉज चार्ज ऑफ जीएसटी में कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम के लिए पूरा अलग चैप्टर, पूरा अलग डिस्कशन है, तो वहां से देखेंगे कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम क्या है। But composition scheme in a nutshell, if I have to tell you, makes life very very simple for small traders, for small manufacturers. We have composition scheme, excellent way में समझेंगे composition scheme, but not right now. Special category states भी composition scheme के लिए है, ये भी composition scheme के लिए है। Right now we don't have to worry about it. रजिस्ट्रेशन किसको कब करना है? इस रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए पीपल गेट मैसिवली कंफ्यूज, कौन से स्टेट में 20 lakhs है, कौन से स्टेट में 10 lakhs है। डोंट वरी, व्हेन वी रीच द रजिस्ट्रेशन चैप्टर, उसमें भी शॉर्टकट्स है, मैंने शॉर्टकट्स यहाँ पे डाले हैं, वहां पे भी डाले हैं। डोंट वरी, वी लुक एट इट फ्रॉम देयर व्हेन वी रीच दैट चैप्टर ऑफ रजिस्ट्रेशन। Guys, today in the pandemic, you feel general stores are doing so well. You feel जनरल स्टोर्स आर डूइंग टू वेल, मेडिकल शॉप्स आर डूइंग टू वेल, सो आपने अपने घर के नीचे एक शॉप रेंट पे ले ली, उसमें जनरल स्टोर, यू स्टार्टेड सेलिंग मैगी, बिस्किट्स, चॉकलेट्स एक्सेट्रा। क्या आपको रजिस्ट्रेशन लेना है? नहीं लेना है, बिकॉज यू हैव टू ओनली टेक रजिस्ट्रेशन वंस यू क्रॉस अ सर्टेन थ्रेशोल्ड। तो वो अपन डिस्कस करेंगे रजिस्ट्रेशन चैप्टर में, व्हेन इट कम्स वील डिस्कस इट देयर। राइट नाउ वी डोंट हैव टू, आई जस्ट पुट इट हियर बिकॉज आपकी बुक में है, बट व्हाई डू इट हियर एंड अगेन रिपीट इट देयर? वील रादर डू इट देयर ओनली। प्लीज रिमेंबर, ये 20 40 ये सब अपन रजिस्ट्रेशन चैप्टर से ही कर लेंगे। Next is, it's a destination based tax or consumption based tax. Q, I'll give you an example why it's destination based. When Volta sells an AC to Vijay Sales, the AC is for 10,000. With GST, it becomes 11,800. So who's paid this 11,800? Vijay Sales. So Voltas ने आगे pass on कर लिया है Vijay Sales को, 11,800 Vijay Sales ने बेच लिया। When Vijay Sales sells it to me and I'm here and I buy it from Vijay Sales, they sell it to me, let's say at 20,000 rupees including GST. तो उसने भी आगे मुझे पास ऑन कर दिया है जीएसटी, सो दैट्स द रीजन इट्स कॉल्ड डेस्टिनेशन। डेस्टिनेशन आगे आगे जाता रहता है, एंड कंजम्पशन बेस्ड टैक्स, अल्टीमेटली जिसने भी कंज्यूम किया है, दैट इज मी, आई हैव वोन द अल्टीमेट टैक्स। दैट्स व्हाई इट्स कॉल्ड डेस्टिनेशन बेस्ड और कंजम्पशन बेस्ड टैक्स। ऑलराइट, we will do this GST versus SGST versus IGST in just about 2 minutes. First let's tackle the small other concepts. GST के पोर्टल है, if an examination question comes कि what is the GST portal, I don't think it's coming, but gst.gov.in एक पोर्टल है। सेकेंड एक और पोर्टल है ई-वे बिल gst.gov.in, मतलब दो टोटल पोर्टल्स है, एक जीएसटी के लिए और एक ई-वे बिल्स के लिए। ई-वे बिल्स अपन इनवॉइस चैप्टर में स्टडी करेंगे, बहुत ही सिंपल है, बट प्लीज रिमेंबर गाइस, देयर आर टू पोर्टल्स। ये पोर्टल किस लिए काम आते हैं? If today you want to register, registration के बाद you want to file your returns, you want to do some matching concept, you want to get some reports, for all of that there is one common portal which always hangs। ये बहुत common problem है पोर्टल का, ये पोर्टल बहुत जल्दी हैंग होता है। दिस इज अ जीएसटी पोर्टल, इसमें से क्वेश्चन आ नहीं सकता, बट अगर आएगा तो व्हाट आर द यूजेस ऑफ जीएसटी पोर्टल? यू कैन रजिस्टर, you can file your return, you can modify, you can find reports, you can do the matching, everything happen on a GST portal. But if you are unable to do it, don't worry, you have friends here, GST Suvidha providers and application service providers. They are two people who will help you do all this return filing, registration, etc. Especially return filing के time पे ये बहुत यूज आते हैं। GST Suvidha providers, they help you. Suvidha providers, the name suggests, and application service providers. इनके full form याद कर लेना, and they basically help you while doing the formalities in GST. जीएसटी कॉम्पेंसेशन सेस, प्लीज रिमेंबर गाइस, अभी तक अपन ने तीन ही चीज डिस्कस की थी, सीजीएसटी, एसजीएसटी एंड आईजीएसटी। इसके अलावा एक कॉम्पेंसेशन सेस था। प्लीज लेट्स क्विकली अंडरस्टैंड क्यों कॉम्पेंसेशन सेस लाया गया था। गाइस द स्टेट्स वर वरिड कि हमें जितना पहले टैक्स मिलता था उतना टैक्स नहीं मिलेगा, तो द स्टेट्स वर वेरी वरिड, द स्टेट्स वर वेरी अनहैप्पी विद दिस टैक्स बिकॉज दे फेल्ट कि हमको पुराना इतना टैक्स नहीं मिलेगा। तो उन्होंने क्या बोला, उन्होंने बोला लेट्स कीप अ बेस, दे सेड लेट्स कीप अ बेस ऑफ द फाइनेंशियल ईयर 2015-16 एंड आपको इस बेस पे स्टेट्स को बोला गया कि आपका ये बेस है, इस बेस पे हमको आपको स्टेडी ग्रोथ देंगे और 14% एवरी ईयर एंड आई विल इंश्योर दैट ग्रोथ विल कम। बट गाइस इंश्योर कैसे करेंगे, हाउ विल दे इंश्योर? सो दे सेड दैट लेट्स लेवी अ कॉम्पेंसेशन सेस. Cess basically means a tax only for a specific purpose, and the purpose was that अगर कोई year में shortfall हुआ and states को we have to pay and we don't have the money, we can use this cess. This cess is only and only for that purpose. That is the GST compensation cess. In the exam, this cess लग्जरी आइटम्स पे लगता है, सिम गुड्स पे लगता है, लाइक सिगरेट्स पे लगता है, ये सब लग्जरी कार्ड्स पे लगता है. तो जीएसटी कॉम्पेंसेशन सेस इज ओनली एंड ओनली kept in a separate account so that in a year where there is a shortfall, the states can be compensated for this. एंड जीएसटी सेस में भी सेम वे है, यू कैन क्रेडिट ऑफ जीएसटी सेस कॉम्पेंसेशन सेस मिलेगा विच अगर आपने सेस भरा है, लेट्स से मैंने एक लग्जरी कार या मैंने कोई सिम गुड खरीदी एंड उस पर मैंने सेस भर दिया 100, सो इफ आई ऑलरेडी पेड दिस सेस, इसका मुझे क्रेडिट मिलेगा एंड नाउ आई हैव टू पे लेट्स से 140 अहेड, सो 140 में से 100 का क्रेडिट मिलेगा तो 40 ओनली आई हैव टू पे. इसमें भी क्रेडिट सिस्टम चलता है, वील सी व्हेन वी लुक एट द चैप्टर कॉल्ड आईटीसी. ऑलराइट guys, GST is Jain. On the screen you can see GST is Jain because it does not apply on alcohol for human consumption. Any alcohol for human consumption पे GST कभी नहीं लगता है. States were very happy to listen to this. State said मैं टैक्स करूंगा, GST इस पे नहीं लगेगा. So please understand that this one is outside the purview and this is non-taxable. अगर आता है non-taxable goods, this is non-taxable. जीएसटी में टैक्स नहीं लगेगा, तो कौन सा लगेगा टैक्स? गाइस अल्कोहल मैन्युफैक्चर करते हो तो एक्साइज लगेगा, अल्कोहल बेचते हो तो सीएसटी या वैट लगेगा डिपेंडिंग ऑन वेयर सेलिंग. नेक्स्ट ऑन 5 थिंग्स अभी जीएसटी नहीं लगेगा. क्रूड ऑयल, क्रूड ऑयल से क्या बनता है गाइस? क्रूड ऑयल मतलब जो कच्चा तेल निकलता है उससे क्या बनता है? पेट्रोल, डीजल, नेचुरल गैस एंड एयरलाइन टर्बाइन फ्यूल. ये पांचों चीज पे अभी कोई जीएसटी नहीं है, बट इन फ्यूचर दे कैन लेवी अ जीएसटी ऑन इट, बट वो फ्यूचर की बात है, अभी नहीं होगा ये. एंड टबैको पे गाइस, टबैको तो इतना हार्मफुल है कि उस पे जीएसटी भी लगेगा और एक्साइज ड्यूटी दोनों लगेगा, एंड दैट्स द रीजन आई मेंशन दीस थ्री प्रोडक्ट्स सेपरेटली. अल्कोहल पे कभी नहीं, जीएसटी इज जेन, ऑलवेज रिमेंबर अल्कोहल पे नहीं लगेगा. क्रूड ऑयल, पेट्रोल, डीजल, नेचुरल गैस, एटीएफ पे लगेगा बट एट अ फ्यूचर डेट. So are they outside the purview of GST? No, they are within the purview, but tax अभी नहीं लगाया है. And tobacco is still in the purview, but tobacco इतना harmful है कि उस पे excise भी है, GST भी है. Government just got really greedy, सर दोनों collect करते हैं. Benefits of GST. गाइस अगर बेनिफिट्स ऑफ जीएसटी के ऊपर बड़ा क्वेश्चन आया तो और भी बेनिफिट्स दे सकते हो. सचिन्स डिफरेंट डिफरेंट कार्ड्स क्रेडिट एंड वेरीफाइड बाय सबवे, यही तो है, बट उसके आगे यू नो बेनिफिट्स इतने थे, यू स्टार्टेड स्क्रीमिंग. जीएसटी वाज सो गुड यू स्टार्टेड स्क्रीमिंग. ये स्क्रीम का क्या है? आई जस्ट टेल यू. एस इज इट्स अ सिंपल टैक्स. जीएसटी दे से इट्स अ सिंपल टैक्स, आई डोंट नो इफ यू ऑल एग्री, बट दे से इट्स अ सिंपल टैक्स. सी इसके कंप्लायंस बहुत कम है, इसके कंप्लायंस बहुत कम है. ई ये एक्सपोर्ट को एनकरेज करता है. कैसे एक्सपोर्ट को एनकरेज करता है? गाइस एक्सपोर्ट अगर गुड्स चीप हो जाते हैं बिकॉज ऑफ लेस टैक्स, गुड्स अगर चीप हो जाते हैं तो एक्सपोर्ट ज्यादा होगा. एक्सपोर्ट ज्यादा होगा. एम इज मेक इन इंडिया, मेक इन इंडिया. एंड ए से दे गेट एडिशनल एम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड इन्वेस्टमेंट. So you can also add, but इतना बड़ा क्वेश्चन देंगे नहीं because you have only 40 marks for IGS IDT, तो इतना बड़ा क्वेश्चन देंगे नहीं. बट बेनिफिट्स ऑफ जीएसटी बहुत सारे हैं, उनका ही शॉर्टकट है. सचिन, states will get good taxes, no need to differentiate between different taxes, no different taxes, credit is easily available, cascading effect नहीं होता है, verified हो जाते हैं, subsume कर लिया है, and उसकी वजह से you are so happy that you scrimmed. Simple, less compliance. R is E is export, M is make in India, additional investment. I'm just forgetting what R is, we'll add it up. But anyways, these are many advantages that are there of GST. All right. We are left with this illustration on GST versus SGST versus IGST. ये करना बाकी है, but उसके अलावा let's go into the amendment. Guys, जब GST लेके आए 2017 में, they had to amend the constitution. ये एमसीक्यू लिए अच्छा क्वेश्चन बन सकता है, इसलिए प्लीज रिमेंबर दे हैड टू अमेंड द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन। बट ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को अमेंड क्यों करना पड़ा? फर्स्ट दे सेड हमको जीएसटी 101% लेके आना है। The BJP government in 2017 said that हमको 110 101% ये amendment लाना है और ये टैक्स लाना है, and hence the bill is called 101st amendment bill. शॉर्टकट बाय हार्ट मत करना गाइस। गवर्नमेंट ने बोला तुम कुछ भी कर लो, 101% हम लोग लेके ही आएंगे अमेंडमेंट, हम लोग लेके ही आएंगे जीएसटी। सो जीएसटी वाज इंट्रोड्यूस्ड बाय द 101st अमेंडमेंट बिल। मतलब जो बिल है उसका नंबर है 101st अमेंडमेंट, उससे कौन से अमेंडमेंट हुए और ये क्यों नीडेड था? फर्स्ट क्यों नीडेड था? बिकॉज देयर इज अ सेक्शन कॉल्ड सेक्शन 265। ये आर्टिकल है, सॉरी नॉट सेक्शन, आर्टिकल 265। आर्टिकल किसको बोलते हैं गाइस? कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन जो बनी है उसमें अलग अलग सेक्शंस को आर्टिकल्स बोलते हैं। आर्टिकल 265 बोलता था कि कोई भी टैक्स तुम इंट्रोड्यूस तभी कर सकते हो जब कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन तुमको अलाउ करे। द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन हैज टू अलाउ द टैक्स इंट्रोडक्शन, एंड दैट्स व्हाई जीएसटी को इंट्रोड्यूस करने के लिए कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को चेंज करना पड़ा एंड 101st अमेंडमेंट बिल इंट्रोड्यूस करना। फिर एक आर्टिकल था, ओनली दीस 5 आर्टिकल्स यू हैव टू रिमेंबर व्हिच आर ऑन द स्क्रीन राइट नाउ। आर्टिकल 246, 2 plus 4 is 6, 6 plus 6 is 12, 12 मतलब 1 plus 2 is 3, again I repeat, 2 plus 4 is 6, 6 plus 6 is 12, 12 is 1 and 2, उसको ऐड करेंगे तो 3 आता है। There were 3 lists in this section. In this article there were 3 lists, union list, state list and concurrent list. इसको बोलते हैं 1, 2 and third list. यूनियन लिस्ट में ओनली सेंटर हैड द पावर टू मेक लॉस, इसमें सर्विस टैक्स था, एक्साइज था, ये सब इसमें थे। स्टेट लिस्ट में ओनली स्टेट हैज द पावर टू मेक लॉस, एंड कॉन्करेंट लिस्ट में बोथ सेंटर एंड द स्टेट हैड द पावर टू मेक लॉस, बट इसमें टैक्स कोई भी नहीं था। तो दैट मीन्स या फिर टैक्स सेंटर लगा सकती थी जैसे सर्विस टैक्स, या फिर टैक्स स्टेट लगा सकती है लेस वैट, बट ऐसा कोई भी टैक्स नहीं था जिसपे दोनों लगा सकते थे। और जीएसटी वैसा टैक्स था जिसपे सेंटर एंड स्टेट्स बोथ हैड टू लेवी टैक्स। सो हेंस दे हैड टू इंट्रोड्यूस एंड दे हैड टू इंट्रोड्यूस अ न्यू सेक्शन कॉल्ड आर्टिकल 246A। ऑलवेज रिमेंबर गाइस, ये ए एडिशनल आर्टिकल्स हैं, ये जीएसटी की वजह से एडिशनल आए हैं। सो आर्टिकल 246A टॉक्स अबाउट दैट अमेंडमेंट कि स्टेट plus center both can concurrently means together, state and center both can concurrently levy tax। उसके लिए एक नया आर्टिकल डालना पड़ा बिकॉज 246 में ऐसा कोई प्रोविजन ही नहीं था। 246 में concurrent लिस्ट में टैक्स था ही नहीं, तो hence we had to put a new section called article 246A, we had to put a new article in the constitution, article 246A। आर्टिकल आ गया तो स्टेट एंड सेंटर नाउ बोथ कैन लेवी, especially when we talk about intra-state sale। guys, intra-state मतलब I remember it from school, intra-school मतलब within the school, intra-state मतलब within the state। intra-state जो सेल होता है उस पे CGST भी लगता है and SGST भी लगता है। So both have the power to tax the same transaction, and that power comes from article 246A, good for an MCU question। Next article, I told you only 5 articles you have to remember। The next article, ये तो ठीक है, ये CGST and SGST के ऊपर है, बट गाइस देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ इंटर स्टेट सेल। इंटर स्टेट मतलब एक स्टेट से दूसरा स्टेट, महाराष्ट्र से उत्तर प्रदेश या पंजाब से लेट्स से साउथ ऑफ इंडिया कर्नाटका कोई सेल होती है, उसको बोलते हैं इंटर स्टेट सेल। या अपन इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं बाहर से कुछ चीज अंदर आ रही है इंडिया में, इन चीजों पे लगता है आईजीएसटी। एंड आईजीएसटी एज यू नो इंटीग्रेटेड इज कलेक्टेड बाय द सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट। वेरी स्मार्ट, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट बहुत स्मार्ट है। उन्होंने बोला इंट्रा स्टेट है तो स्टेट्स ले सकती है, बट अगर इंटर स्टेट हुआ या इंपोर्ट हुआ मतलब एक स्टेट से दूसरा स्टेट है तो दोनों स्टेट झगड़ेंगे, तो इसलिए स्टेट्स के पास नहीं है, सेंटर के पास है पावर। इंटर स्टेट पे आईजीएसटी लगता है, एंड इंपोर्ट करते हो तो उस पर भी आईजीएसटी लगता है, एंड ये आईजीएसटी जाता है सेंटर के पास। हाउ डू रिमेंबर इट? आई इज फॉर इंडिया, इंडिया है सेंटर, तो सेंटर के पास ये टैक्स पहुंच जाता है। बट नाउ हाउ डज सेंटर डिस्ट्रीब्यूट इट? दैट इज पावर इज गिवन इन आर्टिकल 269A। आर्टिकल 269 ये भी ए है, मतलब ये इंट्रोड्यूस किया ओनली फॉर जीएसटी, बिकॉज जीएसटी में ही ये इंटीग्रेटेड टैक्स आता है जिसको डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करने के लिए 269। आई होप दिस इज ओके। एंड लास्ट आर्टिकल, दिस वन सेज टैक्स इंट्रोड्यूस नहीं कर सकते हो जब तक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन चेंज नहीं करते हो। 246 is 2 plus 4 is 6, 6 plus 6 is 12, 12 is 1 plus 2 that is 3, 3 लिस्ट है, बट उसमें कॉन्करेंट लिस्ट पे कोई टैक्स नहीं था, इसलिए 246A लाना पड़ा। ये एडिशनल है, ये भी एडिशनल है। एंड लास्ट एडिशनल, गाइस जीएसटी इज न्यू टू द कंट्री, इसमें बहुत सारी चीजें के ऊपर डिसीजन लेना पड़ता है, रेगुलरली डिसीजन लेना पड़ता है। तो हु विल डिसाइड? फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर डिसाइड, बट फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर तो सेंटर का है, तो स्टेट्स का क्या हुआ? तो हेंस दे सेड नो नो, वी विल मेक अ जीएसटी काउंसिल। वील मेक अ जीएसटी काउंसिल, उसका तो हेड जो होगा, वो चेयरमैन जो होगा वो होगा फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर, प्लस देयर विल बी स्टेट्स का रिप्रेजेंटेशन। सो स्टेट्स भी होंगे, काउंसिल मतलब एक बॉडी होती है, उसमें स्टेट का भी रिप्रेजेंटेशन होता है, सेंटर का भी रिप्रेजेंटेशन होता है, एंड गाइस ऑल द डिसीजंस आर सजेस्टेड बाय द जीएसटी काउंसिल। सी जीएसटी काउंसिल कांट डिसाइड, they will meet and they will decide on a matter, they will recommend that matter to the central government, and central government will finally pass a notification. So GST council, can you say the brain of the GST? Yes. एंड कोई भी डिसीजन लेना होता है वो जीएसटी काउंसिल लेती है। जीएसटी काउंसिल बनाने के लिए एक आर्टिकल इंट्रोड्यूस किया, आर्टिकल 279A। सो गाइज ये तीन नए आर्टिकल्स इंट्रोड्यूस किए, ये तीन ही आर्टिकल इंपॉर्टेंट है फ्रॉम एन एग्जाम पर्सपेक्टिव। 279A was जीएसटी काउंसिल, 269A is what आईजीएसटी डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कैसे करे, और 246A सेट कि दोनों के पास पावर है साइमल्टेनियसली टू लेवी टैक्स, सेंटर एंड स्टेट के पास। ये जीएसटी काउंसिल के बारे में कुछ बात कर लेते हैं। जीएसटी काउंसिल का कोरम मतलब एवरी टाइम जीएसटी काउंसिल मीट्स 50% मेंबर्स तो होने ही होने चाहिए। गाइस 50% मेंबर्स होने चाहिए। अगर जीएसटी काउंसिल में टोटली 80 मेंबर्स है तो 40 या उसके ऊपर होना ही चाहिए, तभी जीएसटी काउंसिल को वैलिड माना जाएगा वो मीटिंग को। एंड गाइस कोई डिसीजन अगर पास करना है, अगर कोई डिसीजन पास करना है, सो यू नीड 75% वोट्स। मतलब बोला कि लेट्स से मास्क है, मास्क उस पर जीएसटी हटा दो, उसके डिसीजन के लिए दे नीड 75% ऑफ वोट्स, पीपल प्रेजेंट एंड वोटिंग में 75% शुड वोट इन फेवर, तभी वो डिसीजन होगा। तो इसके लिए क्या सेंटर अलोन कैन डिसाइड या स्टेट अलोन कैन डिसाइड? नो, बिकॉज वेरी स्मार्टली दे सेड कि सेंटर के पास 1/3 पावर है, मतलब 33%, एंड स्टेट्स के पास 2/3 है, मतलब 67% रफली। तो किसी के पास भी 75% नहीं है, तो 75% करने के लिए यू हैव टू कम टुगेदर, एंड दैट्स द ब्यूटी ऑफ दिस जीएसटी काउंसिल। तो गाइस जीएसटी काउंसिल head is the finance minister is the head, the representatives from states also, 50% of the members constitute the quorum, decision pass करने के लिए 75% वोट चाहिए। but guys so smart, center alone और state alone cannot dominate it, because center के पास पावर है 33% वोट्स का and state के पास पावर है 67% वोट्स का। So even if the states decide, they can't implement, मतलब they both have to come together to decide on matters. So that is the beauty of GST Council, and these are the different articles of the 101st Amendment Bill which was introduced. क्यों amendment करना पड़ा? Because कोई भी टैक्स को लाने के लिए कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को अमेंडमेंट करना ही पड़ता है। How will you remember this? 101% लेके आना था, 101% जीएसटी लाना ही था, दैट्स द अमेंडमेंट बिल। एंड इसके तीन एडिशनल आर्टिकल्स आप रिमेंबर, 246A, 269A एंड 279A। ऑलराइट, that brings us to sort of the end, but I want to just discuss one numerical sum with you from here to just clear your concept before we move ahead. Just one numerical concept before we move ahead. Just 1 second. All right, guys, this is Voltas. Keeping a very simple example, this is Vijay Sales, and this is you. All right. So of course, as you know, Vijay Sales is an electronic supermarket which Voltas makes many products including ACs, and we're talking about AC here. So Voltas manufactures the AC for 10,000. उसमें उसका मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कॉस्ट भी है, प्रॉफिट भी है, जो भी है उसका 10,000 है, एंड दैट एसी इज बीइंग सोल्ड टू विजय सेल्स, एंड विजय सेल्स वांट्स टू बाय दिस एसी, सो दे से ओके, बट बिकॉज दिस इज अ गुड, एक्साइज ड्यूटी अभी नहीं लगेगी तो इस पे जीएसटी लगेगा। तो जीएसटी कितना लगेगा? दे सेड जीएसटी लेट्स से अज्यूम 18%, तो 1,800 जीएसटी लग के 1,800, सो आई एम जस्ट पुटिंग इट हियर, दिस इज एन एसी व्हिच इज गोइंग फ्रॉम वोल्टास टू विजय सेल्स, 10,000 is the price of the AC plus 1,800 is the GST. I'm just going finer detail. ये भी महाराष्ट्र में है and ये भी महाराष्ट्र में है. So intra state within the same state, तो इस पे लगता है CGST and SGST. दोनों को आधा आधा इक्वल शेयर मिलेगा, तो 900 1 second 900 CGST 900 SGST, टोटल हो गया 11,800. I hope you understood this, guys. So 11,800. Now Vijay Sales got the AC, and for this Vijay Sales paid 11,800. So who's bearing the burden? Burden of this tax is here. I'm writing B. B is burden. But किसने collect किया ये tax? Voltas ने collect किया, and then Voltas will pay to the government. Voltas will pay to the government. So Voltas will pay ahead to the government. मैं एक बुक बना रहा हूँ गवर्नमेंट का. This is CG. One second. We'll start with SGST, then we'll go to CGST, and then we'll go to IGST. All right. Now, guys, CGST के पास 900 rupees deposit हुए. Central government is happy. कौन सी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, सॉरी, कौन सी गवर्नमेंट? महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट. एंड सेंटर के पास भी 900 रुपीज डिपॉजिट हो गए. ऑन दिस सेल लाइफ इज गुड बिकॉज 900 बोथ ऑफ देम गॉट. विजय सेल बोर द बर्डन, विजय सेल्स बोर द बर्डन. तो ये विजय सेल्स की बुक्स है. लेट्स से उसमें 900 रुपीज उसने पे कर दिया है. बर्डन इज बोर्न बाय विजय सेल्स. वोल्टास ने पैसे कलेक्ट किए और गवर्नमेंट को भर दिया. व्हेन दे पेड इट टू द गवर्नमेंट, दे गेव विजय सेल्स का डॉक्यूमेंट नंबर. विजय सेल्स का जीएसटी नंबर दिया गवर्नमेंट को. तो गवर्नमेंट नोज ये एक्चुअली पे कौन कर रहा है? वोल्टास पे कर रहा है. बट बर्डन किसने बेयर किया है? विजय सेल्स. Can I say Voltas is just an agency who's collecting the tax and giving it to the government? So Voltas is just collecting this money and giving it to the government. Actually, burden किसने bear किया है? Vijay Sales. Alright. So Vijay Sales ने 11,800. इसके ऊपर
कोई पण करे मगर मैं थोड़ी ग्रेट करूँ.
Alright. I think someone's voice is audible. Alright, guys, I can hear someone. If you can just mute yourself, please.
ડેરી માટે નો કરે તો કોની માટે કરીએ કાઈ પણ.
Alright.
તો ફીલે તો એ માટે કર્યું.
Alright, I'm unable to actually hear. I'm actually able to hear.
રડવાનું સારી જગ્યાએ છે ને બધી રડ કરે ને તો ઓલું થાય. તારીની પાસે જવાનું ને તો થોડી મજા કરીને જાય. એટલે પછી તો હેરાન જ કરશે.
Just one second. I'll just be back, guys. Just one second.
મને જો કાઢી હમણાં.
Alright, I hope I'm back. Audience view, one second. Alright, perfect. I'm back. Alright. So guys, Vijay Sales has borne the burden. But of course, they've paid 11,800 rupees to Voltas. Voltas deposit to the government. And this you can see is the book SGST, CGST, and IGST 900 rupees reflected. Now, what Vijay Sales does is it adds some value to this AC. Assuming, let's say, it puts some more buttons, it puts some more features to this AC, and this AC is now worth 12,000. So 2,000 का value add किया है, and then this AC is being sold to you, and on this 12,000, of course, Vijay Sales is also registered, so they will also charge GST, and they will, again, you are also in Maharashtra, so when they charge GST to you, C and S, this is 1080, and this is 1080. How did I get this number? This is nothing but 99% of 12,000. Guys, total is 18%. उसको मैंने bifurcate कर दिया है 1080 and 1080. So I basically, or you who's paying for this, you will pay to Vijay Sales 13,160. No, sorry, 12,000 plus 2160, basically 14,160 is what you will pay. Alright, guys, इतना तुम totally pay कर दोगे. मैं total लिख देता हूँ यहाँ पे 14,160 is what you will pay. So you paid 14,160 to Vijay Sales. So now, guys, who's bearing the burden? You are bearing the burden. तो पहले Voltas ने burden pass किया था Vijay Sales को. Now Vijay Sales is passing the burden on to you. So now you have this burden and you are paying 14,160 rupees to Vijay Sales. I hope this is clear. Vijay Sales will take this money and he will deposit it using your details. But when they deposit it, they will take a credit of what they've already paid. Guys, they've already paid 900. Now they have to pay 1080, they have to pay 1080, 1080, they have to pay. So what they will say is, state government, I've already paid you 900. I gave it to Voltas. Voltas gave it to you. Remember? Now I will only pay you 180 more. And central government again pay you 900 before. क्योंकि मैंने वोल्टास को दिया था, remember? So now I will only pay you 180 rupees more. So basically what they did, what Vijay Sales has now done, has paid 360 rupees. उसने CGST का भी क्रेडिट ले लिया, SGST का भी क्रेडिट ले लिया, एंड जो बैलेंस है उसके ऊपर उसने 360 भरा है. दिस इज नथिंग बट द टैक्स ऑन वैल्यू एड. गाइस कितना वैल्यू एड किया था यहाँ पे? 2000 रुपीज का. 2000 पे 18% is nothing but 360 rupees. तो उतना ही, that means the government at every level automatically gets the tax on the value add. This is an excellent system done. So ultimately guys, who's borne the burden? वोल्टास ने बर्डन पास किया विजय सेल्स को, विजय सेल्स ने आपको पास किया. तो यू हैव बोन 12,000 rupees for the good, that is the AC, and you have borne 2160 for the tax. And this 2160 guys, this 2160 is ultimately borne by you. बिकॉज वोल्टास ने तो ऑफकोर्स फर्स्ट सेलर था, तो उसने कुछ पे नहीं किया, उसने विजय सेल्स से कलेक्ट कर दिया, और विजय सेल्स ने आपसे कलेक्ट कर लिया. तो अल्टीमेटली इट्स पास्ड ऑन टू यू. लेट्स सी हाउ मच द गवर्नमेंट हैज गॉट. द गवर्नमेंट फर्स्ट गॉट 900. One second. The government first got 900 and 900, so that is 1800. Plus they got 360 more, so totally government got 2160. And guess who's paid this 2160? You have paid this 2160. So ultimately it's passed on, and that's the reason it's called destination based or consumption based tax. Ultimately it's passed on to you, and hence this is called destination based or consumption based tax. I'm just going to change one small detail here, and when I change that one small detail, we will go and understand also IGST here. Guys, here I'm putting you, and I'm putting you in Gujarat. So there was Navratri and you thought I'll go to Gujarat, and you were in Gujarat and you purchased from Vijay Sales who were in Maharashtra, you purchased the goods. So one leg remains the same. Voltas sold the AC to Vijay Sales paid 11,800, and against that 11,800 Voltas collected the money, paid to the government. So Voltas basically paid 900 and 900 on behalf of Vijay Sales. So Vijay Sales ने इतना पे कर दिया है सेंट्रल एंड स्टेट गवर्नमेंट. Now some things remain the same. AC के ऊपर 2000 का वैल्यू ऐड किया है, तो 12,000 का AC हो गया. वो तुमने खरीदा, तुम गुजरात में हो, बट नाउ दिस सेल गाइस, दिस व्हाइल इट वाज इंट्रा स्टेट, दिस सेल इज इंटर स्टेट, एंड इंटर स्टेट पे महाराष्ट्र एंड गुजरात विल फाइट ओवर इट, एंड हेंस द गवर्नमेंट सेज तुम भी नहीं लो, तुम भी नहीं लो, मैं लूंगा. IGST लगता है गाइस, इस पे IGST लगता है. If you want to remember it, shortcut is both states will fight. So government says, listen, both of you will fight. I will collect it. IGST लगता है. IGST 18% पे let's say लगता है, तो 2160 total 14,160 is the charge. You get the AC, and for which you pay 14,160. So see, the amount has not changed. Only the person who is getting the tax is changing. So Vijay Sale will collect it and pay it, and now Vijay Sales has to pay 2160. They have to pay. Vijay Sales have to pay 2160, but Vijay Sales ने already CGST and SGST पे कर रखा है, अभी उसको IGST पे करना है 2160. Let's help Vijay Sales. Vijay Sales बोलता है क्या, can I adjust this against, can I adjust these taxes paid against IGST? Guys, the beauty about GST, I told you, credits flow very easily. Credits flow very easily. Remember Sachin's different cars, credits flow very easily. So yes, you can adjust this one. तो यहाँ पे 900 एडजस्ट कर लिया, एंड ये भी एडजस्ट कर सकते हो, तो यहाँ पर भी 900 एडजस्ट कर लिया, तो 1800 एडजस्ट कर लिया. तो नाउ विजय सेल्स हैज टू पे IGST ऑफ 360. तो कैश में उसको IGST भरना पड़ेगा 360, बाकी 900 एडजस्ट हो गए हैं. तो नाउ गाइस, ओवरऑल गवर्नमेंट को कितना पैसा मिला? गवर्नमेंट को 2160 मिल गया. एंड who's borne it? Of course you only have borne it because you paid 14,160. That means guys, nothing changes, only the person who gets it now is IGST, who's, you have to pay IGST, integrated GST is 2160, and उसमें ये भी adjust हो गया and ये भी adjust हो गया. Please remember one more thing. You have used first, you have used CGST to pay IGST, isn't it right? आपको कितना भरना था? आपको भरना था 2160 IGST. तो आपने सेंट्रल सेल्स टैक्स, सेंट्रल GST बढ़ाया, सेंट्रल GST you paid against IGST. So center will have to pay to the IGST, but ये दोनों सेम ही तो है. Center is also the same, I is also the same, both are center only. तो पे करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी. But think about it like that, guys. Think about it like that. When you adjusted this 900 against CGST, Central GST, and you adjusted against IGST, मतलब सेंटर को IGST पे भरना पड़ेगा, but actually भरेंगे नहीं because both same है. Next you adjusted this 900 against IGST. तो state that is Maharashtra will have to pay to the center 900 rupees. Literally ऐसा adjustment होगा. ये अमाउंट जो है 900 का आपने एडजस्ट किया है आईजीएसटी के अगेंस्ट एंड हेंस द सेंटर दैट इज द स्टेट दैट इज महाराष्ट्र विल हैव टू पे टू द सेंटर कितना 900 rupees. All right, so this is how CGST, SGST, and IGST is adjusted. More on this when we do the chapter of ITC. ITC में ये और discuss होगा. Guys, this was it. This was the chapter on introduction. Let's do some questions from this chapter and let's see how well we've done this. Also, let's look at the module. Let's look at the chapter. Discussions are over now. Quickly, let's look at the other books. 1 second. I'm just going to take a second and I'm going to come back. All right, guys. The questions are in front of you. You have to do it with me. Which of the following taxes have been subsumed in GST? Subsumed के लिए है state tax, वेले, and center के लिए you know the big taxes. Central CST subsumed, central excise subsumed, and VAT subsumed. All of the above are the right answer. Next, list one of the constitution contains matters in respect to which DAS has the exclusive right to make laws. The first list is union list. Union list from the central government. Central government. First list is called the union list. Guys, let's go one step ahead. ये कौन से list कहाँ पे आती है? Article 246 में 2 plus 4 plus 6 is 12. 12 is 1 plus 2, that is 3, and these are the 3 lists. Let's go to the next question. GST is levied on supply of all goods and services except, guys, alcohol पे नहीं लगता है, GST is gen, please remember, इस पे नहीं लगता है, tobacco पे लगता है, health care services पे भी लगता है, so alcohol liquor for human consumption पे नहीं लगता है. Alright. On petroleum, high-speed diesel, motor spirit, commonly known as petrol, natural gas, and aviation turbine fuel, GST will not be levied. नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. GST will be levied from a date to be notified. Yes, this is the right answer. Alright. The functions of GST network. I told you GSTN उसका function क्या है? Register कर सकते हो, returns forward कर सकते हो, compute कर सकते हो, settle करते हो IGST, all of the above. This is the right answer. इसके अलावा matching भी कर सकते हो, इसके अलावा reports भी generate कर सकते हो on this GSTN network. मतलब online क्या क्या कर सकते हो. Which article of the Constitution outlines the composition of the GST Council? Guys, GST Council के लिए कौन सा article है? Article 279. What about Article 269A? This is for IGST. कैसे distribute होता है? And 246A is for concurrent powers. The other articles are not important. In GST, both central and state governments have simultaneous power to levy GST on which ones? Guys, center and state के पास कब power है? जब वो intra-state होता है. जब इंटरस्टेट होता है नो, बिकॉज जब हम झगड़ेंगे तो मैं नहीं करूंगा. इंपोर्ट में भी आईजीएसटी लगता है. अगर बोथ इंट्रास्टेट, ये भी आंसर नहीं, आंसर इज फर्स्ट, ओनली इंट्रास्टेट पे दोनों को साइमल्टेनियस पावर होता है एंड दैट पावर किसने दिया है? आर्टिकल 246A ने दिया. ऑलराइट, नेक्स्ट 8th क्वेश्चन प्लीज. लुक एट द क्वेश्चन गाइस, रीड इट वंस. Mr. A is the owner of a petrol pump in Rajasthan. पेट्रोल पंप मतलब अभी टैक्सेबल नहीं है, ये अभी ये टैक्सेबल नहीं है. In Rajasthan and also on certain licenses to supply of liquor. Liquor भी नहीं है, दोनों taxable नहीं है. With the implementation of GST, got to know that certain items relating to his business don't fall within the ambit of GST initially. Which of the following goods and services are not taxable under GST? Guys, all of these are not taxable right now. All of these are not taxable. ये तो कभी भी टैक्स नहीं होगा, ये आगे हो सकता है depending on GST Council's decisions. Next, 9th one. What are the taxes levied on intra-state? Intra मतलब within the state, CGST भी लगेगा and SGST लगेगा. दोनों लगेंगे half half equally. Who will notify the rate of tax to be levied? Everything around whatever is to be levied, whatever is to be exempted, all the major decisions are to be done by the GST Council. They will recommend it to the central government and central government will issue a notification. That's the D is the right answer. But the following taxes will be levied on import. Guys, बाहर से कुछ चीज इंडिया में आ रही है, so कोई स्टेट नहीं लेवी कर पाएगा, IGST लगेगा इसमें. Dash of the Constitution provides that no tax shall be levied collected except by authority of law. Article 265. Article 265 की वजह से तो ये अमेंड करना पड़ा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को, बिकॉज 265 ने बोला कि कोई टैक्स नहीं लगा सकते हो एक्सेप्ट जो हम बोलते हैं वही टैक्स लगेगा, एंड दैट इज व्हाई वी हैड टू इंट्रोड्यूस द 101st अमेंडमेंट बिल. That is it. These are some of the MCQs. Let's look at the module, guys. Just give me a second. I'm going to open the module for you guys so that we have an idea of what's there in the module also. And let's complete this chapter entirely. All right. On the screen right now is the module, guys. The module, we're looking at the module quickly. Only the highlighted parts, whichever you can see in yellow, highlighted in yellow, only those we will just see. Direct tax क्या होता है मालूम है, indirect tax क्या होता है वो मालूम है, अपन ने कर लिया है. Then if you want, I can circulate these module sheets also later to you guys, so you know features of indirect tax, important source of revenue. ये important नहीं है guys, you can just read it, but this is not important. इस पे शिफ्ट ऑफ बर्डन होता है, ये सब अपन को मालूम है. इन्फ्लेशनरी होता है. जेनेसिस कब चालू हुआ जीएसटी, केलकर कमेटी रिपोर्ट इन 2004 दे रेकमेंडेड जीएसटी. देन ये पूरा टाइमलाइन है जीएसटी का. जीएसटी इज ओनली ऑन वैल्यू एडेड, इट इज कंटिन्यूस क्रेडिट्स. ये सारे अपन ने रिमेंबर किए हैं. सचिन्स डिफरेंट डिफरेंट कार्स गॉट क्रेडिटेड एंड वेरीफाइड. All right, deficiency in the existing tax system, ये भी सेम है. सचिन्स डिफरेंट डिफरेंट कार्स गॉट क्रेडिटेड एंड वेरीफाइड, दोनों के लिए सेम सेम है. नेक्स्ट ड्यूअल जीएसटी मॉडल, दोनों स्टेट एंड सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट हैव द राइट. सीजीएसटी क्या होता है, एसजीएसटी क्या होता है, आईजीएसटी क्या होता है वो डिस्कस किया है. कौन से लॉज लगते हैं, एचएसएन कोड क्या होता है वो डाला है यहाँ पे. कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम क्या होती है, वील डू इन द अदर चैप्टर बिकॉज वहां पे बेटर है कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम. रजिस्ट्रेशन वी हैव अ डिफरेंट चैप्टर कॉल्ड रजिस्ट्रेशन, वील डू इट फ्रॉम देयर. सीमलेस फ्लो ऑफ क्रेडिट, आई जस्ट सॉ वोल्टास से विजय सेल्स टू यू कैसे सीमलेस फ्लो ऑफ क्रेडिट हुआ है. इलस्ट्रेशन दिया है यहाँ पर. लेट्स मूव अहेड. ये इलस्ट्रेशन कर सकते हो, बट वी हैव डन अ सिमिलर इलस्ट्रेशन, सो डोंट वरी अबाउट दैट. ऑल राइट, जीएसटी कॉमन पोर्टल इज अ वेबसाइट, उस पर आप सब कुछ कर सकते हो. रजिस्ट्रेशन, रिटर्न, मैचिंग, all that reports you can generate on the GST Council. GSP is GST Suvidha providers and application service providers. Compensation cess is carried out, levied so that states can be compensated. अल्कोहल पे कभी नहीं लगता है बिकॉज जीएसटी इज जैन. पेट्रोलियम अभी नहीं लगता है, बाद में लग सकता है. टबैको पे गाइस दोनों लगता है. मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पे एक्साइज भी लगता है, जीएसटी भी लगता है बिकॉज इट्स अ सिन गुड. हु केयर्स ये कौन से टैक्सेस सब्ज्यूम हुए, इस पे एमसीक्यू आ सकता है. गुड एमसीक्यू कैन कम ऑन दिस. बेनिफिट्स ऑफ जीएसटी गाइस, बेनिफिट्स तो 15 लिख सकते हो आप. Sachin's different cars got credited and verified, and Scream. These are all different benefits. These are all different benefits. ऑल राइट, एंड ये सब बेनिफिट्स है. कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल प्रोविजंस कौन से है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन कौन सा एक्ट है, 101st एक्ट. आर्टिकल्स 265 अपन ने डिस्कस किया था. 245 इज नॉट इंपॉर्टेंट. 246 अपन ने डिस्कस किया था. 3 लिस्ट, ये लिस्ट सामने है आपकी, यूनियन, स्टेट एंड कंकरेंट लिस्ट. देन आर्टिकल 246 इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, कंकरेंट पावर्स दोनों को मिलते हैं. 269A is for IGST, कैसे डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होगा. एंड लास्ट द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट वन इज 279A which is GST काउंसिल. जीएसटी काउंसिल के पास कैसे पावर होते हैं, उनका कोरम क्या होता है. 75% इज इंपॉर्टेंट. दीज ऑल क्वेश्चंस हैव ऑलरेडी बीन कवर्ड. ऑल दीज क्वेश्चंस हैव ऑलरेडी बीन कवर्ड. ऑलराइट, discuss the dual GST model. Guys, dual GST model is where the center and states both have the powers. All right, discuss how GST resolved the double taxation economy under previous indirect taxes. Now there is no double taxation because सब पे GST लगता है और एक GST का आगे क्रेडिट मिल जाता है, hence double taxation नहीं होता है. Double taxation basically here they're talking about cascading effect. Write a short note of various lists provided in the 7th schedule to Constitution of India. 3 lists है, union list, state list and concurrent list. What are the salient features of indirect taxes? Question important नहीं है. Direct and indirect taxes का differentiation अपन ने discuss कर लिया है. And that brings us to the end of the first chapter. That's the end of the first chapter. It's 12:08. We take a 3-minute break and we come back and we go to the next chapter. Guys, although the next chapter technically is supply of GST, but we're going to go to charge of GST. We'll first finish charge and then we come to supply. Logically, that works better for me and for you. So we come back sharp in about 3 minutes and we move on to the next chapter. Once we finish charge of GST, again the same way we will finish it. We'll discuss it. We'll look at the module. We'll do questions and we'll complete charge of GST. Reverse charge mechanism के लिए बहुत सारे shortcuts हैं मेरे पास. So come back in about 3-4 minutes and we begin with the next chapter. If you have any question, guys, if you have any question, you can raise your hand. Saloni, I see you raised your hand. Let me know if you have a question. Omkar, Aditi, Saloni, you raised your hands, please. All right. What I would suggest is whenever you get a time like this when I'm not speaking, Rajashri, Aditi, Rajashri, you have a question, please? Please unmute yourself. Yes, please.
Sir,
Sorry, I missed your.
I wanted to
Yeah.
I wanted to know the articles 246, 246A, and
246 article is where you have three lists. 2 plus 4 is 6, 6 plus 6 is 12, 1 plus 2 is 3. So that's how you remember the three lists. 246A is where concurrent powers, both state and central government have concurrent powers. 269A is where IGST, how do you distribute IGST, and 279A is where GST Council. So these four plus 265, which says that no tax can be levied without constitution's permission, that is 265. The one with A are the one which are introduced new because of GST.
okay.
All right. Aditi, you have a question? I'm unmuting you. Guys, if you have questions, don't hesitate. Unmute yourself and let me know what your question is. I can't seem to unmute Aditi. All right, no problem, guys. I'm going to be back in about 2-3 minutes, and then we continue, and we continue really, really well. The next chapter is charge of GST. We're going to kill that chapter, do it really, really well with me in the next 2-3 minutes, please. All right, guys, I'm looking at the questions. If any, 1 second. People have asked me some questions. Let me just see. All right, guys. Questions can be asked the better way. So I hope handouts have been received. Guys, there's an option on the screen which you can look at the handouts. I hope you've got the handout. That's only one sheet of handouts, a Word document, which has all these summaries, all these shortcuts given there. So all these shortcuts have been given there. In case like shortcuts like article 246, 2 plus 4 plus 6 is equal to 12 is equal to 3, that kind of you can write it in your books yourself. But most of them have been given there in the handouts. 1 second. All right, what else? What else are we up to? 1 second. Can we start with the second chapter, guys? Next chapter. I hope you all are ready for the next chapter. It's going to be on your screen in just about 1 second. I can see two questions. Can we get PDF of MCQs? Yes, Aditi, I will send you the PDF of the MCQs. Guys, whatever documents I'm sharing with you guys, like the MCQ document right now or anything else, I will share it with you guys, no problem at all. But we could do that at the end. From where can we get the access to the handout? Amaya, I hope you've got the handout. I hope you've got the handout. Guys, I'm not answering these questions here. I hope you've got them. All right. Perfect. I'm looking at the next. I'm just opening up the next ones. 1 second. All right, it is, and it's time for the next chapter that is charge of GST. Everyone, I want you all to gather all your attention, throw it on the screen, and give it all to me here while we discuss the next chapter that is called charge of GST. Now, first up, they say in charge of GST, first you have some basic, really basic concepts like CGST applies to the whole of India. Okay, IGST applies to the whole of India. If you ever get confused, remember center is only one, BJP government. India is only one, the whole of India. So it applies to the entire whole of India. Whereas SGST, we have 31 SGSTs. Why do we have 31 when we have only 29 states? Because we have 29 for the states, and there are two union territories like Delhi and Puducherry, which basically have legislature. In a way, they are big, and hence they have also subject to SGSTs. They have their own SGSTs, and the UT GSTs. There are 5 of them. How do you remember? Can DD also levy GST? GST levy करना था इनको भी, तो उन्होंने बोला can I also levy? That's a shortcut to remember. C is for Chandigarh, D is for Dadra and Nagar Haveli, D is for Daman and Diu, A is for Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and L is for Lakshadweep. These are a shortcut to remember it. I don't think it's an important thing from a question exam perspective, but guys, the more you do this, the better you feel confident that you know the subject really well. What is India? Of course, geographically, guys, this is not GST, this is geography. It includes the land, that is where we are sitting right now, the territorial waters that were next to the beach, the 12 nautical miles, and the exclusive economic zone up to 200 nautical miles. That's all India. So whatever activity happens there could be subject to GST. Intra-state supply, guys, intra is within the state. CGST and SGST तुम दोनों आधा आधा कर लो, and that is brought by Article 246A, which you already know. Interstate, one state to another, Maharashtra to Gujarat or Gujarat to UP, and states will fight with each other, and hence they say that IGST, the government, central government, integrated GST लगेगा उस पे. That is Article 269A talks about that. Next, we come to Section 9. All right, guys. How do I remember which section is charging section, guys? How do I remember which section is the charging section? I'll give you a shortcut. You know, right now my phone was not charged up. It was only on 9% battery when I decided to charge it. So every time my phone is on 9% battery, I will charge it, and that's how you'll remember the charging section, guys. These shortcuts are very important because how else you'll remember so many sections. So always, whenever you think of charging, section which is the charging section of GST. Charging section is section 9 of the CGST Act. All the sections that we are learning here are the CGST Act because IGST अलग act है. SGST the 31 Act है, तो SGST तो हम बिल्कुल नहीं पढ़ने वाले. IGST also we have not main sections here which are discussed even from exam perspective or all the CGST Act. तो CGST का act है, उसके act में एक section है section 9 which talks about charging. How I remember this and how you will also remember this is when your phone is on 9% battery, ideally time for it to charge. So charging section is 9 and इसमें 5 section है which we are going to discuss now. Section 9.1 is the first one. Section 9.1 is what happened in the case of Voltas when they sold to Vijay Sales and Vijay Sales when they sold to you or to me. Section 9.1 के अंडर चार्ज हुआ. That means Voltas ने चार्ज किया Vijay Sales को GST, Vijay Sales ने चार्ज किया तुमको GST. So basically are they going forward? Yes, this is called forward charge mechanism. Guys, in life, in real life, most of the goods are on forward charge mechanism. I go and buy a car from Hyundai. That guy will charge it to me. Or Hyundai basically has sold it to him. He's selling it to me. So guys, that is forward charge. You go buy a television, you go pay Pinnacle fees, or you go pay some classes fees. They charge it to you and that is forward charge. Guys, forward charge is a very common one. It says that any supplier, and think of Vijay Sales, of goods. Goods is ACs or services. Services is when you pay Pinnacle the fee. So any supply of goods and services will be charged as per FCM. If it confuses you, remember Voltas charging to Vijay Sales and Vijay Sales charging to you. This one is forward charge. Forward charge is a very simple one. Section 9.1 is a very simple one. Please let's understand यहाँ पे कौन burden bear करता है. So this is Vijay Sales and this is you. Vijay Sales sold an AC to you and for which you made a payment to Vijay Sales. Is this forward charge? Yes, because the AC was worth 12,000. They charged 2160 GST to you and you ultimately paid 14,160. 14,160 is what you paid on the screen, guys. These numbers are not important. The concept is important. Who's bearing this tax? Who's borne the burden? The burden is here. And can I replace you with the recipient? You are the recipient. Can I replace Vijay Sales with the supplier? Vijay Sales is the supplier. You are the recipient. Who's bearing the burden of tax? It's always you who's going to bear the burden of tax. Always remember, guys, GST is passing it ahead. So you're going to bear the burden, but who collects it? So supplier will collect it, plus supplier will deposit to the government, plus supplier will take a registration. He will have to file his return. Guys, supplier has a headache. I'm writing H here. मतलब burden तुमने bear किया है, but burden bear करने के बाद you had to just pay it to the supplier and supplier had all the headache. What is the headache? The headache is collecting the tax from you, that is 2160, plus depositing it to the government, plus filing all the returns. Also, he has to get himself registered. So all this headache the supplier has to win. So section 9.1 talks about a very simple thing. There are two parties. One is a supplier, one is a recipient. The supplier can be Vijay Sales. The supplier can be Pinnacle Classes. The supplier can be a CA firm. Any supplier who supplies to you, you will bear the burden. The burden is on the recipient always. Always the recipient के ऊपर burden होता है because this tax is called consumption based tax. किसने consume किया AC? Recipient ने. तो वो टैक्स भरेगा. डेस्टिनेशन बेस्ड टैक्स, AC कहाँ गया? रेसिपिएंट के पास, तो वो बेयर करेगा. तो बर्डन इज ऑलवेज ऑन द रेसिपिएंट. But guys, supplier का headache फिर भी है because they have to collect it, they have to deposit and they have to file returns, etc. So headache is here. I hope you understood this. This is the forward charge mechanism. This is section 9.1. Guys, section 9.1 talks about forward charge mechanism and 90% of the goods and services are subject to forward charge mechanism. Let's look at 9.2. सेक्शन 9.2 तो अभी अप्लीकेबल ही नहीं है बिकॉज सेक्शन 9.2 सेज कि क्रूड ऑयल से क्या क्या बनता है गाइस? जो मेरी गाड़ी में लगता है पेट्रोल, या तुम्हारी गाड़ी में लगता है डीजल, या किसी और की गाड़ी में लगता है नेचुरल गैस, या टुमारो व्हेन वी हैव अ प्राइवेट जेट्स एयरलाइन टर्बाइन फ्यूल. ये 5 चीज को कनेक्ट कर लो गाइस। इस 5 चीजों पे जब लगेगा टैक्स जीएसटी, अभी नहीं है, यू नो दिस, जीएसटी काउंसिल रेकमेंड करेगी, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट नोटिफाई करेगी, ये तब होगा, एंड जब होगा तब 9(2) अप्लाई होगा, ये अभी नहीं है, so 9(2) is not a very important section for you all. But while it's not important, we'll just write it down here. Section 9(2) says from crude oil to petrol to diesel to natural gas to airline turbine fuel, इन सब पांचों पे जब लगेगा तब 9(2) पे अप्लाई होगा. So life is good till now. Vijay Sales supplied ACs to you. You bore the burden. They had the headache. They had the headache. You bore the burden. Now listen to a small story before we go to the other sections. Listen to a small story before we go to the other sections. So there are 3 more sections, and there is that dreaded reverse charge which people get scared of. But don't worry, we'll simplify it. I'll simplify it. I promise to simplify it for you guys. Don't worry at all. Just 1 second. On the screen is a little story here. Guys, this is Vijay Sales again. And this is you. I'll bring Vijay Sales slightly closer. And they supplied an AC to you. This is the AC going from Vijay Sales to you. And this is charged under section 9(1). Whatever rate. Rates are not, in the exam, they will always give you the rate. So you don't have to buy hard the rate. AC pe kya rate lagta hai? No problem. They will tell you the rate. And you paid him, Vijay Sales, the money. And guys, you were sleeping. This is you sleeping. Eyes closed and you were sleeping. And while you were sleeping, the AC caught fire. And when the AC caught fire, your house got burned. Your entire house got burned in the fire. Of course, you and your family escaped, but the entire entire house got caught up by fire. So you filed a case against Vijay Sales. You got really angry here. You got really angry. I don't even know how to make that angry face, but you got really angry and you filed a case against Vijay Sales. You filed a case against Vijay Sales. You told Vijay Sales, I'll sue you in court because of your fraudulent AC or faulty AC. My house got burned. I want damages worth 50 lakh rupees. I will sue you in court. Vijay Sales, okay, let's see you in court. Of course, Vijay Sales doesn't know law, so they engaged a lawyer. So here is a lawyer. They engaged a lawyer and they went to a lawyer and they said, lawyer, can you help me? He said, what happened? He says, I have a case against a customer and the customer says I have to pay them 50 lakh rupees, but I don't want to pay them. Let's fight it in the court. Lawyer said, no problem. I will fight it and I will guarantee to win it, but you have to pay a fee of 10 lakh rupees to me. So Vijay says, no problem. 10 lakh is at least better than paying 50 lakhs. I agree to pay you 10 lakh rupees. But guys, the lawyer now is providing services. Is this supply? Yes, it is supply. Supply of what? Supply of services. Okay. So the lawyer said, okay, I will charge you 10 lakh rupees. And as you know, in GST, on that 10 lakh rupees, let's say on this service, there was 18% tax. So 10 lakh ke upar, guys, 10 lakh ke upar, I'm putting 10 lakhs here, 1.8 lakh. So kitna ho gaya? 11.8 lakhs ho gaya. Who will bear it? Who is the recipient of the legal services? The recipient is Vijay Sales. So here the burden is borne by Vijay Sales. Lawyer will collect the money, 10 lakh plus 11.8 lakh. But guys, lawyer ko itna headache ho gaya because lawyer will have to collect this money, collect this 1.8 lakh. See, 10 lakh to no problem. But this 1,08,000, 1,80,000, lawyer will have to collect it. Lawyer will have to get himself registered, will have to file the returns, will deposit the tax. The lawyer said, itna headache mujhe nahi chahiye. I don't want this headache. Again, I repeat. This story is basically you filing a case with Vijay Sales wanting to go to the court, and hence they engage a lawyer. The lawyer says, I will charge you 10 lakh rupees, but the law says supply of services is also GST. So 10 lakh ke upar 1.8 lakh rupees, 11.8 lakh rupees. The lawyer ko 10 lakh ka problem nahi hai. This 10 lakh is not a problem because ye to fees hai iski. But ये 1.8 lakh को collect भी करना पड़ेगा lawyer को. Of course, burden will be borne by Vijay Sales, but they'll have to collect it. They'll have to deposit. When they deposit it, they'll have to be registered also. They will have to file the return also. Itna magajmari, itna headache the lawyer has to bear. The lawyer says, मुझे ये headache चाहिए ही नहीं. मुझे ये headache चाहिए ही नहीं. तो recipient service का कौन है? जो recipient है, जो recipient है. Can I remove Vijay Sales? 1 second. Guys, just 1 second. I'm unable to delete this for some reason. Yeah. So guys, I'm removing Vijay Sales. I'm writing recipient here. ये जो recipient है, ये burden भी bear करेगा, and जो headache है, ये भी इसका. मतलब ये गवर्नमेंट को डिपॉजिट भी यही करेगा, ऑफ कोर्स कलेक्ट तो करना ही नहीं पड़ेगा बिकॉज खुद का ही पैसा है, तो डिपॉजिट भी यही करेगा, रिटर्न फाइल भी यही करेगा, सब कुछ ये करेगा, मतलब द लॉयर हैज पास्ड ऑन द हेडेक टू द रेसिपिएंट। आई रिपीट, हेडेक लॉयर का था, लॉयर ने बोला मेरे को हेडेक नहीं चाहिए, ये सब चीज भी रेसिपिएंट ही करेगा, एंड दिस आर फॉर रेसिपिएंट। जब रेसिपिएंट दोनों चीज करता है, कौन सी चीज, बर्डन भी बेयर करेगा एंड हेडेक ऑफ कलेक्टिंग डिपॉजिटिंग, कलेक्टिंग तो होगा नहीं बस खुद का ही पैसा है, बट डिपॉजिटिंग फाइलिंग रिटर्न एक्सेट्रा वो सब भी रेसिपिएंट को करना पड़ेगा। सो आर इज फॉर रेसिपिएंट, आर इज फॉर रिवर्स चार्ज मैकेनिज्म। इसने रिवर्स कर दिया, लॉयर ने रिवर्स कर दिया, लॉयर ने इस चीज को रिवर्स कर दिया। हाउ डू यू रिमेंबर इट गाइस, रिवर्स इज आर, who will do everything here, recipient. R for both, and that's how you remember it. Reverse charge mechanism is something that is borne by the recipient, but borne तो पहले भी recipient ही करा था, but of the headache of depositing it to the government, filing the return, getting yourself registered is also to do with Vijay Sales. तो अभी विजय सेल्स क्या करेगा, तो 10 लाख रुपीज वो पे करेगा लॉयर को, अभी 11 लाख 18 नहीं पे करेगा, अभी वो सिर्फ 10 लाख पे करेगा लॉयर को। एंड लेट्स से सर्विस आज ली है 28 ऑफ सितंबर को, तो अक्टूबर में बाय द 20th अक्टूबर इट विल पे 1,80,000 टू द गवर्नमेंट। कैसे पे करेगा, अगर सीजी, अगर दोनों सेम स्टेट में है तो सीजीएसटी 90,000 एंड एसजीएसटी 90,000। ये कौन पहले बर्डन बेयर कर रहा था, ऑलवेज विजय सेल्स वाज बेयरिंग द बर्डन, बट नाउ द हेडेक ऑफ डिपॉजिटिंग विद द गवर्नमेंट, filing the return, all that is also with Vijay Sales. So basically the recipient, Vijay Sales is the recipient, R is for recipient, R is for reverse charge, burden भी वही bear करेंगे and formalities और headache भी उसी का, that is the reverse charge mechanism. Reverse charge में nothing changes, burden is still the recipients, forward charge में भी और reverse charge में भी दोनों, who's bearing the burden, Vijay Sales, but यहाँ पे reverse कर दिया, headache is also of Vijay Sales. Headache basically means depositing the tax, filing the return, getting yourself registered, but Vijay Sales already registered था, तो उसको tax deposit करना था, yes, रिटर्न फाइल करना था, यस, क्या रजिस्टर करना पड़ेगा, नहीं, बिकॉज विजय सेल्स ऑलरेडी रजिस्टर्ड था, अगर विजय सेल्स रजिस्टर्ड नहीं होता तो उसको रजिस्ट्रेशन लेना पड़ता, एंड दैट्स व्हाई आई कॉल इट अ हेडेक, दीस फॉर्मेलिटीज आर हेडेक, you have to get yourself registered, then you have to deposit the tax, file the return, all that headache is now with the recipient under reverse charge. All right guys, I hope recipient रिवर्स चार्ज थोड़ा बहुत दिमाग में जा रहा है, थोड़ा बहुत दिमाग में जा रहा है, आर इज फॉर रिवर्स चार्ज, आर इज फॉर रेसिपिएंट। Alright, moving ahead, moving ahead. So I'm going to give you a sentence which is going to be a very very important sentence. Section बाद में डाल देंगे, sentence समझ लो पहले, very very important sentence. You know, to get this reversal done, it is not easy. क्यों? क्योंकि ये reversal headache pass on कर रहा है recipient पे, this is not easy. So what some lawyers did, this sentence is very important, it's also in the book, it's also in this book that I've shared it with you. This line is very very important, it will help you by heart all the reverse charge transaction. Some lawyers met RBI. क्या किया lawyers ने? Some lawyers, they met RBI, plus they met DIG. DIG is पुलिस का एक DIG, plus they met the good government. What did the lawyers do? Lawyers wanted to do this reverse charge. Lawyers said कि मुझे headache नहीं चाहिए, headache pass on कर दो recipient पे, reverse charge कर दो, R is for recipient, R is for reverse charge. So for that reason, some lawyers met RBI, DIG, good government. कहाँ पे मिले वो लोग? At CCD. They met at CCD. तो lawyers ने क्या किया? उनका breakfast sponsor कर दिया. Sponsored breakfast. They sponsored the breakfast and reverse करवा दिए basic charge legally. Guys, this is the sentence you have to remember. Don't worry, I am with you. I will make sure that you remember all this. Please, this is one line that you have to remember. ये line logical है. Some lawyers they met RBI, DIG and good government. ये तीन चीजों को, तीन जन को मिले वो लोग. उनको कहाँ पे मिले? At CCD. They sponsored the breakfast. Lawyers ने sponsor किया breakfast. And they got the reverse basic charge. ये जो charges है, ये जो GST के charges है, उसको reverse करवा दिया इन्होंने. That's how you will remember it. Be with me. I'm hoping, assuming एक बार आपने वो list देखी है on reverse charge, I'm just going to now strengthen the concept. S is for security services. Guys, while we discuss reverse charge में please remember reverse charge mechanism while it's called RCM, इसमें who is bearing the burden of tax? Recipient. वो तो हमेशा bearing burden is always on the recipient. But now the headache, all the formalities is also with the recipient. So guys, इस केस में our only focus should be on the recipient. इस केस में सप्लाई कौन कर रहा है that is not important. In fact, supply is done by a very small person. Lawyer is a very small person. इस केस में supply is done by a very small person and hence our focus should be on the recipient who is getting it. The recipient are generally big entities. Example, Vijay Sales is a big entity. They are business entities. Vijay Sales is a business entity. Just one second. They are either big entities, they are business entities like Vijay Sales is a business entity, or they are registered entities. BBR. Again, I'll repeat this. मैं ये डायग्राम निकाल रहा हूँ यहाँ से. मैं ये डायग्राम निकाल रहा हूँ, so we have more space to write things. All right. Please remember, guys, RCM we are discussing right now. Reverse charge mechanism. ये R is for recipient. तो रेसिपिएंट बर्डन भी बेयर करता है एंड रेसिपिएंट हेडेक भी बेयर करता है. मतलब सप्लायर को कुछ करना ही नहीं है गाइस, सप्लायर को कुछ करना ही नहीं है तो सब रेसिपिएंट ही करेगा एंड हेंस रेसिपिएंट को देखना पड़ेगा. एंड जनरली इन दिस केस रेसिपिएंट बड़े होते हैं लाइक विजय सेल्स इज अ बिग एंटिटी, और रेसिपिएंट इज अ बिजनेस एंटिटी लाइक विजय सेल्स इज अ बिजनेस एंटिटी, और दे आर ऑलरेडी रजिस्टर्ड एंड हेंस उनके लिए ये सब करना इजी रहता है. बर्डन तो बेयर कर ही रहे हैं बट ये हेडेक के फॉर्मेलिटीज करना उनके लिए इजीली होता है बिकॉज दे आर बिग, दे आर बिजनेस एंटिटीज और दे आर ऑलरेडी रजिस्टर्ड. सो यू हैव टू नाउ फोकस ओनली ऑन रेसिपिएंट्स व्हाइल वी डिस्कस दिस. One by one, we'll do all the transactions. Guys, I promise you all the reverse charge transactions will be by hearted by you. तो अगर एग्जाम में आया तो it will be very easy to spot it. First is sum. Sum is security services. गाइस, अगर सिक्योरिटी सर्विस प्रोवाइड किया है तो ये जो सप्लायर है उसको मत देखो, बट किसको प्रोवाइड किया है. अगर सिक्योरिटी सर्विसेज, डोंट लुक एट द सप्लायर. सो दिस इज सिक्योरिटी सर्विस. लेट्स से पांडे जी सिक्योरिटी सर्विसेज, it's a proprietorship firm and Pandey ji is supplying security services to Vijay Sales. Who is the recipient? Vijay Sales. Who will bear the burden? Vijay Sales. Who will do all the headache? Vijay Sales. तो recipient पे focus रखो. Like security services will be charged on reverse charge mechanism. All right. But these security services given to business entities. All right. Generally, don't worry. ये सब details आगे देख लेंगे. But right now, just let's see what is the transaction. First is security service. I'm just writing security service. Second, लीगल सर्विसेज. अगर आपने कोई लॉयर से सर्विसेज ली है तो हु आर यू? द रेसिपिएंट. वन सेकंड guys, I'm just turning off my webcam for like 5-10 minutes. Just look at the screen, continue looking at the screen. All right, the security services में reverse charge पे लगेगा. reverse charge मतलब recipient. R is for reverse charge, R is for recipient. In the when we do sums you will see reverse charge मतलब recipient पे focus रखेंगे और ये करेंगे. लीगल सर्विसेज, यहाँ पे विजय सेल्स ने लीगल सर्विस लिया है. हु इज द रेसिपिएंट? विजय सेल्स. सो दे विल बेयर द बर्डन ऑफ टैक्सेशन, दे विल डू द हेडेक आल्सो, ऑल फॉर्मेलिटीज. इन दिस केस आल्सो रिवर्स चार्ज. थर्ड, मेट. M is for music composer slash author. Guys, you decided CA नहीं करना है. What difficult है CA नहीं करना है? I'll write music or I'll write a book, and you went to Himesh Reshamya or you went to Chetan Bhagat and you sold your copyright to music and author of the book to Chetan Bhagat or music to Himesh Reshamya, and they are buying it. Who's supplying the service? You are supplying. Who's receiving the service? Himesh Reshamya, Chetan Bhagat. Those guys are receiving the services, so they will bear the tax burden and they will do all the formalities. Reverse charge. Fourth, RBI. All right, guys. I hope I'm audible. Let me know if I'm not audible. Guys, if I'm not audible, please unmute yourself and let me know. All right. Guys, next is RBI. Please remember RBI. RBI is a big entity. When they basically take services from an overseeing committee. Overseeing committee hai. They are the suppliers. RBI is the recipient. The recipient will pay. RBI will pay. Generally, the guys reverse charge mein recipients are the big guys. the business entity and the registered people. These are the recipients. Recipients are generally big. RBI is big. RBI is not a business entity, but it's big, and they're registered, so they will pay and they will bear the burden and they will do all the formalities also. Next, fifth one, DIG, the directors providing services. Guys, tomorrow you become a director in a company and you provide service to the company. Who will provide the services? You are the supplier. Who's the recipient? Company, and the company will bear the burden. Next, sixth one, D हो गया है, met RBI done. DIG, insurance agent. Guys, I is for insurance. You're an insurance agent. You're providing services to an insurance company. They are recipient. Guys, only focus on recipient and they will pay the tax. Next, seventh, G, goods transport agency. Goods transport agency, GTA, don't confuse yourself. Goods transport agency is basically a truck. मेरे को ट्रांसपोर्ट करना था कुछ सामान मेरे एक ऑफिस से दूसरे ऑफिस, तो मैंने एक जीटीए की सर्विस ली. Guys, if the GTA is providing me services, if I'm a factory or a business entity or a partnership firm or a company, does not matter, I'm the recipient, I will pay the tax under reverse charge mechanism. Alright, GTA में थोड़ा और details देखेंगे in some time from now, but I'm parking it here. So we are finished with 7 of them. We are here. Next is GG, good government. Eighth one, if the government is providing you any services, guys, the government provides you any services and you're a business entity, so you're the recipient and you will bear the burden. Government says, मुझे क्यों headache चाहिए? मुझे headache नहीं चाहिए. I'm passing it on to the recipient. 9. Again the government, but right now this one is renting of immovable property. So guys, whether government provides you services or whether government provides you renting of immovable property, government is the owner of a lot of immovable properties. When they provide you immovable property का renting, that time also, if you're a registered person, you will bear the burden. So government को burden नहीं चाहिए, they passing on to you very smartly. These are 8th and 9th. GG is good government. Some lawyers met RBI, DIG, government where at is arbitrary tribunal, AT arbitrary tribunal. You had a fight and you went to an arbitrary tribunal. They gave you services. You're the recipient. You will pay the tax. But guys, recipient here has to be a big one or a business entity or a registered person. अगर कल तुम्हारा झगड़ा होता है, you know, in your class you bash up someone, or at your CA exam center you bash up someone and you go to an arbitrary tribunal and they give you services, that time RCM is not applicable because you're not a business entity. So guys, recipient in all these cases have to be either big matlab company, partnership firm, LLP, etc., or they have to be a business entity, or they have to be registered. All right. Next, 10th, CCD. C and C is construction. कंस्ट्रक्शन करता है, कौन करता है? बिल्डर कंस्ट्रक्ट करता है. गाइस, 11th and 12th both, 11th and 12th both, the recipient is construction guy. CC is for construction. मुझे बिल्डिंग कंस्ट्रक्ट करनी है बट आई डोंट हैव द लैंड, सो आई लीज इट फ्रॉम यू. या मुझे कंस्ट्रक्शन करना है बट आई डोंट हैव द फ्री स्पेस इंडेक्स FSI और TDR. They are basically what? The development rights, and I buy it from you, so I'm the recipient. I will bear the tax burden. And I will also do all the formalities, reverse charge mechanism. CC is construction. Next is D, direct selling agent. Guys, banks को insurance companies policies बेचना पड़ता है, accounts बेचने पड़ते हैं, so they employ certain agents which are called direct selling agents. And who's receiving the service? Banks are receiving the service, NBFCs are receiving the service. So again, यहाँ पर भी reverse charge. I'm going to go slightly lower on this. 1 second. From the 13th one, guys, the 14th one is continued lower. 14th, sponsored. Guys, you had a college event. This is you. You had a college event. You went to Vivo Mobile. And you said, Vivo, please sponsor my event. Guys, who is receiving the services? ये carefully समझ लेना. You as a college event are providing sponsorship services. They are the recipient. And they will bear the tax burden. Guys, इस case में they should be either a company or a partnership firm. And partnership firm means LLP also. So, and this is not a college, but this is, let's say, IPL, or this is your kabaddi, you know, in your society, you go to Vivo and or you go to Coca-Cola. They are the receiving the services. Please remember, guys, they are giving you sponsorship, but services they are receiving. Again, Vivo is receiving services. What services? Sponsorship services. Another way of remembering it is, पैसा कौन भरेगा? Sponsorship में Vivo पैसा देगा तुमको. So whoever is the recipient will only pay. If I come to and I take a haircut, I will pay. I'm taking the service. The service recipient will pay the money. Your Vivo or Coca-Cola, etc. As a recipient, they will pay the tax under reverse charge. Next one, BF, business facilitator. बिजनेस फैसिलिटेटर बेसिकली मीन स्मॉल गांव में गाइस, छोटे छोटे सिटीज में, लाइक लद्दाख, लाइक इन द रिमोटेस्ट पार्ट ऑफ राजस्थान, वी डोंट हैव बैंक्स, वी हैव बिजनेस फैसिलिटेटर्स हु प्रोवाइड सर्विसेज टू बैंक्स. मतलब अगर आपको पैसे निकालने तो बैंक नहीं होती उस तो आपको बिजनेस फैसिलिटेटर काम करता है आपके लिए. सो दे आर द सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स हु रेसिपिएंट आर बिजनेस कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंट्स और बैंक्स. So they are the recipients of these services, and hence these guys will bear the tax burden. 16th, reversed. Guys, reversed is recovery agent. रिकवरी एजेंट छोटे छोटे एजेंट होते हैं. तुमने कल बैंक से एक छोटा सा लोन लिया, पे नहीं कर रहे हो, तो रिकवरी एजेंट आके तुमसे रिकवर करेंगे. दे आर प्रोवाइडिंग सर्विसेज टू whom? To banks. Hence banks will pay under reverse charge mechanism. Next, basic charge, business correspondent. Again, business facilitator, bank correspondent are same. They provide services to banks. And banks, guys, banks are big. ये छोटे लोग होते हैं. Recovery agent is small, insurance agent is small. So I told you, the person who's supplying the lawyer is small. The person who's supplying will not, you will not focus on them because they are small people. You will not focus on them. Whom will bear the burden? The bigger guys. Who will do the headache? The bigger guys. And last, that's about it. That's about it. So these are all the entities that you will remember. The sentence to remember is this. Just one second. Some lawyers, just one second. Thank you. All right. The sentence to remember is this. Some lawyers met RBI, DIG and good government. Where did they meet? At CCD, sponsored breakfast and reversed basic charge. This is given to you in the book. Guys, these are all the services. If you see, यहाँ पे goods कुछ भी नहीं है, यहाँ पे सारे services है, because goods CA final में cover होंगे, अभी नहीं cover होंगे. So these are all the services on which the supplier will not do the headache. Everything is recipient karega, and how will you remember them? R is for reverse charge, R is for recipient. Everything will done by the recipient. So if going back to our example, when the lawyer gave services to Vijay Sales, ignore the supplier, focus on the recipient, and the recipient will bear the burden also, and all the headache, all the formalities will also be done by Vijay Sales, and we call this reverse charge mechanism. ये services अपन ने notify नहीं किए, government ने notify किए under section 9(3) and 9(4). 9(3) में government notifies certain goods and certain services which will be charged under reverse charge mechanism. Reverse charge मतलब recipient, R is for reverse, R is for recipient. And 9(4), which is also for RCM, which says that अगर कोई unregistered person ने कोई registered person को supply services की है, मतलब lawyer unregistered था, Vijay Sales registered थे, तो in case में the registered recipient will bear the burden. 9(4) is not important, guys, because it's a very open-ended thing. बट इसमें जो भी नोटिफाई कराया है वो सर्विसेज, दैट इज इंपॉर्टेंट टू यू. ओनली एंड ओनली दीज सर्विसेज दैट आई हैव गिवन यू आर द वंस दैट आर इंपॉर्टेंट. प्लीज रिमेंबर देम विद दिस शॉर्टकट. यू विल नेवर फॉरगेट दिस. ये लाइन आप रिपीट करते रहना अपने मन में, एंड यू विल नेवर फॉरगेट दिस. सम दैट इज सिक्योरिटी, लॉयर्स. बट सिक्योरिटी एजेंसी में सिर्फ याद रखना एक चीज कि सिक्योरिटी एजेंसी कंपनी नहीं होनी चाहिए. आई टोल्ड यू द सप्लायर हैज टू बी स्मॉल. अगर सप्लायर बिग है लाइक कंपनी, बॉडी कॉर्पोरेट, तो वो उस पर रिवर्स चार्ज नहीं लगेगा. अगर सप्लायर पांडे जी है, पांडे जी इज अ प्रोप्राइटरशिप फर्म एंड दे गिविंग यू सिक्योरिटी सर्विसेज एंड योर विजय सेल्स, देन रिवर्स चार्ज लगेगा. योर बिगर वन, यू हैव टू पे. Lawyers, including even the senior most lawyer or a law firm, doesn't matter. Met as music composer, RBI is overseeing committee of RBI. Guys, all of these focus on the recipient. DIG, director giving services to company. I is insurance agent giving services to a bank. G is basically a GTA, goods transport agency, giving services to anyone like a factory, a firm, LLP, etc. Good government. Government अगर आपको service देती है तो you are the recipient. If you are a business entity or a registered person, then you will have to bear the burden. Act is arbitrary tribunal. CCD is construction, and D is direct selling agent. Always, guys, ये सब transactions है. In transactions में look at the recipient and make the recipient bear the burden, make the recipient do all the formalities. Now that is reverse charge. All right. BF is bank facilitator, reverse is recovery agent, and next is basic charge. Reverse the basic charge. यहाँ पे नहीं दिख रहा है, but basic charge is basically business correspondent or bank correspondent. I hope you understood this. I hope you've understood this. This is reverse charge. I'm going to just once again put it up here for everyone to get an idea. When do you charge your phone? Guys, when do you charge your phone? When it reaches 9% battery. So section 9 is charge of GST. Looking at any questions that you all might have. Guys, I hope my video and my audio is now, video is off, but my audio I hope is okay. All right. Will the recording be available? I will let you guys know about that. I try to download the notes, but it gives error message that you go to webinar, can't open it. Don't worry, if you've not got the handout, I will give it to you later, but right now focus on what I'm doing here. Guys, everyone, please pay attention. Section 9.1 says forward charge mechanism. इसमें recipient will bear the burden and supplier will do all the formalities. तो इसमें बढ़ गया है, काम बढ़ गया है. 9.2 is not applicable right now because वो है crude oil etc. पे जब notify होगा तब होगा. 9.3 में the government has notified certain goods, but goods है later on, goods later on होगा. Do we need to remember the numbers like 5A, 5B? No, you don't have to remember the number. अगर RCM में guys आप service भी remember कर पाते हो अच्छे से, your job is done. Services पे है अपने वो sentence है. Some lawyers met RBI, DIG and good government. Where did they meet? At CCD. Sponsored breakfast and reverse basic charge. तो ये सर्विस आपने रिमेंबर कर लिया है. 9.3 एंड 9.4 टॉक अबाउट रिवर्स चार्ज. 9.4 में बोलते हैं कि अगर सप्लायर जो लॉयर है वो अनरजिस्टर्ड है एंड जो रेसिपिएंट है दैट इज विजय सेल्स इज रजिस्टर्ड, देन रजिस्टर्ड वाला बेयर करेगा सब कुछ. बट ये इज वेरी ओपन एंडेड. इसके लिए बोला है नॉट फॉर एवरीथिंग बट ओनली फॉर दोज गुड्स एंड सर्विस व्हिच आर नोटिफाइड. तो अपन गुड्स तो सीए फाइनल में देखेंगे, अभी सर्विसेज देखेंगे. एंड लास्ट थिंग दैट वी आर लेफ्ट हियर, सो लेट्स लुक एट द बुक आल्सो. This is such a mess here, but I'm going to remove it. Guys, all this when we apply in the book, it will be great. I've also listed it down here for you guys. I've also listed it down for you all here. One second. All right. So 9.1 is FCM, 9.2 is our oil, etc. One second. I'm unable to delete this. Just 1 second, guys. All right. Anyways, on the screen, guys, everyone on the screen, 9.1 is forward charge mechanism, 9.2 is crude oil, etc. 9.3 and 9.4 are reverse charge. If you can remember this section, it will be great. 9.3 and 9.4. R is for recipient, R is for RCM. All right. RCM on supply of goods is covered at CA Inter. Sorry, CA final. My bad. Here it should be CA final. Please correct it later. Guys, just 1 second. I'm just going to sort out my Word document. All right, back again on the screen, guys. Back again on the screen. This is CA final. यहाँ पे CA final कर देना please. For goods is only CA final. Services के लिए है CA inter. And question 100%. I can guarantee you एक question 1-2 मार्क का यहाँ से आएगा ही. And ये sentence अगर याद रहा तो आपका you'll be successful if you remember this one sentence. All right. GTA के लिए कुछ और डिटेल्स है एंड लास्ट पार्ट है वो अपना 5 मिनट्स में हो जाएगा एंड देन वी आर डन विद द चैप्टर. देन वी कैन मूव ऑन टू द क्वेश्चंस फ्रॉम दिस चैप्टर. बी विद मी while we do this chapter really well. Next. So 9.1 done, 9.2 done, reverse charge में 9.3 done and 9.4 done. Now guys, every day on every month of the first of the month I have a ritual. I call Urban Clap and I get my house cleaned. But because my house is getting cleaned, I book an Uber and I take a taxi. I book an Uber and I go to a hotel and I stay for 1 day. Every first I do this. Every first and hotel I do from Make My Trip. So every first of the month, I book a urban clapmate for cleaning because my house is getting clean. I can't sit in the house, so I book an Uber and I book a hotel from Make My Trip, and I stay in a hotel. Now, please let's see who is the supplier in this case. Is the supplier Urban Clap, Uber, or Make My Trip, or is the supplier? Are these the suppliers? Okay, recipient. I am the recipient. 1 second. Guys are saying my audio is not very clear. 1 second. Let me just see if my audio is clear. If my audio is lagging, please let me know. Please let me know if my audio is lagging. All right, guys, everyone, this has to be done really, really well. Please be with me. This next part is the next small part, but ये बहुत important है. So every month I book housekeeping for my house. I book an Uber and I go to a hotel and I do this. Now, please tell me who is the supplier here and who's the recipient here. Recipient is me, guys. That's for sure. Recipient is me. I'm the recipient. I'm the recipient here. I will bear the burden of tax. Burden तो हमेशा मैं ही bear करूंगा. Housekeeping को कौन पे करेगा? Uber को कौन पे करेगा? Hotel को कौन पे करेगा? I'll pay the tax and I will pay it with the tax. So burden is on me. I'm the recipient. I'm the recipient. The burden is on me. But who's the supplier? Urban Club, Uber, and Make My Trip. These are suppliers. Guys, are we okay? These are suppliers. So who will collect this tax from me? They will collect this tax. Let's say for each of them, I pay 1000 rupees plus GST. Plus GST, let's say 180. So I pay 1180 rupees. They will collect it and they will ahead pay to the government. This is pretty simple. Anyways, they were supposed to do it. But government ne bola, you guys are e-commerce. We have a separate section for you. Section 9(5) says that in case of e-commerce operators, they call it ECO, e-commerce operators, and specifically these three, not Urban Clap, but they said in case of e-commerce operators being housekeeping services or taxi services and hotel services, HTH, the money will be paid by the e-com operators. Of course, I'm going to bear the burden, guys. Burden is still with me, but who's going to collect it and pay it? These guys in the middle are going to collect it and pay it. Because guys, actually, Urban Clap doesn't come to my house. There's a small house. All right, the session is not paused. 1 second. I think my internet was having some issues. Guys, let me know if it's perfectly audible now. I'm going to repeat the last part because a lot of people couldn't hear me. I hope. All right. Perfect. Okay. Guys, coming back, I told you every first of the month I do three things. I get my house cleaned. So I book an Urban Clap booking for house cleaning. I take a Uber and I go to stay in a hotel because my house is getting clean. And for all these three, I use e-commerce operators. Now that is all good, but GST says who's the recipient? The recipient in all three cases is me, and I will bear the burden of tax. So that means all of these guys charge me 1000 rupees. So I pay 1000 rupees plus 180 rupees GST. So I pay 1180 rupees to them. Who are these people? Urban Clap. Who are these people? Uber. Who are these people? Make My Trip. And section 9(5) says that these are the e-commerce operators who will have to pay this tax to the government. Not the plumber who visits me, not the taxi driver who takes me to the hotel, or not the hotel which I book. These guys will not pay the government. The government will be paid by Urban Clap or Uber or Make My Trip. ये लॉजिकल है बिकॉज भाई सप्लायर कौन है, ये सप्लायर है. इफ यू थिंक अबाउट इट, मैंने तो बुक किया अर्बन क्लैब से, मैंने तो बुक किया उबर से, मैंने तो बुक किया मेक माई ट्रिप से, सो दे आर माई सप्लायर्स. इन एनी केस द रेसिपेंट बेयर्स द बर्डन, pays it to the supplier pays it to the government. तो वही वही चीज है, बट दे हैव मेड इट वेरी वेरी स्पेसिफिक दैट अंडर सेक्शन 9(5) e-commerce operators are supposed to collect the money and pay to the government. So e-commerce operators are supposed to be collected and paid to the government. And कौन से e-corporate operators? Only 3 of them have been notified. One is those which give housekeeping services, one is those which give you taxi services, and one is those which give you hotel services. These are the guys who are called the suppliers, and they have to pay the tax to the government. But what if Uber does not have an office in India? Then they'll have to have a person who's a representative, or they will have to have a person who's an agent in India who will have to pay it. We don't care whether Uber has an office or not in India. They will have to appoint a person or an agent who will pay the liability. Alright, so 9(5) is pretty simple, honestly, guys. Because the moment you see supplier are these guys, Urban Clap, Uber, and MTM. They have to pay the tax. Burden is still borne by me, guys. I will bear the burden always. When I take an Uber, I just took an Uber this morning, and when I take an Uber, that Uber, let's say, costed 1,000 rupees plus 180 GST, I pay him 1180. So it's always borne by me. The burden is on me, but supplier, that taxi driver is not supposed to pay the government. Uber is supposed to pay the government. That's what section 9(5) talks about. Guys, looking at what else is left from this chapter. Alright, a little part on GTA is left, a little part on GTA is left. Alright. We'll make one of the persons. I can see Aditi here. I can see Aditi's name. Let's say, guys, Aditi runs trucks. She has a small truck company and she has 5 trucks. And I use her trucks to carry cement from one site. So let's say this is a site in Bombay and this is a site in Thane. And I have to carry cement from one place to the other, and I use her agency services. So can I say she is a supplier of services? And I'm the recipient of service. And goods transport agency, it's covered under RCM. So the recipient, that is me, I will have to bear the burden also, and I will have to do the headache. That means all the formalities I also have to do. So this is RCM. But RCM is only applicable when the supplier charges me at the rate of 5%. GTA के लिए सिर्फ एक GTA के लिए extra है. Please listen to it. GTA has to charge me only 5%. They cannot charge me more than that. And if they agree to charge me 5%, I agree to do all the burden also. Of course, burden तो हमेशा मेरे पे है. I agree to do the headache also, but only if they charge me 5%. But Aditi has an option. Guys, second option with Aditi. In this 5%, who will do the burden? I will bear the burden. I will also do the headache. The goods transport agency, Aditi, does not have to do anything. All she has to do is drive her trucks. In this case, she will not get any ITC. She will not get any input tax credit, but she is okay because उसको input tax credit क्या है? पेट्रोल है, पेट्रोल पे GST लगता नहीं है. ड्राइवर की सैलरी पे GST लगता नहीं है because drivers are all small GST guys. They are not registered, तो उसको ITC नहीं मिलेगा. And this is the first option. What is the first option? She'll charge 5%, which will be subject to RCM, and she cannot take ITC. Second option with Aditi, which it's a choice. Aditi is the second option. With her, she's still in good transport. She's still providing me services of transporting cement from site 1 to site 2. But she has an option. If she wants to take ITC, if she wants to take input tax credit, if she wants to take that, then she has to charge me 12%. And because she's charging me such a high rate, I will bear the burden, but I will not bear the headache. मतलब RCM नहीं लगेगा इस केस में. Again, I repeat, guys, she has two options. In one, she will charge me only 5%, and because she only charges me 5%, I'm very happy. I'm ready to do all the headache, also reverse charge mechanism. But she cannot take ITC. On the other hand, guys, if she wants to take ITC, then she can charge me at 12%. But because she's charging me at 12%, I'm very upset. I will not subject to RCM. It's just a way of remembering it. There are two options with a GTA service provider. Always and always two options with a GTA service provider. All right. I hope voice is audible. We are moving on to sums from this chapter, guys. We're looking at sums from this chapter. Straight away, looking at sums from this chapter. I'm very confident we'll be able to do it. Just recapping Guys, just recapping that one sentence. The sentence is written here. On your screen is the sentence. I hope this is visible. Some is security services, but it should not be a body corporate. So it should not be Trig Private Limited supplying you security services. It should be Pandeyji supplying you, small person supplying you services. Lawyer supplying you services. Music composer or author supplying you services. Overseeing committee of supplying services to RBI. DIG is director. This is insurance agent. This is goods transport agency. Good government, matlab government providing you services, either services or removal property renting. Both the government does not bear the headache, you have to bear the headache. Act is at arbitrary tribunal. CCD, construction, and D is direct selling agent. Sponsorship services, if Vivo got it, Vivo has to pay it because Vivo got the service. If Vivo was a company, great. Vivo is a partnership firm, great. But guys, if tomorrow I sponsored an event, I'm Saurabh Mutha and I privately has sponsored an event, then RCM is not applicable because I'm not a business entity, as the name suggests. BF is business facilitator or bank facilitator. Reversed is recovery agent, and BC is basic charge, but here it's bank correspondent. In all these cases, spot the recipient. The recipient has to be either big or has to be a business entity or has to be registered, and those recipients will have to pay reverse charge. Guys, let's say tomorrow I can see Amaya's name here. Amaya feels he needs some private security. Amaya feels his life is in danger and he gets some private security. So this is security service. Pandeyji. This is Pandeyji giving Amaya some security service. Guys, first up, he's the supplier. Amaya is the recipient of the service. Don't look at security and just dive into that, oh, this is reverse charge. Look at Amaya. Is Amaya big? No. Is Amaya business entity? No. Is Amaya registered? No. Then reverse charge nahi lagega, then forward charge hi lagega. So please remember guys, your focus should be on recipient, but the recipient should be the big, or should big means corporate, partnership firm, LLP, etc. Or should be a business entity or should be registered. Alright. By stopping the share, just opening some documents. Just opening some documents. 1 second. Just 1 second, guys. Guys, my Word document is hanging up a little bit. Just give me 2 minutes. Just give me 2 minutes. Guys, on your screen are some questions. Let's try and do those questions really, really well. Be with me while we try and do these questions on your screen. First question. State the liability to pay GST in the following independent cases provided recipient is located in a taxable territory. Taxable territory basically means the whole of India. Services provided by an arbitrary tribunal to a business entity. Always guys, supplier, recipient. Does it fit in my sentence? Some lawyers met RBI, DIG, good government, Act, CCD. Act is arbitrary tribunal. So supplier, this is covered by, this could be covered by RCM. Let's look at the supplier, but ignore the supplier. Let's look at the recipient. Is the recipient big or a business entity or registered? Yes, they are a business entity. So then reverse charge में लगेगा. Who is supposed to pay GST? Business entity. I hope this is clear. Next, sponsorship services provided by a company to an individual. Guys, sponsorship services have I covered? Yes. At CCD, sponsored breakfast or sponsorship services can be covered under RCM. Let's see who's the supplier and who's the recipient. Guys, the supplier is a company and the recipient is an individual. Generally, you should focus on the recipient, but guys, is the recipient big? No. Is it a business entity? No. Is it registered? No. So then this will not be covered under RCM. Most people will get this wrong. They see sponsorship services and they'll say, yes, this is RCM, but this one is not RCM because the recipient is not BBR. The recipient is not big business entity or registered. Next one. Renting of immovable property provided by the central government to a registered business entity. See guys, rental of immovable property, GG, government. So supplier कौन है? Supplier is the government. And recipient कौन है? Recipient is a registered business entity. Is it big? I don't know. Is it a business entity? Yes. Is it registered? Yes. So then यहाँ पे reverse charge होगा. I hope you understood this, guys. That one sentence will sort you completely, and I guarantee you about 2-3 marks from this, from reverse charge. All right. Next, this is composition scheme, which we have not done here, which we have not done yet. This is also composition scheme, which we have not done yet. This is also composition scheme. Let me just see what else we can do. This is all composition scheme, all composition scheme. All right, let's look at the module. 1 second. We'll keep this open. We'll come back to it once we discuss the composition scheme. I'm looking at the module. Just in 1 minute, guys. I'll open the module for charge of GST. Guys, just give me 1 second. All right, everyone, we're looking at the module right now. The module should be on your screen. Let me know if that's visible. 1 second. All right, the first question. What is the maximum rate of CGST prescribed under the CGST Act? ये तो किया ही नहीं था अपन ने, but no problem. We'll do it right now. Guys, the maximum rate of CGST is always 20%. Of SGST is also always 20%. And hence इन दोनों को add up करोगे तो IGST आता है, that is always 40%. That's the maximum rate. Thankfully इतनी high rate लगाई नहीं है. अभी तक maximum rate जो मैंने देखी है वो 28% देखी है. So what maximum rate is 20% for CGST, 20% for SGST, and double of that 40% for IGST. Which of the following taxes levied on intra? Intra मतलब CGST also and SGST also. So both A and B. IGST नहीं लगेगा intra पे. What is the threshold limit of turnover in the preceding financial year for composition levy? अभी तक नहीं किया है अपन ने composition levy. Aggregate turnover नहीं किया है. IGST is levied on. IGST is always on interstate. यहाँ पर इंट्रास्टेट पे नहीं लगेगा, बोथ पे भी नहीं लगेगा, नन पे भी नहीं. दिस इज द राइट आंसर. नेक्स्ट वी गो टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन गाइस. डैश इज लेविड ऑन द इंपोर्ट ऑफ गुड्स. इंपोर्ट है गाइस, इंपोर्ट कौन सा स्टेट करता है? नहीं, इंपोर्ट कंट्री करती है, तो IGST लगेगा. ये भी नहीं, ये भी नहीं, ये भी नहीं. The maximum rate of IGST, I told you, CNS is always 20%, IGST double of that, 40%, but ये maximum rate है, लगा ही नहीं है thankfully अभी तक. On supply of which items GST will be levied with effect from a date? Guys, all these. Petroleum and crude will be applied from a date. Sorry, not all these. This one. Alcohol पे तो कभी लगेगा नहीं, because GST is Jain, they will never consume alcohol. Ninth one, GST is payable by the recipient. Oh, great. Recipient, reverse charge. This is the question I'm looking at. GST is payable by the recipient under reverse charge on sponsorship services. Maybe. Transport of goods by rail. No. Transport of goods by air. No. All of the above. No. Sponsorship services. Guys, transport में only GTA is covered reverse charge. Otherwise, it's not reverse charge. All right. ये अपन ने same question अभी किया था. This is the same question which we have done independent cases. Next, 11th one. 12th one, 13th one are all composition scheme. Composition scheme we will start in just about 2 minutes from now. And we're not for a lunch break right now. The composition scheme will not take us more than 15 minutes. We're going to a composition scheme in about 2 minutes from now. Questions if any, you can tell me. So lecture upload hoga. So glitch in voice a little. All right, I hope guys you guys can hear me. The next thing that we do from this chapter only is called composition scheme. But that will start in just about 2 minutes. It'll take 15 minutes. Very important because composition scheme से एक question तो definitely आएगा. In just about 2 minutes, we will start with composition scheme. Be with me, guys. We'll do everything really well. Just recapping. I'm taking 2 minutes because I want to recap section 9. Section 9.1 says FCM. Burden of tax is on the recipient, but the headache of all the formalities is in the supplier. Section 9.2 is on the 5 products. Section 9.3 and Section 9.4 are reverse charge mechanism, where registered, unregistered उस पे नहीं अभी है, goods पे CA final पे है, services are important and that service के लिए we have a whole list. Some lawyers met RBI, a DIG and good government, whether they meet at CCD, sponsored breakfast and reversed basic charge. And 9.5 is for e-commerce operators, namely HTH, housing services, taxi services and hotels. In this case, the e-commerce operators are supposed to pay the government, and if they don't have a presence in India, they have to engage someone as an agent or a person who's a representative. All right. Composition scheme, guys. I can't tell you how important composition scheme is, and we have some good shortcuts for remembering composition scheme. In just about 1 minute, I'll be back and we will look at composition scheme. It's a blank screen on your page because we're going to fill it up with something which is very important in about 2 minutes, which is called composition scheme, and then we'll have a nice lunch and come back and we will dive into other chapters. Guys, one by one we'll do all these chapters really well. Trust me, 1.5 day, give me 1.5 day and your entire IDT will be covered. 2 minutes and we start. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. It's on mute. It went on mute. All right. My bad. My bad. I hope I'm audible right now. Guys, these are two shops. I'll explain again. We're looking at composition scheme. It will not take us more than 20 minutes to look at composition scheme if you're very attentive. And this is definitely a question in the exam. Guys, ये दो shops हैं. ये एक shoe shop है. ये shoes बेचता है. और उसी के बाजू में एक salon है. एक सैलॉन है एंड दे बोथ आर रियली अनहैप्पी. द रीजन फॉर द अनहैप्पीनेस इज शूज के ऊपर 28% जीएसटी लग गया, सैलॉन के ऊपर 18% जीएसटी लग गया. सो दे बोथ आर अनहैप्पी. दे लाइक इतने एक्सपेंसिव हो गए मेरे शूज बिकॉज ऑफ दिस जीएसटी. एंड सैलॉन वाला बोल रहा है अभी कोई हेयर कट के लिए आ ही नहीं रहा है बिकॉज 18% जीएसटी है. सो द शू शॉप वेंट टू सीए. दिस गाय वेंट टू सीए फर्स्ट. विल टैकल दिस गाय फर्स्ट. He went to a CA. CA, help karo mujhe. My shoes are getting very expensive. So is there a way out? The CA says yes, there is a way out. Tell me your previous year's turnover. So guys, previous year इसके लिए and for your financial year is 19-20 in the exam, तो उसके लिए previous year हो गया 18-19. So उसने बोला 18-19 में मेरा turnover ऐसा था. मैंने supply की shoes की let's say of 40 lakhs plus मैंने कुछ exempt supply भी की. Exempt supply मतलब जो tax नहीं होते GST में, let's say 10 lakhs की, plus मैंने कुछ export किए shoes के, वो भी let's say 10 lakhs है. प्लस मैंने कोई इंटर स्टेट सेल किया, मतलब एक स्टेट से दूसरा स्टेट सेल किया, वो भी 10 लाख का सेल किया. तो टोटली लेट्स पुट दिस 90 1 करोड़ 1 करोड़ 20, टोटली 120 लाख का मैंने लास्ट ईयर सेल किया था. ये सारे मेरे आउटवर्ड सप्लाई है. तो बोलता है सीए हाँ आउटवर्ड सप्लाई चाहिए, इनवर्ड सप्लाई नहीं चाहिए. गाइस इसमें इनवर्ड सप्लाई नहीं चाहिए. ओके तो इनवर्ड सप्लाई है भी नहीं, ये सिर्फ आउटवर्ड है. और इसमें जीएसटी ऐसे टैक्सेस है, जीएसटी है, सी जीएसटी, एस जीएसटी, आई जीएसटी, कॉम्पेंसेशन सेस, वो सारे टैक्सेस नहीं होने चाहिए. मतलब दिस अमाउंट शुड बी विदाउट टैक्सेस. ओके एंड अगर इसमें इंटरेस्ट है, मतलब मैंने अगर बैंक में पैसा रखा और मुझे इंटरेस्ट मिला तो उसको भी इंक्लूड नहीं करना है. ओके आई हर्ड यू व्हाट यू सेड. तो शू शॉप ने बोला मेरा इतना टर्नओवर है, टोटली 120 था, 120 में जीएसटी नहीं है, दूसरे टैक्सेस अलाउड है बट जीएसटी नहीं इंक्लूड करना है इसमें टर्नओवर लिमिट में, एंड इंटरेस्ट नहीं करना. ओके तो ये मेरा आउटवर्ड सप्लाई थे. अब बताओ एम आई एलिजिबल फॉर सम स्कीम? ये सर यस बिकॉज योर टर्नओवर इज लेस देन 1.5 करोड़. अगर 1.5 करोड़ से नीचे हुआ एंड उसको सीए ने पूछा बट लिसन लेट मी कंफर्म, आर यू इन वन ऑफ द नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट्स, दैट इज मिजोरम, मणिपुर, नागालैंड, त्रिपुरा, सिक्किम, अरुणाचल प्रदेश, मणिपुर, मिजोरम, मेघालय, नागालैंड, त्रिपुरा, सिक्किम, अरुणाचल प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड. एक स्टेट अलग है. ये तो सारे नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट्स हैं, 7 सिस्टर्स बोलते हैं उसको, या उत्तराखंड. क्या तुम वो स्टेट से हो? उसने बोला नहीं. क्यों? क्योंकि अगर वो स्टेट से हो तो आपका टर्नओवर लिमिट 75 लाख से नीचे होना चाहिए. तो इसे नहीं मैं वो स्टेट में नहीं हूँ. तो या फिर आपका टर्नओवर 1.5 करोड़ से नीचे होना चाहिए लास्ट ईयर, या फिर आपका टर्नओवर 75 लाख से नीचे होना चाहिए इफ यू आर इन दीस 7 सिस्टर स्टेट्स प्लस उत्तराखंड. उत्तराखंड इज नॉट इन द नॉर्थ ईस्ट बट इट्स इन द नॉर्थ, उसको भी स्पेशल स्टेट बोला गया है. तो उसने बोला नहीं मैं तो महाराष्ट्र में हूँ, 1.5 करोड़ लिमिट के नीचे है मेरा. तो great, if you're in Maharashtra and your turnover is less than 1.5 crore, then what are you waiting for? You can opt for composition scheme. So he got excited. He's like, मुझे बताओ क्या है ये scheme? So you told him first up, if you have to apply for this scheme, then if you're already registered, अगर तुम already registered हो, then you have to opt for the scheme. And ये आप 1 अप्रैल के पहले ही कर सकते हो, मतलब in the middle of the year आप नहीं कर सकते. बट आप रजिस्टर्ड अगर नहीं हो then you can apply for registration and that you can do anytime, even today, even on the 28th of September you can. तो he got the point कि अगर रजिस्टर्ड हो तो आप ऑप्ट कर सकते हो स्कीम के लिए, एंड 1st of April के पहले करना पड़ेगा. और आप रजिस्टर्ड नहीं हो तो आप कभी भी रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए ऑप्ट कर सकते हो एनी टाइम, टुडे आल्सो 28 सितंबर को. ओके इसके बेनिफिट क्या होंगे? इसके बेनिफिट ये होंगे कि जब भी तुम शूज सेल करते हो तो पहले 1000 रुपीज के शूज थे plus 280 rupees GST, you had to collect 1280. Now ये कैलकुलेशन नहीं लगेगा. अब 1000 रुपीज के शूज 1000 रुपीज में ही बेचोगे. तो व्हाट अबाउट जीएसटी? जीएसटी इस पे लगेगा ओनली एट द रेट ऑफ 1%. ओनली आप ट्रेडर हो या मैन्युफैक्चरर हो. तो उसने बोला मैं तो ट्रेडर हूं, मैं शूज खरीदता हूं और आगे बेचता हूं, तो आपको 1% लगेगा. अगर रेस्टोरेंट सर्विस तो 5%. तो सैलॉन सर्विस वाला भी एक्साइट हो गया, बोलता है इवन आई वांट टू टेक दिस. तो वी टोल्ड हिम नो दिस इज नॉट फॉर यू, दिस इज ओनली फॉर ट्रेडर्स, ओनली फॉर मैन्युफैक्चरर्स एंड ओनली फॉर रेस्टोरेंट सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स. उनके लिए 5% है। ओके, तो बोलता है कि कैन आई टेक दिस 1000 फ्रॉम, कैन आई कलेक्ट दिस 1000, मतलब 1000 पे में 1% दैट इज 10 रुपीज क्या कलेक्ट कर सकता हूँ? तो इन्होंने सीए ने बोला नो नो, यू हैव टू ओनली कलेक्ट 1000 एंड दैट टू यू हैव टू इशू अ बिल ऑफ सप्लाई। तुम टैक्स इनवॉइस, बिकॉज टैक्स तुम कलेक्ट नहीं कर सकते हो कस्टमर से। और क्या चीज करना है, तुमको एक बोर्ड लगाना है। तुमको एक बोर्ड लगाना है, कहाँ पे? आपके दुकान के प्रोमिनेंट जगह पे बोर्ड लगाना है कि यू आर अ कॉम्पोजिशन सप्लाई डीलर। बोर्ड लगाना है कि यू आर अ कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम डीलर। द पर्सन हु इज बाइंग इट फ्रॉम यू शुड नो दैट यू आर अ कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम। तुम चीटिंग नहीं करो उससे। तुम कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम बोल के उससे 28% मत लो, इसलिए आप बोर्ड लगाना है। और और जो बिल है उस पर प्रोमिनेंटली लिखना है, बिल ऑफ सप्लाई पे प्रोमिनेंटली लिखना है कि ये सप्लाई इज अंडर कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम। अच्छा, ये तो छोटी चीज है। छोटी चीजें अगर नहीं किया तो ये वायलेशन हो जाएगी। ऑलराइट, नाउ टेल मी मोर। बट इसका एक डिसएडवांटेज है कि तुम आईटीसी नहीं ले सकते हो, इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट। मतलब तुमने जो जूते खरीदे, अगर तुमको जूते खरीदने पे किसी ने जीएसटी चार्ज किया और तुमने जीएसटी पे किया है तो उसका क्रेडिट नहीं मिलेगा। या फिर लेट्स से तुमने शू शॉप में एसी लगाया, एसी पे विजय सेल्स ने तुमको जीएसटी चार्ज किया है तो उसका आईटीसी नहीं मिलेगा। तो यू से नो प्रॉब्लम, मेरी जूते में दुकान में एसी भी नहीं लगा हुआ है और मैं जो जूते खरीदता हूँ वो इतने छोटे लोगों से खरीदता हूँ, वो मुझे जीएसटी चार्ज भी नहीं करते, सो नो प्रॉब्लम। बट आईटीसी तुम कलेक्ट भी, आईटीसी का क्रेडिट नहीं ले सकते हो। Alright. और ये जीएसटी तुम आगे चार्ज भी नहीं कर सकते हो। यू कैन नॉट चार्ज 10 रुपीज अहेड। तो मुझे करना क्या होगा? तो तुमको यही चीज करनी होगी कि एट द एवरी क्वार्टर, अप्रैल मई जून, जुलाई अगस्त सितंबर, अक्टूबर नवंबर दिसंबर, एवरी 3 मंथ्स, जैन फेब मार्च, एवरी 3 मंथ्स मतलब कितने क्वार्टर्स? 4 क्वार्टर हो गए। एवरी क्वार्टर का तुमको टोटल अप करना है। तो अप्रैल में जून में कितना सेल हुआ? लेट्स से सेल हुआ 10 लाख का। तो 10 लाख के ऊपर 1% आपको भर देना है। 10 लाख के ऊपर 1% मतलब 10,000 रुपीज आपको भर देना है। कब तक भरना है? 18th ऑफ द नेक्स्ट मंथ। तो जून का जुलाई तक पेमेंट हो जाना चाहिए, सितंबर एंड क्वार्टर का अक्टूबर में, दिसंबर का जैन में और मार्च का अप्रैल 18 तक आपको भर देना पड़ेगा। मतलब 4 बार आपको एक्शन लेना है 4 क्वार्टर्स के लिए, 18th ऑफ द नेक्स्ट मंथ। बस और कुछ करना है? यस, आपको एट द एंड ऑफ द ईयर नंबर 4 याद रखो गाइस, नंबर 4 याद रखो। GSTR4 एक रिटर्न भरना है 30th अप्रैल तक। बट अप्रैल तो बहुत सून है, एक ही महीना मिलेगा। यस, एक ही महीना मिलता है आपको, बिकॉज ये बहुत सिंपल रिटर्न होता है। GSTR4 बहुत सिंपल रिटर्न होता है। आपका जो भी टर्नओवर टोटल हुआ है उसको टोटल करके आप 30th अप्रैल को रिटर्न फाइल कर दो। ऑलराइट गाइस, रिपीटिंग द कंडीशंस। फर्स्ट टर्नओवर कंडीशन है, टर्नओवर में सब कुछ ले लोगे बट सब आउटवर्ड पे, इनवर्ड का कुछ नहीं लोगे। इनवर्ड में अगर रिवर्स चार्ज है तो भी नहीं लोगे, इनवर्ड का कुछ भी नहीं लोगे। आउटवर्ड में सब लोगे, टैक्सेबल, नॉन टैक्सेबल, एग्जेम्प्ट, एक्सपोर्ट सब ले लोगे। इंटरेस्ट नहीं लोगे, जीएसटी नहीं लोगे। Total up your turnover if it's less than 1.5 crore in most states and in special states of northeastern region पर उत्तराखंड 75 lakhs के नीचे है तो तुम ले सकते हो। ग्रेट। नाउ उसके लिए आपको एक बोर्ड लगाना पड़ेगा। आपको बिल ऑफ सप्लाई आप चार्ज नहीं कर सकते हो जीएसटी, आप आईटीसी भी क्लेम नहीं, क्रेडिट नहीं कर सकते हो। एवरी क्वार्टर के एंड ऑफ द एवरी क्वार्टर के एंड पे 18 तक आपको कैलकुलेट करना है आपका टोटल कितना सेल्स हुआ है, उसके ऊपर 1%। इफ यू आर अ ट्रेडर, मैन्युफैक्चर आल्सो 1%, एंड इफ यू आर इनटू रेस्टोरेंट सर्विस देन 5%। ऑलराइट, लेट्स मूव अहेड। तो मैंने ये ले लिया, माई लाइफ इज रियली रियली गुड, माई लाइफ इज रियली रियली गुड, बट there are some things which I cannot do if I take this scheme. What are the things that I cannot do if I take this scheme? I cannot casually eat ice cream while studying Inter online. ये क्या होता है? Guys, composition scheme ले लिया, shoe guy is now smiling, he's smiling, he's very happy. बट उनको बोला कि अगर आप कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम ले रहे हो तो आप ये चीज नहीं कर सकते हो। क्या नहीं कर सकते? यू कैन नॉट कैजुअली बी ईटिंग आइसक्रीम while studying Inter online. Casual, you cannot be a casual taxable person और अ नॉन रेसिडेंट टैक्सेबल पर्सन। ये क्या होता है वो आगे देखेंगे, बट अभी के लिए आप सिर्फ रिमेंबर करो, यू कैन नॉट बी अ कैजुअल टैक्सेबल पर्सन। गाइस, इसका मैं थोड़ा डिटेल्स नीचे लिख रहा हूँ। फर्स्ट, कैजुअल के लिए you cannot be a casual taxable person or non-resident taxable person. If you've read it, you will know casual taxable person है जो महाराष्ट्र में रजिस्टर्ड नहीं है, वो दिल्ली में रजिस्टर्ड है, पर वो बॉम्बे महाराष्ट्र में आता है फॉर सम एग्जीबिशन, मतलब वो कैजुअल पर्सन है महाराष्ट्र में। एंड क्योंकि जीएसटी की रजिस्ट्रेशन स्टेट वाइज होती है, तो तुम कैजुअल टैक्सेबल पर्सन हो महाराष्ट्र के लिए, या तुम इंडिया में थे ही नहीं, तुम फॉरेन से आ रहे हो कोई एग्जीबिशन में पार्टिसिपेट करने के लिए, तो नॉन रेसिडेंट टैक्सेबल पर्सन। तुम अगर नॉन रेसिडेंट टैक्सेबल हो या कैजुअल टैक्सेबल पर्सन हो तो कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम नहीं ले सकते। ये चीज तुम नहीं कर सकते हो इफ योर कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम। सेकेंड, यू कैनॉट सप्लाई एग्जाम्ड गुड्स। अगर एग्जाम गुड्स है, एग्जाम कौन से, पेट्रोलियम, नेचुरल गैस, वो सब आप नहीं कर सकते हो अगर आप कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम ले रहे हो तो। थर्ड, आइसक्रीम। गाइस आइसक्रीम, पान मसाला, एरेटेड ड्रिंक्स, टबैको प्रोडक्ट्स, ये तुम नहीं कर सकते हो अगर कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम ले रहे हो तो। मैन्युफैक्चर नहीं कर सकते हो, ट्रेड कर सकते हो, मैन्युफैक्चर नहीं कर सकते। नेक्स्ट, फोर्थ, स्टडिंग। स्टडिंग इज एस, एस इज सर्विसेज। तुम सर्विसेज नहीं कर सकते हो, बट शू तो मैं बेच रहा हूँ, शूज तुम बेच सकते हो, सर्विसेज नहीं कर सकते हो, मतलब सैलून गाइड नहीं ले सकता ये स्कीम। सर्विस, ओनली एक सर्विस कभी कवर्ड है, कौन सी, रेस्टोरेंट सर्विस, उसके अलावा कोई भी सर्विस तुम नहीं ले कर सकते हो। ऑल राइट, और बताओ। फिफ्थ, इंटर। तुम इंटर स्टेट सप्लाई नहीं कर सकते हो, तो सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र में तो महाराष्ट्र में ही सप्लाई कर सकते हो, तुम पंजाब में सप्लाई नहीं कर सकते हो। सिक्स्थ, तुम ऑनलाइन नहीं बेच सकते हो। ये सारी रिस्ट्रिक्शन है, तो व्हाट यू कांट डू, यू कांट कैजुअली ईट आइसक्रीम व्हाइल स्टडीइंग इंटर ऑनलाइन। दिस 1 2 3 4 5 6 you cannot do. Let's see if the shoe guy is doing that. Is he a casual person? No. Is he a non-resident taxable person? No. Great. Is he supplying exempt goods? No. His shoes are not exempt. Is he manufacturing ice cream, pan masala, irritated drinks, tobacco? No. Is he providing services? No. He's providing shoes, selling shoes. Is he selling interstate? No. महाराष्ट्र में बेच रहा है वो, एंड वो ऑनलाइन बेच रहा है नहीं, वो अमेजोन पर नहीं बेचता है, वो सिर्फ आपको खरीदना जाना पड़ता है खरीदने के लिए। तो he is not doing any of this, and he cannot even do any of this. The moment he does any of this, the moment he starts selling online, guys, he has to come out of the scheme. This scheme is optional. This scheme, you've opted for it. You'll have to come out of the scheme the moment you actually do any of these six. If you start selling services, if you start doing interstate, you'll have to come out of this composition scheme into the normal scheme. All right, guys, इतना समझ गए हो? इतना समझ गए हो? अभी some of the last points for composition scheme. Composition scheme, अगर let's say मेरे पास 3 शॉप्स है, एक महाराष्ट्र में शॉप है, एक गुजरात में शॉप है, और एक पंजाब में शॉप है, तो आई हैव टू टेक कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम फॉर ऑल ऑफ देम। मतलब रजिस्ट्रेशन अलग अलग है, यहाँ पे रजिस्ट्रेशन अलग है, यहाँ पे रजिस्ट्रेशन अलग है, यहाँ पे रजिस्ट्रेशन अलग है, बट एक ही पैन है, तो वन पैन वन स्कीम। गाइस इफ यू ऑप्टिंग फॉर कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम, ऐसा नहीं है कि एक एंटिटी के लिए तुम कर सकते हो दूसरे के लिए नहीं, तीनों के लिए करना पड़ेगा तुमको। सो वन पैन वन स्कीम। ऑलराइट, then let's look at some other conditions if there are. One second. Okay, one pan one scheme, ये सब हो गया। Alright, now अभी क्या होता है, now let's see, is there any other condition in composition scheme? It's optional, so you have to opt for this scheme. Alright, now let's say you want to come out of the scheme. There are 3 reasons why you will come out of the scheme. One is you will voluntarily want to come out. Why will you voluntarily want to come out? Because you've reached the threshold. मतलब इस साल भी तुम 1.5 करोड़ या 75 लाख के ऊपर सेल नहीं कर सकते हो अंडर कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम। सो लेट्स से अप्रैल में मार्च, अप्रैल मई जून जुलाई अगस्त सितंबर तुमने सेल किया एंड तुम्हारा 1.5 करोड़ सेल्स हो गया टर्नओवर का। गाइस अगर 1.5 करोड़ टर्नओवर, पिछले साल में भी वो कंडीशन है, इस साल में भी ये कंडीशन है कि अगर इस साल में 1.5 करोड़ रुपीस टर्नओवर रीच हो गया, then from the next day onwards, let's say 30th September ko you've reached 1.5 crores, then you cannot continue with this composition scheme, because composition scheme is only and only applicable up to these turnovers. लास्ट ईयर भी चेक करना है टर्नओवर, इस साल भी आपको कंटिन्यूअसली काउंट करते रहना है, एंड द मोमेंट यू क्रॉस दिस टर्नओवर ऑफ 1.5 करोड़ 75 lakhs डिपेंडिंग ऑन व्हिच स्टेट यू आर इन, you will have to from the next day you will have to go under normal scheme, बिकॉज स्कीम में तो जाना पड़ेगा, तो नॉर्मल स्कीम में जाना पड़ेगा। तो 30 सितंबर तक अंडर कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम, नेक्स्ट डे से तुम इनवॉइस इशू करोगे, उस इनवॉइस पे 28% चार्ज करोगे, वो जो बोर्ड है कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम का वो तुम निकाल लोगे, और इस टाइम से आईटीसी क्लेम कर सकते हो। बट ये तुमको बताना पड़ेगा गवर्नमेंट को, तुमको बताना पड़ेगा गवर्नमेंट को दैट यू आर अंडर नॉर्मल स्कीम, दैट नाउ यू आर अंडर द नॉर्मल स्कीम। या फिर ये वॉलंटरी हो सकता है, या फिर एक इवेंट आया, एग्जाम्पल, या फिर तुम ऑनलाइन बेचना चालू कर दिया, या तुमने इंटरस्टेट बेचना चालू कर दिया, या तुमने कुछ सर्विसेज देना चालू कर दिया, तो भी वो इवेंट में यू हैव टू कम आउट ऑफ दैट स्कीम। या फिर द गवर्नमेंट फील्स, द असेसिंग ऑफिसर फील्स यू हैव लाइड You are not selling shoes, you are selling ice cream. Or you lied that you are doing intrastate, actually you are doing intrastate, you're selling in Punjab also, or you're selling on Flipkart and Amazon also. If the government comes to know that you've lied, they will issue you a show cause notice. You have to reply to that show cause notice, or else they will cancel your scheme and they will get you on a normal scheme. तो क्या तुम कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम से निकल सकते हो? यस, अगर थ्रेशोल्ड लिमिट क्रॉस हुई तो आपको निकलना पड़ेगा. अगर ये कोई इवेंट हो गई जो 6 चीज तुम नहीं कर सकते उसमें से कुछ हो गया तो आपको निकलना पड़ेगा. या असेसिंग ऑफिसर कैन ऑल्सो टेल यू कि तुमको निकलना पड़ेगा. इसका जो नेक्स्ट चीज मैं बताने जा रहा हूँ बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है. जस्ट लास्ट 2 चीज बची है गाइस, बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है. नेक्स्ट चीज बोलता है, 1 सेकेंड. नेक्स्ट चीज इसमें क्या हुआ, सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स आर नॉट अलाउड कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम. गाइस, सैलून गाय वाज अ सर्विस प्रोवाइडर, ही वाज नॉट अलाउड दिस कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम. बट कैन द शू गाय सेल गुड्स? यस, ही कैन सेल शूज. बट दिस ईयर से, आपके ईयर से एक अमेंडमेंट आया है इन प्रोवाइजो 1 टू सेक्शन 10(1). ये पूरा कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम का सेक्शन है, सेक्शन 10(1). इसके सेक्शन में प्रोवाइजो डाला है और बोला है इस साल द ईयर यू ऑप्ट फॉर कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम, आप सर्विसेज भी प्रोवाइड कर सकते हैं. बट मिनिमल सर्विस कितना तक? इधर 5 लाख तक, या लास्ट ईयर का टर्नओवर जो है, प्रीवियस ईयर का टर्नओवर, उसका 10%. तो अपने केस में प्रीवियस ईयर का टर्नओवर 1.2 करोड़ था, तो या फिर 12 लाख या फिर 5 लाख, विच एवर इज मोर. सो 12 लाख तक का तुम सर्विस प्रोवाइड कर सकते हो इस साल. अगेन आई रिपीट दिस वन लास्ट टाइम बिकॉज ये इंपॉर्टेंट है. दिस इज अ न्यू थिंग दैट इज इंट्रोड्यूस्ड बाय प्रोवाइजो 1 टू सेक्शन 10(1). इस सेक्शन, ये प्रोवाइजो ने क्या बोला है, पहले सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स को अप्लाई नहीं था, तुम सर्विस नहीं प्रोवाइड कर सकते थे, तुम सिर्फ शूज सेल कर सकते थे. बट अभी इस साल से बोला है कि तुम सर्विस भी दे सकते हो, बट मिनिमल सर्विस दे सकते हो. कितनी सर्विस दे सकते हो? या फिर 5 लाख की सर्विस दे सकते हो इस साल, या फिर 10% ऑफ लास्ट ईयर का टर्नओवर कितना था, 1.2 करोड़, उसका 10% 12 लाख, दोनों में से जितना हायर है तो अप टू 12 लाख तुम सर्विस दे सकते हो. ये आया है नया थिंग, ये आया है नया थिंग. व्हाट इफ यू पुट 13 लाख का सर्विस, तो तुम इस स्कीम से बाहर हो जाओगे बिकॉज यू वायलेटेड द कंडीशन. That is Proviso 1 to Section 10(1), and ये entire section is called Section 10(1). Entire composition scheme is under Section 10(1). All right. गाइस, इसमें रेट क्या लगती है? 1%. कैन यू टेल मी, 1% सीएसटी जाएगा, जीएसटी जाएगा, आईजीएसटी जाएगा? अगेन, ये जो 1% है, ये सीजीएसटी में जाएगा, एसजीएसटी में जाएगा या आईजीएसटी में जाएगा? गाइस, आईजीएसटी में तो जा ही नहीं सकता बिकॉज इंटरस्टेट अलाउड ही नहीं है. इंटरस्टेट अलाउड ही नहीं है, तो 0.5% सीजीएसटी में जाएगा, 0.5% एसजीएसटी में जाएगा, बिकॉज ये इंट्रास्टेट ही होता है. ऑलराइट. 1% for trader, 1% for manufacturer, and 5% for restaurant service provider. The salon guy is still sad. Guys, the salon person is still sad because salon को ये benefit नहीं मिल सकता है. उसके लिए एक छोटा benefit है, वो benefit है section 10(2)(a) में. Last thing before we take a break. लंच ब्रेक है इसके बाद. गाइस, सेक्शन 10(2)(a is the next one. 10(2)(a is applicable. It's a special scheme introduced in the year 2019. एंड दिस इज फॉर अदर देन 10(1). जो 10(1) में ट्रेडर्स है, जो 10(1) में मैन्युफैक्चरर, 10(1) में रेस्टोरेंट सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स है, उनके लिए ये स्कीम नहीं है. उनके अलावा एग्जाम्पल सैलून सर्विसेज, एग्जाम्पल मैं सीए सर्विसेज देता हूं तो सीए सर्विसेज, एग्जाम्पल जो भी और सर्विसेज है या जो भी गुड्स है जो इसमें कवर्ड नहीं है, ट्रेडिंग, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग या रेस्टोरेंट सर्विस प्रोवाइडर के अलावा, क्योंकि अगर वो है तो तुम 10(1) लो, अगर उसमें तुम कवर्ड नहीं हो then you can take this next scheme which is 10(2)(a) which is very similar. तो सैलून वाले को भी पूछा, सैलून वाले ने बोला प्लीज मुझे भी हेल्प करो. तो सैलून वाले को कौन पूछते, तुम्हारा लास्ट ईयर का टर्नओवर कितना था? सेम चीज उसको भी पूछा. लास्ट ईयर का टर्नओवर मतलब ऑल सप्लाईज, एग्जाम सप्लाईज, एक्सपोर्ट सप्लाईज, टैक्सेबल सप्लाईज, नॉन टैक्सेबल सप्लाईज, जो भी तुम्हारा आउटवर्ड सप्लाई है वो कितना था. अगर वो 50 लाख के नीचे है तो तुम ये चीज ले सकते. तो ये स्कीम के लिए लास्ट टाइम कितना था टर्नओवर गाइस? फॉर कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम कितना था टर्नओवर? कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम में था 75 लाख और 1 करोड़. लेट्स डिफरेंशिएट बिटवीन कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम एंड दिस स्कीम. दिस स्कीम विल कॉल 10(2)(a). उधर टर्नओवर था 1.5 करोड़ के नीचे या 75 लाख के नीचे. यहाँ पे टर्नओवर रिक्वायरमेंट है 50 लाख के नीचे होना चाहिए. वहां पर भी सेम था, आउटवर्ड सप्लाई, यहाँ पर भी आउटवर्ड सप्लाई, इंटरेस्ट और जीएसटी यहाँ पर भी नहीं लेना है. तो यू विल आस्क हिम फर्स्ट, यू विल आस्क हिम इस प्रीवियस ईयर का टर्नओवर कितना है. अगर वो 50 लाख के नीचे है देन वेलकम, यू कैन टेक द स्कीम. ये स्कीम में क्या करना है, ये स्कीम में भी सेम है, तुम 28% या 18% जो भी जीएसटी वो चार्ज नहीं करोगे, तुम सिर्फ चार्ज करोगे 6%. यहाँ पे हायर है गाइस, पहले था 1%, 1% एंड 5%. इन कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम, यहाँ पे 6% है, हायर है। यहाँ पर भी तुम आईटीसी नहीं ले सकते हो, यहाँ पर भी तुम सब जो तुम्हारे सैलून के लिए सर्विस करने आता है उनसे जीएसटी चार्ज नहीं कर सकते हो, ये तुमको अपने जेब से भरना पड़ेगा। दैट मीन्स अगर किसी ने हेयर कट लिया 1000 रुपीज का, कैन आई चार्ज देम 1000 + 60 रुपीज? नो यू कैन नॉट। तुम उनको 1000 ही चार्ज करोगे और ये 60 रुपीज है तुम अपने जेब से पे करोगे। ओके और जो 6 थिंग्स थी, कैजुअली ईटिंग, आइसक्रीम, स्टडिंग, इंटर, ऑनलाइन, ये 6 चीज तुम यहाँ पे भी नहीं कर सकते हो। मतलब यू कैन नॉट बी अ कैजुअल टैक्सेबल पर्सन और नॉन रेसिडेंट टैक्सेबल पर्सन, you cannot be supplying exempt supplies, you cannot have you cannot manufacture ice cream, you cannot have सर्विस, यहाँ पे सर्विस कर सकते हो बट इंटरस्टेट नहीं कर सकते हो, यू कैन नॉट बी हैविंग इंटरस्टेट नहीं कर सकते हो, और तुम ऑनलाइन नहीं कर सकते हो। ये सेम चीज यहाँ पर भी लगेगी, मतलब सेम रिस्ट्रिक्शन कैजुअली ईटिंग, आइसक्रीम, स्टडिंग, इंटर, ऑनलाइन यहाँ पर भी लगती है। यहाँ पर भी सेम चीज है, तुमको बोर्ड लगाना पड़ेगा कि यू आर अंडर दिस स्कीम एंड यू विल हैव टू इशू अ बिल ऑफ सप्लाई। तुम इनवॉइस नहीं भेज कर सकते हो, इनवॉइस तब रेज कर सकते हो तुम जीएसटी चार्ज कर सकते हो, यहाँ तुम जीएसटी चार्ज ही नहीं कर सकते हो, ये 6% तुमको अपने पॉकेट से भरना पड़ेगा। ऑल राइट, इसमें अगर 50 लाख का टर्नओवर लास्ट ईयर भी देखोगे, एंड गाइस इस साल अगर 50 लाख का टर्नओवर रीच कर लेते हो, इस साल करंट ईयर में अगर 50 लाख का टर्नओवर रीच कर लेते हो, देन यू आर आउट ऑफ दिस स्कीम एंड देन यू आर इन नॉर्मल स्कीम। तो ये स्कीम गाइस और सेक्शन 10(1) बहुत सिमिलर है, सेक्शन अलग है बट बहुत सिमिलर है। जो 10(1) में कवर नहीं होता उनके लिए 10(2)(a) है, वहां पे टैक्स हाई है 6%। बट प्लीज टेल मी गाइस 6% किसको जाएगा? सीजीएसटी, एसजीएसटी, आईजीएसटी? आई तो हो नहीं सकता बिकॉज इंटरेस्ट रेट अलाउड नहीं है, तो इसको 3% जाएगा और सीजीएसटी को 3% जाएगा, 3% दोनों में बढ़ जाएगा। सो सैलून गाइस आल्सो पार्शियली हैप्पी बिकॉज अभी उसका 18% नहीं लगेगा, ओनली 6% लगेगा। The shoe selling guy is also happy because उसको अभी 1% या 1% या 5% ही भरना पड़ेगा। But guys in all these cases you cannot claim ITC। तुम इनकम टैक्स का क्रेडिट नहीं ले सकते हो बिकॉज ये तुमको बेनिफिशियल स्कीम ऑफर की गई है। नाउ लेट्स लुक एट द क्वेश्चंस एंड लेट्स go for a nice lunch break. Let's look at the questions. On the screen are some questions of composition scheme. Yes, this question. The third question is what I'm looking at. What is the threshold limit of turnover in the preceding financial year to be eligible for composition levy in Delhi? Guys, Delhi के लिए 1.5 crore है, तो 75 लाख कौन से के लिए रिवाइज कर लेते हैं? All the 7 नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट्स, मणिपुर, मिजोरम, मेघालय, नागालैंड, सिक्किम, त्रिपुरा, अरुणाचल प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड, ये 7 स्टेट्स के लिए 75 lakhs. Next, which of the following is not included in aggregate turnover? Guys, aggregate turnover जो कैलकुलेट करते हो क्या इंक्लूड नहीं है? exempt supplies इंक्लूडेड है, एक्सपोर्ट सप्लाईज इंक्लूडेड है, इंटरस्टेट सप्लाईज इंक्लूडेड है, रिवर्स चार्ज का जो सप्लाईज है इनवर्ड वो इंक्लूडेड नहीं है, तो ये इंक्लूडेड नहीं है। डी इज द आंसर, दैट इज नॉट इंक्लूडेड। ऑलराइट, नेक्स्ट जाते हैं। I have a question from Amaya. If I sell within Maharashtra but also in Gujarat, can I avail composition scheme for sale in Maharashtra and charge? Yes, no, you can't. You can't do that. You can only do it if your interstate नहीं है। Guys, interstate inward में चलेगा, मतलब अगर मैं शू सप्लायर हूँ, I cannot sell interstate. Interstate sale allowed नहीं है, but guys can I purchase from interstate? Yes, interstate purchase allowed, sell allowed नहीं है। Amaya, that what you are asking is also not allowed. Alright guys, next is the 11th question on your screen guys। 11th question है, sorry, next is the 11th question। Everyone look at the screen. A person availing composition scheme in Haryana during a financial year crosses the limit of 1.5 crore। Guys, during the year 1.5 crore limit cross हो गई है during the course of the year, that is he crosses the turnover of 1.5 crore in December। Guys, अगर दिसंबर में क्रॉस हो गई है तो दिसंबर के बाद जनवरी से you cannot take composition scheme। Will he be allowed to pay tax under composition scheme for the remainder of the year? Sorry, he cannot। वो composition scheme खत्म हो जाएगी, उसके बाद normal scheme, तो उसको बोर्ड हटाना पड़ेगा, बिल ऑफ सप्लाई हटाना पड़ेगा, टैक्स इनवॉइस इशू करना पड़ेगा एंड जीएसटी अभी चार्ज करना पड़ेगा। Determine whether the supplier in the following cases, very important question, determine whether the supplier in the following cases are eligible for composition levy provided that turnover in preceding year does not exceed 1.5 crore। मोहन एंटरप्राइज एंगेज इन ट्रेडिंग ऑफ पान मसाला। गाइस, ये पान मसाला देख के लोग सोचेंगे कि कैजुअली ईटिंग, आइसक्रीम, स्टडिंग, इंटर, ऑनलाइन, ये आइसक्रीम पान मसाला कवर हो जाएगा, बट ये ट्रेडिंग है गाइस। ट्रेडिंग इज ओके, मैन्युफैक्चर नहीं कर सकते, तो दिस वन इज ओके, दिस वन इज ओके। ही कैन गो फॉर कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम एज लॉन्ग एज उसका टर्नओवर लास्ट ईयर 1.5 करोड़ के नीचे है, बिकॉज ये राजस्थान। नेक्स्ट, सुगम मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैज रजिस्टर्ड ऑफिसेज इन पंजाब एंड हरियाणा। and supplies goods in neighboring states. Guys, neighboring states मतलब interstate कर रहे हो सिर्फ, interstate को allowed नहीं है, sorry तुम नहीं कर सकते हो competition scheme because competition scheme can't be interstate. All right, next देखते हैं. दिस इज अ क्वेश्चन सिमिलर टू जो अमय ने क्वेश्चन पूछा है, वैसा क्वेश्चन है ये. गाइस, जिसका भी हाथ रेस किया हुआ है, नो प्रॉब्लम, आप क्वेश्चन कभी भी पूछ सकते हो, यू कैन अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ, नो प्रॉब्लम एट ऑल. नेक्स्ट, सुब्रमण्यम एंटरप्राइजेस हैज टू रजिस्टर्ड प्लेसेस, एक इन दिल्ली. गाइस, एक ही स्टेट में दो रजिस्टर्ड प्लेस. इट्स एग्रीगेट टर्नओवर इन द प्रीसीडिंग ईयर इज 120 lakhs, मतलब 1.5 करोड़ से नीचे है. दिल्ली में 1.5 करोड़ से नीचे है. It wishes to pay under composition levy for one of the place of business in the current year, while under normal levy for the other. Guys, दो ऑफिसेज है, दो रजिस्टर्ड ऑफिसेज है, दो डिस्टिंक्ट पर्सन्स है. कैन यू टेक फॉर डिफरेंट, एक के लिए कॉम्पनसेशन स्कीम, एक के लिए नॉर्मल स्कीम? नो, सॉरी, यू कैन नॉट डू दैट. वन पैन वन स्कीम, मतलब एक पैन के अंदर जितने भी तुम्हारे रजिस्टर्ड ऑफिस है, सबके लिए एक ही स्कीम लगेगा, कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम. दैट इज दिस क्वेश्चन. लेट्स लुक एट द एमसीक्यू शीट. एमसीक्यू शीट से भी देख लेते हैं, एक मिनट, एंड देन वी विल बी ट्रूली डन. देन विल बी ट्रूली डन. वन सेकेंड. कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम, यस, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, यहां से देख लेते हैं. फर्स्ट फ्यू क्वेश्चन आर द सेम गाइज. 6 क्वेश्चन से देखना है, 6, 7, 8, 3 क्वेश्चन करने हैं. Whether a person can avail composition scheme on small retail trading of goods. Goods है, trading है, तो कर सकता है शायद. If he is holding both income from sale of business 25 lakh and rental income 12 lakh. Guys, rental income है तो ये सर्विस हो जाती है. रेंटल इनकम है, सर्विस हो जाती है. सॉरी, वी कैन नॉट गिव यू, अनलेस यू आर अ रेस्टोरेंट सर्विस प्रोवाइडर, सॉरी वी कैन नॉट गिव यू कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम. कैन ही गो ऑन द अदर स्कीम? कहीं वो जो दूसरा स्कीम था 50 लाख वाला, कैन ही गो ऑन दैट? यस, ही कैन गो ऑन दैट, बिकॉज उधर सर्विसेज अलाउड है, उधर अलाउड है. ही कैन नॉट गो अंडर कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम. दैट्स द सिक्स्थ वन. सेवेंथ वन एग्जाम क्वेश्चन है गाइस. लेट्स अज्यूम ये एग्जाम क्वेश्चन है. हाँ, ये एग्जाम क्वेश्चन जैसा ही है. ए लिमिटेड इज अ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंसर्न इन पुणे. पुणे मतलब महाराष्ट्र, उसमें मैन्युफैक्चर कर रहे हो. During financial year 2018-19, total value of supplies, including inward supplies, is 1 crore 2,60,000. Exclusive of taxes, a breakup of as follows. Explain briefly whether A is eligible to opt for composition scheme. Composition scheme के लिए महाराष्ट्र में 1.5 करोड़ से नीचे होना चाहिए. Let's see. Intrastate supplies made under forward charge, ये include करना है. Intrastate supply, guys, every outward supply include करना है, ये भी include करना है. Wholly exempt, does not matter, even exempt है, include करना है. इंट्रास्टेट सप्लाई विच आर चार्जेबल टू जीएसटी एट नील रेट, ये भी करना है. बट जो इनवर्ट सप्लाई है वो नहीं लेना है. इवन इफ इट्स अंडर आरसीएम, वो नहीं लेना है. तो ये तीन देखोगे, 50 lakhs, 82 lakhs एंड 1 crore. 1 crore है विच इज अंडर 1.5 crore. दैट मींस ही कैन गो फॉर कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम. नेक्स्ट देखेंगे इस क्वेश्चन. लुक एट द एथ क्वेश्चन प्लीज. एथ क्वेश्चन सेज, जस्ट वन सेकंड. Guys, the eighth question. X Limited a manufacturing concern. So manufacturing concern है, okay great. Because service होता तो शायद include नहीं होता, इसलिए I'm looking at manufacturing. Had affected intra-state sale of 20 lakh and interstate sale of 25 lakh in the last year. Guys, last year की whether intra है whether inter है does not matter. The company wants to offer composition scheme in this year. Can he go forward? Yes guys, 20 lakh plus 25 lakh, he can go for composition scheme. He can go for composition scheme. ये नेक्स्ट आसाम का जो सम है गाइस 6 मार्क्स के लिए 2019 में आया है. इफ दिस कम्स इन योर एग्जाम, प्लीज स्टार्ट जंपिंग इन योर एग्जाम ओनली, क्योंकि ये 6 मार्क के लिए आया है. लेट्स सी. मिस्टर जफर है, आसाम से. गाइस, इज आसाम वन ऑफ दो 7 स्टेट्स? मणिपुर, मिजोरम, मेघालय, नागालैंड, सिक्किम, त्रिपुरा, अरुणाचल प्रदेश एंड उत्तराखंड. आसाम नहीं है इसमें. Assam is one state which is not in the special state, so Assam के लिए 1.5 crore का turnover. I hope you understood this. Okay, now let's move ahead. He provides the following information for the preceding year. You are required to find out the aggregate turnover for the purpose of eligibility. Okay. Value of taxable outward supply. Outward supply है 10 lakh, उसमें interstate था. Doesn't matter interstate या intrastate, as long as outward supply है तो इसको लेंगे. Plus वैल्यू ऑफ एग्जाम सप्लाई, एग्जाम सप्लाई को भी लेंगे. वैल्यू ऑफ इनवर्ट सप्लाई, इनवर्ट सप्लाई को नहीं लेंगे. एंड वैल्यू ऑफ एक्सपोर्ट, उसको भी लेंगे. So guys, 50 lakh plus 70 lakh is 1.2, 1.2 plus 5 is 1.25 crores. And because that is less than 1.5 crore, you will be eligible for competition scheme. इसमें गाइज आसाम इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. आसाम इज वन. आसाम अगर आप देखोगे मैप में, इट्स अ बिग स्टेट एंड हेंस उसके लिए 1.5 करोड़ है. तो किसके लिए 75 लाख है? ऑल द नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट्स एक्सेप्ट आसाम. मणिपुर, मिजोरम, मेघालय, नागालैंड, सिक्किम, त्रिपुरा, अरुणाचल प्रदेश एंड उत्तराखंड. आसाम की जगह उत्तराखंड डाल दिया है लोग ने. आसाम पे 1.5 करोड़ का लिमिट है. एंड द लास्ट क्वेश्चन बिफोर वी कॉल इट अ डे फॉर लंच एट लीस्ट इज द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन गाइस. Decide which person is liable to GST in the following independent cases. ये तो कर लिया है अपन. Oh, that's it. That's it, guys. That's it. Thank you so much. It's about 1:50. I will see you guys back at 2:30 and we go to the next chapter. Two chapters completely done. One by one ऐसे करेंगे. I need only 1.5 days to complete your entire syllabus, guys. Be with me. We come back at 2:30 and we look at the next chapter, which is called supply of GST. Lots of shortcuts there also. 7 sections, 7(1)(a. उस सब के लिए shortcuts है, just like we did for this section. I'll see you guys at 2:30. If you have any question, it's a good time to ask me right now. Guys, if you can't unmute yourself, 1 second, I'll help you guys with that. 1 second. I think unmute नहीं कर पा रहे हो आप लोग. Let me just see how do I unmute all of you all. 1 second. Guys, the others can take a break. When we come back, I will try and unmute all of you all so that you all can ask questions as well.
हेलो सर.
Yes, please.
हेलो.
Yes, yes.
यस सर. वो मेरे को एक बार सर वो सचिन वाला शॉर्टकट बताइए ना, वो फुल फॉर्म का. सचिन कैन हैव डिफरेंट कार्ड.
Sachin's different cards got credited and verified. ये है इसमें डिफरेंट. इसका मैं फुल फॉर्म भी बता देता हूँ. सचिन इज, स्टेट को पहले पैसा नहीं मिलता था अंडर डिफरेंट टैक्सेस. अभी जीएसटी में स्टेट्स को काफी टैक्स मिलता है. देयर इज नो नीड टू डिफरेंशिएट बिटवीन गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज. टैक्स लगता है. देयर आर नो डिफरेंट टैक्सेस. अभी सारे टैक्सेस को एक कर दिया है. कैस्केडिंग इफेक्ट निकाल दिया है. कैस्केडिंग इफेक्ट निकाल दिया है. अभी क्रेडिट्स फ्री फ्लो मिलता है. क्रेडिट्स का फ्री फ्लो है. एंड वेरिफिकेशन इज इजी बिकॉज सारे रिटर्न्स अभी जीएसटी में ही जाते हैं, अलग अलग लॉज में नहीं जाते हैं. These are some of the benefits of GST.
Okay.
And these are also some of the limitations of the earlier system.
ओके.
Alright.
ओके सर. सर और जो वो सेक्शन 9 सेक्शन 4 का,
हाँ.
उसमें स्टार्टिंग में एक लिमिट था कि मतलब 5,000 पर डे तक एग्जेम्प्ट है, तो वो क्या लिमिट अभी भी एप्लीकेबल है कि वो निकाल दिया गया है?
वो निकाल दिया है.
ओके ओके. थैंक यू सर.
Okay. Guys, please unmute yourself. Ask me any question that you all might have. I'm not able to see. 1 second. Guys, whoever has any questions, please feel free. Pritesh, Tushar, you raised your hands. Guys, please feel free and ask me whatever question you all might have. You all can unmute yourself, guys. Oh, 1 second. We can't unmute. Okay, I'm just gonna try. How do you just wait 1 second while I try and see how do I let you all unmute yourself. All right. Yes, guys, I've given you all full audio controls now. Now you all can unmute yourself and ask questions.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Hello. Yeah, sir, I wanted to know, have you shared the PDF of notes on mailing ID or what? Because I can't see notes.
No, there is a handout section on the right hand side. See a handout section आएगा. वहाँ पे एक फाइल है handout IDT crash को session plan. Session plan के नीचे ही all these bullet points are there.
Okay.
Yeah, and for the MCQs, guys, I will also put that up. मैं MCQs भी upload कर देता हूँ अभी. So 1 second. I'm also uploading the MCQs, so you'll get the MCQs as well. All right, I've just uploaded it. It should happen in a minute. Anyone else, guys? Any questions? Please feel free.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Sir, Priyank here.
Yes, Priyank.
Sir, for the composition scheme, we include interstate supplies as well as taxable supply, exempt supplies, right? For the aggregate
I will make your life simple. All outward supplies, exempt, non-exempt, taxable, non-taxable, intrastate, interstate, all taxable, all supplies, outward supplies you include.
Okay, sir. So how will we know that that person is not eligible? Because if he's doing interstate supplies, then he's as it is not eligible. No?
See, last year you could have done something, but this year maybe you're not doing. Last year you sold on Amazon, but this year you're not selling on Amazon. Last year you sold full interstate, but this year you're not. That is you are telling me you're not. If I catch you, then I will. I can have penalties levied on you.
Okay, so the not eligible part is for the current year and
Current year,
aggregate
yes.
turnover is for the previous.
Yes, casually eating ice cream
Okay,
studying Inter online is for current year.
Okay, sir. So we have to add all the turnover from the previous year, but if he does any activity which is not eligible, so we don't have to include it, right?
Last year के turnover में सारे outward supplies and this year में you cannot do those 6
हाँ.
things. This year you cannot do.
Exempt. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, sir. Thank you.
No problem. Manish also asked me some questions. Manish, Pritesh, Amaya, please unmute yourself. I've unmuted everyone. Yes, please. Guys, anyone can ask a question. You can anytime unmute yourself and ask me a question. All right, guys, just looking at the questions also. 1 second. Guys, just looking at the questions. 1 second. Guys, can someone just put a sample question? I just want to see whether the question box opens up. Okay, so all right, just looking at the questions, guys. 1 second. My mic is not working, Tushar. No problem. Let me see your question. In question 8, there are both inter and intrastate transfers, so competition can be available. See, again, Amaya, that is for last year's turnover. So both can be taken in last year's turnover. This year, you cannot have interstate. All right, Manish, looking at your question, if supplier is covered in composition scheme and we are in regular scheme, in such case, we won't get benefit of ITC. I hope that is your question. if supplier is covered in composition scheme and we are in regular scheme, yes, because Manish, in that case, if supplier is covered in composition scheme, he has not charged you GST only. उसने GST अपने जेब से भरा है, उसने तुमसे चार्ज नहीं किया तो तुम ITC नहीं ले सकते उसका. So can you please once repeat the GSTR and tax payable by date conditions? In composition, Harshit, I'm looking at your question. In case of GSTR, for composition scheme dealers, you need to pay the GST every quarter by the 18th of the next month. So April, May, June by 18th July. And for the entire year, by 30th April, you have to file GSTR 4. So in the last question that we did, the value of exempt supply services to be considered will be 40 only, right? Not considering the amount of interest. Sorry, Jagruti, I don't know if I missed that, but yes, interest will not be considered. My bad. Jagruti, very valid point there. I think I missed that. Interest will not be calculated. That's true. In question 8, there is both inter and interstate supply. Amaya, again, same question. Devesh Mistry, what about 30 lakh interest in Assam question? Sorry, Devesh, I missed that. Jagriti also mentioned that interest should not be included. When 10, Tushar, I'm looking at your question. When 10 to A is applicable, when previous year turnover is less than 50 lakh and rate is 6%, बाकी same conditions है. Yes, same conditions है. But only thing is, अगर आप 10 1 में applicable हो तो आप 10 to A नहीं ले सकते हो. तो 10 to A में people who are not applicable, like salon guys, like CA services, they are applicable. और उसमें 50 lakh का है और 6% है, बाकी सब same है. हमें alright. Okay, for the others and everyone, I'm taking a break. I'll be back at 2:30 sharp when we continue. All right, I'm just back. In case you have any questions, it's a good time while others are on a break. We can do those questions. I'm just discussing one question. Simran, I'm looking at your question. Sir, can you please explain the amendment again under composition dealer can provide services? Okay. So, Simran, generally composition scheme is not for service provider except your restaurant service provider. Otherwise, this scheme is not for you. But in the year that you take in the year that you take the composition scheme, let's say financial year 1920 is the first year in which you take the composition scheme, then in that year they allow you certain minor services, marginal services up to a certain amount, which is either 5 lakh rupees or 10% of previous year's turnover. Now, let's say your previous year's turnover was 1.2 crore, because of which you got eligible for competition scheme and you took the competition scheme. So this year, of course, you're selling shoes, but you can also provide some marginal services up to either 5 lakhs or 10% of last year's turnover, that is 12 lakhs, whichever is more. So up to 12 lakhs, you can provide services. So this is the amendment. The intention was that just because you are providing some minor services, you should not be getting out of the scheme, and you should be given some time before you wind up your services. That's the idea. Muska, I'm looking at your question. So interest isn't included, right, in composition scheme? Is that what you're meaning? Yes, interest should not be included in composition scheme because interest is not a business supply. So that's not included. That's not included. All right. Perfect. 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 Muskan, looking at your so the theory questions we can write in our own words with the key tax terms, or we need to learn them and write them like the language given. Muskan, of course, you can write them in your own language. If you can include a couple of sections, that will be great. And if you can include, of course, you need to include those keywords like supplier, recipient, forward charge, reverse charge, liability, GST, CGST, IG. All these are important terms that you need to, of course, apply. Otherwise, your own words work. Mark the important words. That will also be really helpful. All right, Muskan. Guys, we're going to start in about 9 minutes from now. We're going to start in about 9 minutes from now. Hi, baby. नैना, मेरे को थोड़ा दो तीन घंटा डिस्टर्ब कोई नहीं करो, मेरे को लेके जाओ ना प्लीज. So can you please repeat the category of services including in 9.5? Oh, that's Simran. That's going to be a very long thing. Which category are you looking at specifically? I had given you that acronym that help lawyers. Some lawyers met RBI, DIG. So which one are you looking at? Also, I've unmuted everyone. In case you all want to unmute yourself now and ask, you all can do that as well. No, I'm talking about, oh, 9.5. Oh, sorry, I misread it. Can you please repeat the category of services? There are only three categories of services which are to be included. One is H, T, and H. Um, HTNH, Simran. So that is basically whether when you book some housekeeping services or you book a taxi via an e-commerce website like Uber or Ola, or you book a hotel from Make My Trip or Clear Trip or Oyo, one of those, then those e-commerce guys are supposed to pay tax to the government. Of course, you're going to pay it to them and they're going to pay it ahead to the government, not the hotel, not the plumber or the housekeeping guy who comes to your house, and not the taxi driver. Unless those guys in the middle also registered, then they'll have to pay. Otherwise, the e-commerce companies have to pay it. All right, let me know if the cloud is cleared. All right, guys, we're beginning in about a minute from now. So in 1 minute from now, we begin. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them anytime you want. 1 second. All right, guys. Okay, so guys, I'm going to start off in just about 1 minute from now. Okay. All right, sharing the screen in just a second. If you have any questions, feel free. So guys, we're done with the first chapter, that is Introduction to GST, which is a theoretical chapter, but questions can be expected from it. The second chapter which we did actually was supply, but we didn't do that chapter. We did the third chapter, which is charge of GST. And when do you charge your phone? Generally when it's 9%. So 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4 and 9.5. For GTA guys, we had some special provisions, and for e-commerce companies also we had some special provisions. So we looked at that from the second chapter, the third chapter. Now guys, now we go to the next chapter. In just about a minute, we go to the next chapter. I'm going to take a slightly easier chapter now because it's just post lunch, so I just want to tackle a slightly easier question before we actually go ahead. And the next chapter that we do is a very important chapter, but we are jumping some stages and we are going to the next chapter, which is called registration. Guys, registration, states, which states, how do you remember? I'll solve all of it for you guys. Just be with me here and let's tackle this really well. I'm just going to put something on the screen. Just give me a second. All right. Okay, everyone, we're the next chapter, which is called registration. I have almost everyone who was there before the break also come back. Guys, one by one, there are 10, 11 chapters. We're going to do all of them really well. Some of them, like this one, is simple, but it's equally important. We'll start with registration immediately now. All right. Guys, when do we register yourself? And what happens when we register? What happens when we don't register? So in the break, I wanted to buy a chocolate. I just went down. There was a small shop. Just under my office, there's a small shop. I went there and I bought a chocolate. Let's say, or I bought some cigarettes, or I bought some bottle of water, and he charged me 100 rupees, and I paid him 100 rupees back. But surprisingly, although it was supply of a good, because he gave me either a cigarette or a chocolate or a bottle of water, although I paid him and there was supply of goods, he didn't charge me any GST. Surprising. Same way, when you go for your tuitions, and let's say in college, etc., or in school, you would go to your local tuition teacher. She would give you services and she would charge you money, but she would not charge you GST. This is because those guys are not registered under GST. So registration is important because only when you're registered, can you charge GST. So my CA firm, let's say, is registered, we can charge GST. Pinnacle is, let's say, registered, they can charge GST. Vijay Sales is registered, so he can charge GST, it can charge GST. So GST basically can be charged. This chapter is very important, guys. And it's really simple, has a lot of shortcuts. Be with me, let's do this really well. So once you're registered, you can charge GST. Also, when, let's say, Voltas sold goods to Vijay Sales, and Vijay Sales is registered, then whatever tax they've paid along with 10,000 rupees, they also paid 1800 of tax, they can take a credit of that as well. So only when you're registered, you can take a credit. So you can charge GST as well as take credit only when you're registered. So this chapter is all about that. Be with me, let's do this really, really well. So you start a shop, and that shop basically again is selling shoes. Do you need to register today? No, you don't need to register today. You have to register only and only when you cross a certain threshold. So this threshold in the minds of the government was 20 lakh rupees. They said if a shoe guy or if a salon services, and the neighboring shop was a salon, remember? If these guys give services more than 20 lakh rupees, then they will have to register under GST. That means smaller people will be out of the GST purview. So not everyone will be subject to GST. But guys, this made some people happy. There was no magajmari. There was no magajmari of tax in 4 states. No magajmari of tax in 4 states. Nagaland, Mizoram, Manipur and Tripura. Because these are such small states that they would not reach the 20 lakh turnover. Whenever a shoe seller guy would sell shoes in these states, or whenever there was a salon in these states, they would not reach that limit only. And when they would not reach that limit, they would not register. So in these 4 states, the government did not get any registrations. So they said that these guys are acting very smart. They have very less turnover because their states are really small. So for these guys, we will do a 10 lakh rupee limit. So if you're in these states, then if you touch the 10 lakh turnover, then आपको register करना पड़ता है. Nagaland, Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, no magajmari of tax in these states, 4 states. But अभी है, because अभी 10 lakh touch होते ही उनको register करना पड़ेगा. Then they put a simple and modified amount in 6 other states of 20 lakhs. Puducherry, Uttarakhand, Telangana, all other than Northeast. And Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Meghalaya, Northeast. So this is other and this is Northeast. They put a simple and modified amount. Simple modified amount. You can also put it simple modified amount of 20 lakhs for these states. So in these states, when you're selling goods or services or both goods or services, then you'll have to get yourself registered. And rest of India also, they put 20 lakhs. But then, people started complaining. They said that, listen, yaar, selling services is perfectly okay. 20 lakhs is good for services. But when we sell goods, right, 20 lakh we easily reach. We reach 20 lakhs very easily when you're selling goods. Example, let's say I file a return for a person and I charge 5,000 rupees. That's a good amount of service and my profits are really high in this. But when I sell a shoe worth 5,000, I barely get 400 rupees and my 20 lakh reaches very fast in goods. So in the case of goods, a lot of people complain this 20 lakh rupees is too small. So hence they say for rest of India, we'll make it 40 lakhs, but we'll only make it for if you're only supplying goods. And that too other than ice cream, pan masala, tobacco. Alright, so that's how you'll understand it, guys. First, the government had 20 lakhs in its mind. But there were 4 states which were laughing because there was no magajmari of tax. Nagaland, Manipur, Mizoram and Tripura. Just one second. So there was no magajmari of tax and hence the government realized that these guys are acting very smart. So they changed the limit to 10 lakh rupees in these 4 states. They put a very simple and modified amount of 20 lakhs in Puducherry, Uttarakhand, Telangana, that is all the other than northeastern states, Sikkim, Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, that is the northeastern states for 20 lakhs. So this 20 lakh has some other than northeastern and some northeastern states. And then they had rest of India. Rest of India ke liye they had also 20 lakhs. But then some people complain that 20 lakhs is good when it's services, but when it's goods only, when you're selling shoes, let's say the shoes are 5,000. So the limit is reached very easily of 20 lakhs. So can you do something there? So they made it 40 lakhs. They made it 40 lakhs in this case. All right. But they should be only selling goods. So the shoe guy, if the shoe guy is in Maharashtra, then he can have a limit of 40 lakhs as long as he's selling only shoes, no services, and that too, please remember guys, no interstate, and no ice cream, pan masala and tobacco, and no interstate also. All right. So these are the limits, guys. These are the limits. If we want, we'll do some sums later on where we can put these limits also, but very, very simple. Please remember, no magajmari of tax, and hence they reduced it to 10 lakhs. Put a simple modified amount to 20 lakhs, and rest of India is also 20 lakhs, but for only goods it's 40 lakhs. If you want, I don't think I've written this thing down in the registration part, so you all can write it down. You all can write it down. For these 4 states, it's no magajmari of tax. For this, it is put a simple modified amount. And rest of India, of course, rest of India. No magajmari of tax, and hence they change it to 10 lakhs. This is put simple modified amount. Put is all not other than northeast, and simple modified amount is northeast. All right, getting this off. Looking at the points, registration is needed to charge GST, collect GST as well as to take ITC. Registration is state-wise under GST. So guys, if I have 3 shoe shops, one in Maharashtra, one in Gujarat, one in Haryana, and all 3 of them are under the same PAN, can I have one registration for them? No, I need to have registration here also, registration here also, and registration here also. And by the way, these 3 entities will be called distinct persons. So for every state you need to have a different registration. Even within the same state, let's say one shop I have in Dadar and one shop I have in Kolaba under the same PAN, then I can take same registration for both. I have the option of taking different registration for both. So that's upon me. In the same state, you have optional. Otherwise, guys, you need to take a registration state-wise. For every state, you need a separate registration. All right, registration is state-wise under GST. Registration is based on aggregate turnover, and once a registration is required in one state, it requires in every state where he supplies. That means, let's say you have one in Delhi, and let's say you have one in Maharashtra, two shoe shops, and this is one PAN number. And let's say your aggregate turnover is reached in Maharashtra, that means 42 lakhs worth of shoes you sold in Maharashtra. Then should you take registration only for Maharashtra? No, you'll have to take registration for everywhere. So once you take a registration, you'll have to take it for everywhere. Also, this turnover has to be taken together. You have one shop in Maharashtra, one in Gujarat, and one in Delhi. 15 lakh, 20 lakh, 25 lakh. Do I have to take registration? Guys, the turnover is not calculated. The turnover is not calculated individually. It's calculated for the PAN. So 15 plus 20 is 35 plus 25 is 60 lakhs, which is more than 40 lakhs, and hence I'll have to take registration. So it's calculated PAN wise, aggregate turnover you have to calculate. All right. Assessee may take separate registrations for different offices within the same state. All right. Guys, this is slightly theoretical, but be with me. We'll do this really well, and you'll understand how many marks you can score from it. And lots of shortcuts also. So, if you start a shoe shop, do you have to compulsorily be registered? No, there is no compulsory registration for a shoe shop. But if you cross that threshold, then under section 22, if you cross the threshold is either 10 lakhs in 4 states, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. No magajmari for tax. Or 20 lakhs in put simple modified amount, and 20 lakhs / 40 lakhs in rest of India. If you reach these thresholds, then you need to make an application. All right. Let's say I reach this threshold on the 1st of November. I started selling shoes. April, May, June, July, August, September, October, lockdown. So I could not sell too many shoes. But on the 1st of November, I reached a threshold of 40 lakhs. So then, if I reached on 1st of November, I reached the threshold, then within 30 days, I need to make a application for registration. And then not just for one, for every state, whichever I have offices, I have to make an application for registration, because registration is done. If for one shop you have registration, you'll have to get registration for all the shops under the same PAN. So that means, guys, within 30 days, I need to get myself registered. So this is the question. Within how many days from you becoming eligible to be registered, you need to be registered within 30 days. So basically, by 1st of December, I should be registered. Within 30 days. For that, in the meanwhile, between 1st November and 1st December, I need to make an application. So I will make an application within these 30 days. I need to make an application. And guys, this application is called a 377 application. Why is it called a 377 application? Because when you apply, the assessing officer has 3 days to approve it. If he does not approve it, it's automatically approved within 3 days. If he has any query, he can ask you within 7 days. And once you reply, within 7 days, he has to approve or reject it. That's why I call it 377 application. No reference to section 377. This is purely coincidental. 377 application, guys, 377 application. When you apply within 3 days, he has to give you a registration. If he doesn't give you a registration, then automatic registration ho jayega. But within those 3 days, if he asks you some question, then you need to reply, and he gets 7 days to give you the either accept it or reject it after that. All right. Silence, that means if he's silent within those 3 days, that means automatic register ho gaye. Registration is made in GST, REG is registration, 01, that's the application form. And when you're registered is GST REG 06. 01 से 06. 01 में you make an application online, and 06 में you are granted the license online. The moment the shoe shop is given the license, he will display it everywhere in every shoe shop, whether it's Maharashtra, whether it's Gujarat, whether it's Delhi, everywhere he will display the license, and everywhere he'll have to get registered. And again, 377 is everywhere. So in Mumbai, Maharashtra, he'll have to apply for a registration. In Delhi, he'll have to apply for registration, and in Gujarat, he'll have to apply for registration. So this is when you cross a threshold. This is how you apply for registration. And sometimes you might not apply for registration. Sometimes put SMA is for whom? Guys, put SMA is for those 6 states. Muskan, looking at your question, put SMA is for those 6 states where the turnover should not cross 20 lakhs. If it crosses 20 lakhs, for goods and services both, Puducherry, Uttarakhand, Telangana, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya. These 6 states, 20 lakhs, and the rest of India is either 20 lakhs for goods and services or only services, and if it's only goods, then 40 lakhs. That means, can I say, guys, 20 lakh is in rest of India also. But only and only if you sell only goods, then it will be 40 lakhs. Alright. Okay, continuing, guys. 377 is the phone number or is the way how to get registered. 377, 3 days, 7 days, 7 days automatic registration if he does not tell you. Registration application 3 GSTR 01, and you will get the certificate under GSTR 06. You display the certificate wherever, all over the shop you can display it, or a very prominent place you can display the registration. This is, guys, compulsory registration. Alright. What if I was not compulsory required to register? Alright, again, one more thing. You made an application, let's put a date to it, 20th November, you made an application, and you got the registration on the 5th of December. Guys, the registration certificate came to you on the 5th of December. What will be the effective date of registration? Guys, this is when the event happened. What event? You crossed the threshold. This is when you made an application under GSTR 01, and this is when you were given the registration under GSTR REG 06. बट इफेक्टिव डेट कौन सा हुआ? गाइस, मैंने तो गलती नहीं की थी, मैंने तो 30 डेज में रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए फाइल कर दिया था, तो इफेक्टिव डेट विल बी 1st November. That means I am a taxable person or registered person from 1st of November. Alright. But let's say you were lazy and you did not, within 30 days you did not apply. Within 30 days you did not apply. 1st of November में आपका event हो गया था, but you applied on the 15th December. Application is REG 01, you applied late. तो अगर apply late किया तो then आपका समझो 20th December को registration आया. What will be the effective date of this? The effective date will be 20th December. इस पे भी question आ सकता है effective date पे. Please remember, effective date if you applied in the 30 days will be the event date. If not, then जिस दिन आपको registration certificate आया वो दिन will be the effective date. Alright. तो आपकी शू शॉप रजिस्टर हो गई है. कब, कौन से दिन पे रजिस्टर हो गई है? 1st November को आपकी शू शॉप रजिस्टर हो गई है. रजिस्ट्रेशन आ गई है आपकी शू शॉप की कब? 1st of November को. Alright. Now, whenever you sell goods, you'll have to issue a tax invoice because now you're registered. And उसमें शू का प्राइस आएगा 5,000 rupees into GST. वो GST तुम कलेक्ट करोगे, burden consumer पे, you will collect it and you will pay to the government. It's your headache. Alright. Next. Guys, 1st of November, between 1st of November and your date of application, that is 20th November, and your registration certificate, that is, let's say 5th of December. 5th of December तक you did not know whether you are registered or not. आपने apply किया था but you didn't know. So between these dates, can you issue a tax invoice? मतलब in the intervening period, can you issue a tax invoice? No, because you're not still registered. Only on the 5th of December you'll know whether you're registered. So in the meanwhile, you'll not issue tax invoice, but you will issue a normal invoice, which you will not charge tax, but then you will revise it later. Once you get your registration, within 30 days, you will revise those intervening period ka invoices. This concept we'll check in invoice chapter. All right. So the concept is, when do you revise it? One second. Alright. The concept is, when do you revise it? Guys, you revise it First, you issue normal invoices because you don't know whether you're registered or not till 5th December, and then you revise these invoices within 30 days. All right. This invoice chapter में और details आएंगी इसकी. Let's move ahead. This is under section 22. You got registered because your threshold limit was reached. You reached a threshold limit, and that's why you got registered. But guys, what if I don't want to wait for the threshold limit? Can I voluntarily register? Yes, you can voluntarily register anytime you want. You can voluntarily register. Same process. REG 01 में you apply, and REG 06 में they will give you a registration, and you will display it in your shops. And then, even if you don't cross the threshold, you will still have to charge GST. This why will someone do? Only because you want to claim ITC, because जब तक तुम register नहीं होते तुम ITC नहीं claim कर सकते. So this is one is basically limit registration. When you reach a certain limit, you need to register. Next is voluntary registration. All right. Next. Okay. Guys, limit registration समझ गए, voluntary registration समझ गए. Voluntary registration में अगर if you got a registration number, then you need to charge GST even if you've not crossed that limit. All right. Next, if an assessing officer investigates you, he visits your shop, he comes to your shoe shop and he sees तुम लोग इतना shoes बेचते हो फिर भी तुम register नहीं हो रहे हो, then he also can give you a GST registration number. So that means guys, you can apply, or even the AO can register you and give you a registration number, because he feels you should be registered and he will give you a registration number, and if you are agreed with it within the period of 90 days, you can confirm this registration. वो दे देता है आपको नंबर, बट अगर आपको चाहिए कि हाँ registration is necessary and I need it, they can confirm that number within 90 days. All right. Looking at some more points ahead. Guys, very important chapter, easy chapter but very important chapter. Okay. As I told you, registration is state-wise, but for the same state, in Mumbai, for Dadar and Kolaba, I may have separate registrations. That's upon me. All right. Section 22, person is required to obtain registration based on turnover of goods and services. Aggregate turnover, guys, aggregate turnover एक जन का पूरे पैन में जितना, मतलब अगर आपके 5 ऑफिसेस है या 5 स्टोर्स है एक पैन में, सबका टोटल करोगे एग्रीगेट टर्नओवर में. Aggregate turnover is basically just like अपने जो पहले से पढ़ा था aggregate turnover in the composition supply, यहाँ पर भी all outward supplies, taxable, non-taxable, exempt, export, all taxable supplies. Inward supply नहीं लोगे, एजेंट ने जो सप्लाई किया वो भी लोगे, एजेंट ने भी सप्लाई किया वो भी लोगे, एंड अगेन जस्ट लाइक कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम यहाँ पर भी जीएसटी इंक्लूड नहीं होगा. अगेन आई रिपीट गाइस, एग्रीगेट टर्नओवर मतलब क्या, ये 20 लाख 40 लाख के लिए टर्नओवर क्या होता है, इट इंक्लूड्स वन पैन में ऑल द टर्नओवर फॉर वन पैन, एंड ऑल आउटवर्ड सप्लाईज इंक्लूड सप्लाईज मेड टू एजेंट. ऑलराइट, no magajmari, oh I have mentioned it here, I have not highlighted it, and put ASM, put SAM 20 lakhs, rest of India is 20 lakhs, but only for goods it's 40 lakhs. All right. Next, guys, next is a shortcut. Next is another shortcut. Please wait for it. So what sections have we done right now? We did section 22, which talks about registration when you reach that turnover. Next is 23. Okay. Okay. Now, thinking about registration, there were 4 people who did not like this concept at all. There were 4 people who did not like this concept at all. They said, when we buy goods, we don't pay GST. These 4 people, they complained. They said that when we buy goods, we don't pay GST. We don't even want to take ITC. अपन को हमको इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट भी नहीं लेना है, सो प्लीज हमको एग्जाम कर दो, वी शुड नॉट बी रजिस्टर्ड. सो दे कंप्लेन एंड यू हर्ड देम. गाइस, दे कंप्लेन एंड यू हर्ड देम. सो हु आर दीस पीपल? फर्स्ट, दोस पीपल हु आर सेलिंग हैंडीक्राफ्ट गुड्स up to 20 lakhs, even if it's interstate, even if it's casual taxable person, no problem. Guys, ये बहुत important है. There were 4 people who complained saying that हमको registration नहीं चाहिए, please हमको माफ कर दो, हमको registration, because guys, the moment you are registered, for every supply you'll have to charge GST. You'll have to file your returns. You'll have a lot of magajmari. So these 4 people said that, listen, we don't want registration, and you heard them. The GST heard them out. Heard H is handicraft. Those people who are supplying handicraft goods, they are not supposed to get registered. कोई लिमिट नहीं है, guys, 20 लाख की लिमिट है, छोटी लिमिट नहीं है, 20 लाख के handicraft गुड बेच सकते हो. तो इवन इंटरस्टेट बेच सकते हो, महाराष्ट्र से गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र से उत्तर प्रदेश. आई एम फ्रॉम राजस्थान एंड वी मेक अमेजिंग हैंडीक्राफ्ट गुड्स देयर, सो वी कैन सप्लाई इट एनीवेयर, no problem, and even it can be a casual taxable person, no problem. So first is age handicraft. Second, if you're making exempt supply, why should you be registered? बिकॉज जब तुम सप्लाई कर रहे हो, आउटवर्ड सप्लाई पे जीएसटी नहीं है तो तुमको रजिस्टर करना ही नहीं है. तो एग्जाम सप्लाई वाले ने भी बोला मुझे भी रजिस्टर नहीं करना है, ओके तुम भी मत करो. थर्ड, एग्रीकल्चरिस्ट, समवन who's basically growing crops and selling, उसने बोला मुझे भी मत करो, तो उनको बोला ओके तुमको भी नहीं करेंगे. एंड फोर्थ, you remember that lawyer or you remember that security service guy, उन्होंने बोला कि हम जब भी सर्विस देते हैं, the recipient bears the burden and the recipient does everything. That means we are subject to RCM. If these guys say that we are subject to RCM, then sorry, don't have to get registered. So R is RCM. That's the fourth point. We heard all four of y'all, and for all four of y'all, please don't worry, no registration required. Handicraft goods up to 20 lakhs, even if they are interstate, even if they are given by a casual taxable person, no problem. We have a soft heart for handicrafts. सेकेंड, एग्जाम सप्लाई, आपके सप्लाई पे टैक्स नहीं है, एग्जाम सप्लाई तो आपको रजिस्ट्रेशन जरूरत नहीं है, एग्रीकल्चरलिस्ट को भी नहीं जरूरत है. एंड गाइस, ये लॉयर ने बोला कि अगर मैंने 10 लाख की सप्लाई की है, या सिक्योरिटी गार्ड ने बोला, पांडे जी ने बोला कि मैं 10 लाख की सप्लाई करता हूँ बट मेरे को टैक्स भरना ही नहीं है, ये बर्डन भी और ये हेडेक भी रेसिपेंट का है, तो प्लीज मुझे रजिस्ट्रेशन क्यों चाहिए, तो तुम भी रजिस्ट्रेशन मत लो. So these four people, we heard them out, and when we heard them out, we told them that HEAR, you don't have to apply for registration. Guys, I hope this is clear. There's a shortcut to remember. All four people who are not supposed to get registered, this could be a beautiful MCQ question which you will answer really well. These are people who are never have to register. They are not liable to register. They are not liable to register. These people have to register because of turnover. And next, 24th, compulsory registration. So 24 is dangerous, but इसका भी shortcut है. 24th बोलता है that we don't care whether you have 1 rupee turnover or 20 lakh turnover or 2 crore turnover. We don't care. You have to compulsorily get registered. Ensure compulsory registration is needed. What do you ensure? Ensure compulsory registration needed. In cases में, in 24 section में बोलता है कि in cases में whether 1 lakh turnover हुआ या 100 lakh हुआ या 1 rupee भी हुआ, you have to compulsory register करना पड़ेगा. Ensure compulsory registration is needed. E-commerce company. So tomorrow if you start an e-commerce company, even if you do 1 rupee turnover, you have to get yourself registered. Second, casual taxable person. जहां भी कैजुअल टैक्सेबल आता है ना गाइस, मैं नॉन रेसिडेंट वो भी लिख ही लेता हूँ, नॉन रेसिडेंट टैक्सेबल पर्सन. शॉर्ट में बताता हूँ, आगे 27 सेक्शन में डिटेल में जाएंगे. कैजुअल टैक्सेबल पर्सन इज अ पर्सन हु इज रजिस्टर्ड इन वन स्टेट बट इज सेलिंग इन द अदर स्टेट. लेट्स से सम पर्सन इज रजिस्टर्ड इन अरुणाचल प्रदेश बट इज सेलिंग इन महाराष्ट्र, तो देन ही इज अ कैजुअल टैक्सेबल पर्सन इन महाराष्ट्र. इन दिस केस कंपल्सरी रजिस्ट्रेशन लेना पड़ेगा. नेक्स्ट इज आर, द पर्सन who is getting RCM supplies. Guys, this अपन ने जो पहले किया था HEAR में, ये R was giving out tax RCM supplies, but this guy is incoming RCM. मतलब you are Himesh Reshamya and you are buying music from someone else, or you are Chetan Bhagat and you are buying a book from someone else, you copyright ले रहे हो, या फिर you are someone who's getting RCM supplies. If you are getting RCM supplies, that means you are the recipient. Then you will have to get yourself burden भी पे करना है and तुमको registration भी लेना पड़ेगा because headache is yours, so you have to get compulsory registration. Ensure compulsory registration is needed. Is interstate. अगर आप interstate supply कर रहे हो, interstate supply of what? Only of goods, not of services. Only of goods अगर interstate कर रहे हो तो आपको compulsory registration लेना पड़ेगा. Guys, I've simplified your life with 2 shortcuts here. किसको कंपल्सरी रजिस्ट्रेशन लेना पड़ेगा, किसको लेना नहीं पड़ेगा. कंपल्सरी रजिस्ट्रेशन किसको लेना पड़ेगा, किसको नहीं लेना पड़ेगा. सो फर्स्ट 22 इज टर्नओवर सेक्शन. यू नो द टर्नओवर 20 लाख sorry, 10 lakh, 20 lakh, and 20 lakh slash 40. This turnover is PAN-based turnover. And you look at the entire aggregate turnover, all outward supplies, no inward supplies, no tax. वो टर्नओवर देखो, अगर टर्नओवर क्रॉस होता है तो यू हैव टू अप्लाई REG 01 में अप्लाई करना है 377 3 डेज में या फिर 7 डेज में क्वेरी या फिर 7 डेज में आपको अग्री और नॉट अग्री 377 में रजिस्ट्रेशन करना पड़ेगा एंड इफेक्टिव डेट इज इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर रजिस्ट्रेशन. इसमें इफ यू वांट टू यू कैन आल्सो गेट वॉलंटरी रजिस्ट्रेशन, वो भी सेम प्रोसीजर होगा. Alright. Next is you're not liable to register. 4 people did not want to be registered. They made a complaint to you and you heard them. Handicraft people, those who are exempt supplies, those who are agriculturists, and those who are making RCM supplies. Making RCM supplies. मतलब RCM is outward. मुझे तो RCM में सप्लाई देनी है, मुझे तो टैक्स भरना ही नहीं है, तो why are you telling me to register? Okay, don't register. These people don't have to register. And for the others, compulsory 1 रुपए का भी हुआ तो भी registration करना पड़ेगा. If you're ensure compulsory registration is needed. E-commerce, if you are casual taxable person, casual taxable लिखा है तो non-resident taxable person भी लिख दो. If you are basically getting RCM supplies, guys, getting मतलब you are taking some supplies which are subject to RCM, then you need to pay to the government. If you need to pay to the government, you should have a registration. So you have to compulsory register. Is interstate, if you're selling interstate, and N is non-resident taxable person. इन सबको इंटरस्टेट में सिर्फ गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज नहीं है गाइस, इन सबके लिए इन कंपल्सरी रजिस्ट्रेशन इज नीडेड. कंपल्सरी रजिस्ट्रेशन इज नीडेड. आई होप दिस इज क्लियर. अगर एमसीक्यू में आया तो वेरी इजी टू आइडेंटिफाई. 24 में थोड़े और भी लोग हैं, पर 24 में मेन लोग अपन ने समझ लिए. तो 24 इज कंपल्सरी रजिस्ट्रेशन. आई होप यू गॉट दिस. लेट्स लुक एट इट हियर. 22 is turnover based. 23 is exemption from registration who don't have to register. 24 is compulsory registration. Ensure compulsory registration is needed and her. And guys, I've made us life slightly more simple also. In many cases, मैंने line भी ऐसे किया. Ensure is e-commerce, compulsory is casual, registration is RCM. ऐसे ही मैंने किया है for you all to by heart it. Alright. Next, guys, बहुत छोटा चैप्टर है, फटाफट हो जाएगा. If you be with me, फटाफट कर लेंगे चैप्टर. Next, 25 and 26 section बोलता है. One second, looking at the questions. So what about intra-state supply of handicrafts from Maharashtra and aggregate to 35 lakhs? What about intra-state supply of handicrafts? All right, Ishan, good question. I'm tackling your question right now. So Ishan, if you're supplying handicraft, then the limit is only to 20 lakhs. Whether intra-state or whether interstate, the limit is 20 lakh. The moment you cross that limit, you need to get registered because threshold cross कर लिया. So the benefit of handicraft is for interstate. अगर आप interstate करते हो तभी आपको registration नहीं चाहिए. So there are some points that will be discussed in CA final and notes. We don't need to know their names also. I know if it's supposed to be discussed in CA final, nothing right now. Wait for it. सबका time आएगा. All right. Guys, next is procedure for registration, which we already have discussed it. Procedure for registration we've already discussed. Be with me, guys. You cannot miss out. All this is very important for exam. There is only 1.5 day worth of IDT is 40 marks, whereas DT has 60 marks and it's so humongous. Do this really well. Do this really well. What is the procedure for registration? I told you REG 01 may you apply, and then REG 06 may you get the registration certificate. But guys, इसका time difference होता है. You apply within 30 days. You get your registration on 5th December. इसका effective date is still the earlier date, which is the 1st November event date. मतलब जिस डे पे आपने अप्लाई की करने का इवेंट आया था उस दिन से you become registered. All right. Looking at the questions. So, but for other goods, it's 40 lakh for interstate, right? Interest. Oh yes, Ishan, you're right. 40 lakh. So if you're handicraft and 35 lakh, you will not require it because even interstate you have not reached that threshold. You're right. Perfect. All right, guys, coming back here. We will do a lot of questions from here as well. Don't worry. First, let's focus here. So 22 done, 23 done, 24 done. But guys, इसको अगर आप remember करने जाओगे एक बहुत difficult होगा, तो acronym याद रखना. Procedure for registration we just discussed. Procedure for registration में 30 days important है, and 30 days में effective date is very important. उसके ऊपर question आ सकता है. Next is very important. Section 27. casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person. This is where we discuss these people in slightly more detail. What is casual taxable person? You are registered in Delhi. You are registered in Delhi. You have a GST number in Delhi, 15-digit number, but it's only for Delhi because state-wise registration, and Delhi is considered to be a state here. But you have a very, very good exhibition in Mumbai. Guys, you had an exhibition in Mumbai and you want to participate in that exhibition. We leave him here. He wants to participate in that exhibition, but he's not registered in Mumbai. Same thing, you are in Denmark plus Sweden plus 5 countries. You are in 5 countries, but you are not in India. So you don't have a GST number in India. So you don't have a 15-digit GST number in India. Now you also want to come for this Mumbai exhibition. So now we're discussing their registration. We're discussing registration of casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person. Guys, let's say the exhibition is Mumbai. So both of them will have to take a registration, and both of them will have to take a registration 5 days before the business starts. 5 days before the business starts, they will have to take a registration. So they will have to take a registration, and that registration will be given to them for 90 days. Guys, registration unlimited नहीं है, बहुत छोटे time period के लिए 90 days, which can be further extended by another 90 days. So can I say first 90 days and then they can apply for the registration within 90 days. So then once they register, they can participate in the exhibition, great. But please remember, they can run away. He can run away to Delhi and he can run away to Denmark. And hence, when they register, they have to make advance payment of tax. But how will I make advance payment till I know? How will I make advance payment till I know how much I've sold? I will make an estimate. I will say that I'm selling or going to sell so many goods worth so much amount, so I will make an estimate and I will pay the tax. I hope this is understood, guys. This is very important. Casual taxable person, non-resident taxable person has to make. Do they have to register? Yes, they have to register. How many days before? 5 days before they have to register. And how many days of registration is valid? 90 days plus 90 days के लिए they have to be valid. 90 days is automatic. Suppose my exhibition was only 5 days. So 5 days. 90 days is the maximum. And then you have to make advance payment of tax. You have to make advance payment of tax. I hope you're okay with this. I hope you're okay with this. Guys, these people also, when they come for the exhibition, once the exhibition is over, they have to file return also. Casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person also have to file return, which we will see when we see return chapter. Guys, this is the third chapter. देखते देखते सब खत्म हो जाएंगे. Be with me while we do this well. So section 22 done, 23 done, 24 done. 25 talks about procedure, which we have discussed, 0106 effective date. Deemed registration and registration both are discussed together. Deemed registration as a concept is not very important for you all. CTP and NRTP. Person should apply for registration within 30 days. Sorry, this is wrong. 1 second, not here. This should be up. Guys, just correct it if in case you are looking at a book. Just correct this. This one should be just cancelled. It's not for CTP NRTP. CTP NRTP should be applying at least 5 days before the start of the business. Okay. Then it is basically given for a period, can be extended for 90 days. One can make voluntary registration also. Guys, these some lines are not part of CTP NRTP, no problem. CTP NRTP given registration for 90 days and can be further extended by 90 days also. Looking at the questions. Composition scheme applicable nahi hai na for CTP. No, composition scheme applicable nahi hai. How do you remember? Tushar, go to the composition scheme sentence. Casually eating ice cream, studying Inter online. Casual taxable person cannot take composition scheme. Non-resident taxable person cannot take composition scheme. All right. CTP and NRTP cannot take composition scheme. NRTP need not have a PAN. Guys, foreigner के पास PAN कैसा होगा? PAN तो होगा नहीं. तो उसका जो representative है यहाँ पर, they will have to give a self-attested. They have to give a PAN and they have to give a self-attested passport copy. Again, I repeat, you're a non-resident taxable person. Will you have a PAN? No, you will not have a PAN. So then PAN तो चाहिए GST registration के लिए. तो जो PAN तुम्हारा legal यहाँ पे जो representative है उसका PAN चलेगा, representative का PAN चलेगा और तुम्हारा passport का copy दे दो मुझे. All right. That is section 27 CTP NRTP. CTP NRTP guys are people who get registration for very, very short period of time. All right. This is the procedure. 377 is given here. Effective date is important. All right. Then we go to the next one, United Nations. We're almost very close to the end of this chapter, guys, and this chapter is really scoring. This chapter is brilliantly scoring and so simple. Let's recap the sections. 22 is turnover limit. 23 is these 4 people who don't need to register. Handicraft, exempt, agriculturalist and RCM में जो supply करता है. 25 ensure compulsory registration is needed. E-commerce, casual taxable person, non-resident taxable person, RCM में जो receive करता है वो, and interstate जो supply करता है वो, interstate goods. 25, 26 were procedure for registration and 27 was CTP, NRTP. Done. Next. Guys, there are very important people like United Nations plus embassies. These are very important people, and for them, for these important people, they don't need to register. They will be given a unique identification number. UIN देते हैं, उनको एक number देते हैं because guys they will also be purchasing goods. UN will be purchasing TVs. UN also will be purchasing ACs. UN will be purchasing other goods and services. So उनके लिए they pay GST on these things. They have paid GST. So to get a refund of that GST back, they need to apply and get a unique identity number. This unique identity number is given to special organizations like embassies, etc., in order so that they can claim a tax refund. All right. Next point. SEZ guys, SEZs need to have a separate registration. Example, मेरे 4 units है, महाराष्ट्र में, बॉम्बे में एक और एक SEZ में, गोवा में एक और दिल्ली में एक. Question in the exam, how many registrations will you need? You will need one for this, you will need one for this. Can we take both के लिए एक? No, for SEZ you need separate registration for SEZ. So totally you will need 4 registrations because registration is state wise and even in the state SEZ requires separate registration. I hope you got that. SEZ को separate registration देना पड़ता है. उसका reason CA final में समझेंगे, but right now you should know that SEZ require a separate registration. Registration is done state-wise, okay. Registration is only required for a place of business from where taxable supply is made. Example. I told you I have a shoe shop in Maharashtra. And let's say in Gujarat, I have a petrol pump. The shoe shop crosses the limit of 40 lakhs. Do I need registration? Yes, under section 22, I'll need registration. But do I need registration of petrol pump also because they both are under the same PAN? No, because this is not taxable only. If it's not taxable, you don't need registration for this Gujarat entity. I hope you've got this. I hope you've got this. That registration तभी चाहिए जब goods taxable हो. All right. REG01 is registration. REG01 is when you get the registration. It's a 15-digit GST number. Every registration is deemed a distinct person for GST purpose. That means if I have a shoe shop and I have one PAN and I have 3 shops, all are registered, all will be considered distinct persons. Registration in 377 days. All right. Very, very end of the chapter. The last fag end of the chapter. Guys, can I modify my registration? Registration हो गया है. Can I modify it? Let's say I want to change the name of my company. Shoe company का नाम बदलना है या shoe company का मुझे partners का details बदलना है. So these things are called core areas. Looking at the questions, what does having the same PAN mean? Okay, Meet having the same PAN basically means that Meet tomorrow you can have a shop called Meet Shoes and you can apply for a PAN. Let's say it's a partnership firm. Meet and 2 other people are partners. You applied for a PAN for Meet Shoes and Co. It's a partnership firm. And let's say under that partnership firm you have 5 shops in different 5 states. All of them are attached to the same PAN number because PAN is required only one in the whole of India. So under that one PAN you have 5 shops. All the 5 shops are under one PAN. So one PAN, that means for the aggregate turnover of 20 lakhs, 40 lakhs, whatever it is applicable, you need to take all 5 shops together. And even if the one shop is in Manipur or Mizoram or Nagaland and Tripura, then the lower limit will be applicable, that is 10 lakh. So one PAN, one turnover, one PAN, one turnover. That's how what I say is linked to the PAN. All right, guys, we've learned a lot of shortcuts here. Now the next one, I want my registration to be amended. I want my registration to be amended. Why will you need amendment to registration? बहुत बार होता है, मोबाइल नंबर चेंज हो गया, ईमेल एड्रेस चेंज हो गया, कुछ छोटा मोटा डिटेल चेंज हो गया. So then guys, if I require change, it can be to the non-core area or it can be the core area. Core area basically means either your name or your address is being changed or your partner's details are changed, owner's details are changed. In these cases, these are called core areas and these are called non-core areas. Important. Non-core areas तो जैसे ही तुम अप्लाई करोगे immediately change हो जाता है. So non-core is not very important. email address change हुआ है, ठीक है, change कर देंगे. But अगर core areas में change करना है तो you need to apply within 15. इसका नंबर है 151577. जैसे वो 377 था, 377 when you want to register, 151577. This is the hotline number you need to call up. 151577. You need to call up on this number to get your registration modified. जब आपका नेम चेंज हुआ या एड्रेस चेंज हुआ या पार्टनर्स चेंज हुआ, within 15 days you need to make an application because ये core change. Then in the next 15 days he gets time to see your application. If he has any query, then you have to reply within 7 days, and after replying within 7 days he has to decide. So 7 days is for changing the core areas. Within 15 days of changing of any of these details, you need to apply for changing amendment. He has to decide within 15 days. If he has a query, then you have to reply within 7 days, and from the replying he has to decide within 7 days. 151577 is the code word for core area change of registration. Alright, तो रजिस्ट्रेशन चेंज होगा तो आपको नया रजिस्ट्रेशन सर्टिफिकेट मिलेगा. नया रजिस्ट्रेशन सर्टिफिकेट वापस आपके दुकान पे लगा दो. इन द शू शॉप, मीत शाह एंड कंपनी शू शॉप, यू कैन पुट द न्यू रजिस्ट्रेशन. ऑलराइट, that is changing modification. Section 28. Section is not important, guys. So 22, 23, 24 important. 15, 77. Change to core areas, non-core areas immediate. All right. Next, cancellation of registration. Last, ये शू शॉप है, ये बिजनेस नहीं चल रहा है. नो वन इज बाइंग योर शूज और द पर्सन हु स्टार्टेड द शू इज नो मोर, और यू वांट टू शट योर बिजनेस. होता है, राइट? यू कैन शट योर बिजनेस, सो यू कैन अप्लाई फॉर वॉलंटरी कैंसिलेशन. Or sometimes the assessing officer, he can also cancel your registration, but he can do so only if the following three four reasons happen. One is you've done some fraud. Second is तुमने रजिस्ट्रेशन के बाद 6 months तक तुमने कोई सेल ही नहीं किया, एंड 6 months तक तुमने कोई रिटर्न ही फाइल नहीं किया. Then in these cases, you can also cancel your registration. But of course, when he cancels your registration, he'll give you an opportunity of being heard. Alright, तो cancellation कर सकते हो. Yes, you can also cancel. Voluntary cancellation भी होता है. When you don't want to run the business, shut the business, a person dies, a person is no more, a partnership form dissolves, you can cancel the voluntary cancellation. You make an application, and in the application you tell him the reason for cancellation and he will cancel the registration. Of course, all the liability should be paid off. And यहाँ पर guys, he is cancelling is because he feels you obtained by fraud, or for 6 months you did not sell anything, or for 6 months you did not file any returns. And ये 6 months returns का composition scheme के लिए है 3 quarters, 3 consecutive periods, or 6 consecutive months you didn't file your returns. For composition scheme is 3. Guys, please, my request is don't miss out on even 1-2 words. Alright, ये जब cancel होता है, you feel very bad. Can you say please don't cancel it? Yes. Once the order of cancellation comes, of course अगर तुमने voluntary cancel किया है तो why will you reapply? But if they have cancelled it, you can tell them to revoke the cancellation within 30 days. तो let's say आज cancel हुआ 28 September को, so within 30 days you can apply for revocation or cancellation. Ki sir, don't worry, I am filing the return right now, or don't worry, let me explain. You can file for revocation, and within 30 days he has to reply to you and either cancel the order of cancellation or continue the order of cancellation. Even if you don't respond to the asked amendments in 15 days, AO can cancel, right? Yes, he can cancel. If you don't reply, of course, he will cancel. All right. Okay. Guys, that is about it. 28 के बाद 29 and 30. 28 was modification, 29 was cancellation, and 30 was revocation of cancellation. Okay. One last point. Let's say I have applied for cancellation today, 28th September. This is when I applied for cancellation. But immediately to hoga nahi cancel. It will take some time. So let's say he cancelled it on the 25th of October. But what about the meanwhile? So in the meanwhile, this is cancellation, this is application of cancellation, this is order of cancellation. In the meanwhile, he will suspend your application, or he will suspend your registration. So from 20th September to 25th October, your application or your registration will be suspended. So in the suspension period, you cannot make any taxable supplies. Sorry, you cannot sell shoes during that period. And also, good thing is you don't have to file any returns. In this period, you don't have to file your returns. All the returns have to be stopped and all the taxable supplies have to be stopped in this period. All right. Guys, so what we discussed is from 22 to 30 section we've discussed. Let's put the section. 22 is turnover limit. 23 is HEAR, those people who don't have to apply for registration. 24th is compulsory registration. 25th and 26th is procedure for registration. 27 is casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person. उनको 90 days के लिए मिलता है. 5 days पहले वो business have to apply. 28th is modification of registration. 29 is cancellation of registration, and 30 is revocation of cancellation. These sections we've done, this chapter we've done. We're looking at the questions in just about 1 minute. We're looking at the questions. Guys, 1 minute and we're looking at the questions. So I'm going to be back in 1 minute and we look at the questions, please. Questions, if any, in the chat box. All right, Ishan, is the registration procedure to be learned in detail? Okay, what I'll do is let's go through the module also in 2 minutes after we're done with the session. So you all will know how much of which we've done. We are almost covering the entire thing. First, let's look at the questions, guys. All right, I'm putting on the screen the questions, please. I'm putting on the screen the questions. Look at the question. Let me know how well we can do this. All right. Aggregate turnover of 20 lakhs, guys. I'm on the screen. I hope you guys are also here. Aggregate turnover of 20 lakhs is calculated based on first aggregate value of all taxable supplies, exempt supplies, export of goods and services, interstate supplies of a person having same PAN computed on all India basis. This could be the right answer. This could be aggregate value of all taxable supplies, exempt supplies, export of goods and services, and interstate supplies of a person computed for each state separately. Aggregate value of all intra-state supplies, export of goods and exempt supplies of a person having same PAN computed for each state separately. Each state separately नहीं होता है, aggregate होता है. And aggregate value of all taxable supplies, exempt supplies, exports, and interstate supplies of a person having same PAN computed on all India basis and excluding taxes if any charged under GST, SGST. Guys, this looks like the right answer. 1D looks like the right answer. Let's look at the answers and let's see what the answer is. 1D is the right answer because we don't have to exclude taxes. This is very similar, guys, to the aggregate turnover concept in composition scheme. This is what I mean by one PAN, all India. If you have 5 shops, all the 5 shops turnover should be settled together. Guys, looking at the next question. Whether all persons involved in business or profession are mandatorily required to obtain registration? No, of course not. Lots of people don't have GST registration. Yes, that's a wrong answer. Not required if he is an agriculturalist or a person exclusively engaged in supplying exempt goods. So agriculturalist is A, exempt goods. Or if the threshold limit does not exceed in the financial year. That's right. He's not required. This could be right answer. Not required if he's an agriculturalist or a person exclusively engaged in not supplying exempt goods. This and this, but this looks like a better answer because yes, if the specified threshold limit does not reach, you don't have to. And no, only a specified threshold limit exceeds in a financial year, then only need to obtain. But for agriculturalists and for these people, even then you don't need to apply. Agriculturalist can sell 2 quotas agricultural goods also, even then he doesn't have to apply. So the answer looks like B. The second answer looks like B. Let's check the answer as well, guys. 1 second. Just 1 second. My Word document is again, okay, perfect. All right, the second is the B is the right answer, and I think we had B only as the right answer. Yes, B is the right answer for us also. Guys, you got to be here and do it with me. Imagine each of these is worth 1 mark or 2 mark in the exam. All right, the third one, please. Which of the following is true? A person can't collect tax unless he's registered. Yes, he can't collect tax unless he's registered. Guys, unregistered person can't collect tax. Registered person not liable to collect tax till aggregate turnover exceeds 20 lakhs, as the case may be. Guys, once you are registered, even if the threshold is not reached, मतलब अगर आपने voluntary registration ले ली है, और even after that 5 lakh का turnover है, तो भी आपको tax collect करना पड़ेगा. So this is not true. This one looks like true. A person can collect tax during the period of his provisional registration. No, provisional registration mein he can't collect tax. So the answer is only A. Answer is 3A. Questions if any are invited. If an agricultural sells 2 crores of agri goods and 20,000 worth of shoes, his total turnover will cross threshold. So he also has to register now. 20 lakh agar hai, 20,000 worth of shoes. His total turnover will cross threshold. So you have to look at it separately. If you're not an agriculturalist, if you're selling shoes, then you become a trader, and then you have to look at trading 20 lakh or 40 lakh as the case may be. All right, looking at the fourth question, guys, need to just slightly hurry up. Days within which a person should apply for registration: within 30 days from the date he becomes liable for registration. All right. TAN issued under the Income Tax Act is mandatory for grant of registration. It is one of the documents listed. Yes, but non-resident taxable person may be granted registration on the basis of other document. This looks like right. TAN तो चाहिए, but non-resident taxable person को नहीं चाहिए. No for persons who are required to deduct tax shall have TAN in lieu of PAN, and both B and C. Guys, both these seem like the right answer. For people who are deducting tax, then they don't need a PAN, they only need a TAN. P and C look at the right answer. Our answer should be D, 5D. Let me just check. 5D. 5D is the right answer. Perfect. Let's go back. Guys, sixth question. We are at sixth question. Everyone got to be here. Do it with me. Please see the sixth question. Which of the following statements are correct? Persons who are required to deduct tax under 51 shall obtain registration irrespective of the threshold. Yes, guys, we have not discussed tax deducted because it's not very important. But if you have to deduct tax, then you have to be registered. Persons who are required to collect tax, even those have to be registered irrespective of threshold. So both A and B are the right answers. This one is not a very important thing, and hence we have not discussed for tax deducted and tax collected. That's all. Which of the following requires amendment in the registration certificate? Important. Amendment is important. Change of name, it's a core area. Change in the constitution of the registered person, core area. Addition, deletion, or retirement of partners, core area. All three of them require amendment. Important question. When can a voluntary registered person registration be cancelled? If the person does not start his business within 6 months from the date of registration, business has been discontinued or transferred, non-filing of returns for a continuous period of 6 months, all of the above, guys, all of the above. इस केस में you will yourself cancel it, and in दोनों केस में the AO can cancel it. Next, how a person can submit the application for registration? Filling form GSTR 01. ये दोनों तो right answer नहीं लग रहे because GSTR 01 along with necessary documents with the jurisdictional proper officer, uploading the required uploading, guys. Everything is online. So filing GSTR on electronically, this looks like the right answer. Everything is online with respect to registration, and guys, registration number is 377. Always remember. Where the application for grant of registration has been approved, a certificate of registration in dash shall be made available to the applicant on the dash. Registration अगर मिल गया है तो आपको 06 में मिलेगा. REG 06, REG 06, REG. This is not right. This is not right. This is not right. So this looks like the right answer. A unique identity number, guys, UIN किसको मिलता है? United Nations and all these special people will be allotted to the following persons upon submitting an application. All taxable persons, no. Only unregistered person, no. Specialized agency, UNO, etc. Yes. 12th. Every registered taxable person shall display a certificate of registration in a prominent location at his principal place of business. Absolutely yes. Under what circumstances physical, okay, so this is not, we've not discussed it, but we can discuss it now. Under which circumstances physical verification will be possible? Guys, you applied for registration. You said I have a shoe shop, you applied for registration. GST REG 01 you applied for. But if the officer feels that he wants to check your shoe shop, he can come and visit your shoe shop. So physical verification of business premises is a discretionary power. That means he may do it if the proper officer wants to do it. This is the answer. All right, that's about it. Let's see if you have any other questions. Let's go to the module and see what questions are there in the module, guys. Just 1 second. Just 1 second, I'm just starting the module. Guys, just give me a couple of seconds. Some document problem with my Word. 1 second. All right, started my Word document again. Just give me a minute and we start. All right, guys, on the screen, other questions. You got to be doing this really well because MCQs are 12 marks. That could be make or break in your exam. Mr. A has started. If you can see the screen, guys, on the screen is this. On the screen is this. All right. On the screen, Mr. A has started intra-state supply of goods from Delhi. मतलब दिल्ली के अंदर ही supply कर रहा है. He is required to obtain registration if his aggregate turnover exceeds dash lakhs during the financial year. For Delhi, it is 40 lakhs because it's only goods. Like if this is goods and services, it will be 20 lakhs. Aggregate turnover includes taxable supplies, yes. Exempt supplies, yes. Export, yes. All of the above, yes. That's the right answer. Which is the statement is correct? Person making any interstate taxable supply of goods is required to obtain registration. Compulsory, guys. Interstate है क्या compulsory चाहिए? Think of compulsory registration. Ensure compulsory registration is needed. I is interstate. Yes, interstate taxable supply of goods. अगर ये services होता तो compulsory नहीं होता. Goods है इसलिए compulsory है. That's the right answer. Which of the statement is correct? This is correct. A person to whom UIN has been granted cannot apply for cancellation or registration. This is also something we've not discussed. We're discussing it now. Guys, UIN, you can apply for your granted it, but you cannot apply for cancellation of this. ये automatic होता है. इसके लिए you cannot cancel it. This is automatically given to you and it will automatically withdrawn. You cannot cancel it. The cancellation of registration under either SGST or UTGST Act shall be deemed to be a cancellation of registration under SCGST Act. This is also something we're studying right now only, that in under one act if it's cancelled, under all acts it's cancelled. So same way guys, can I think of it as one PAN, one cancellation? Because एक PAN में, let's say you have 3 registrations, and if one of them is cancelled, all 3 of them will be stand cancelled. All right. So one PAN number is important to understand what is that one PAN concept. Which of the following persons are not liable to registration? Any person engaged exclusively in supplying services wholly exempt? Yes. Persons making any interstate taxable supply of goods? This guy is compulsory. Both A and B, none of the above. 1 second. Which of the following persons are not liable for registration? Any person engaged exclusively in supplying services wholly exempt from tax. It should be none of the above. 1 second. This, which of the following persons are not liable for registration? Not liable for registration. We will get back to this one. Let's move ahead. All right. The next one is the 5th one. Excellent, important question, could be an exam question also, guys. Determine the effective date of registration in the following cases. The aggregate turnover of Dhampur Footwear Industries of Delhi has exceeded the applicable threshold limit of 40 lakh on the 1st September. 1st September को आपका threshold cross हो गया 40 lakhs का. It submits the application for registration on 20th September. मतलब within the time you've applied. Time कौन सा था? 30 days में you should apply. You applied on 20th September, which is perfectly okay. Registration certificate on 25th September. Effective date is when? Guys, effective date, if you've done everything well, effective date should be 1st of September. Next, someone's raised their hand. Yes, please. I'm just unmuting everyone. You can unmute yourself and ask a question. Next, Mehta Teleservices is an architect in Lucknow. Architect means services, guys. Service के लिए 20 lakhs है. Its aggregate turnover exceeds 20 lakhs on 25th October. It submits an application for registration on 27th November. Guys, एक महीने के बाद you should have applied within 30 days. You applied after 30 days. Registration is given on 5th December. In this case, you will be registered from 5th December because you did not apply within 30 days. I hope this is clear, guys. This could be a very interesting question in the exam as an MCQ at least. In order to be eligible for grant of registration, a person must have a PAN number. That's right. Only one exception is there, that is non-resident taxable person. He does not or she does not need to have a PAN number. They can give their passport copy and they can give the PAN number of their representative in India. Which of the following suppliers are liable to be registered? I can't see this here. I can see agriculturalist who's wholly engaged in the produce of agriculture, cultivation, and aggregate turnover does not apply, exceed that. So this one looks like it, but this question is not visible right now. This one also will come back to 4 and 7. What are the advantages of taking GST registration? You can collect taxes, you can pay taxes, and you can claim ITC. 3 advantages. Can a person without GST registration collect GST? No, not at all. If you want to collect GST, you need to be registered. If a person making taxable supplies from different states, guys, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Delhi, 3 states, with the same PAN number, can he operate with a single registration? No, registration is state-wise. He has to apply in 3 different states with 3 different registrations. 11th question, can a person having multiple places of business in a state, मतलब Maharashtra में, Dadar में, Kolaba में, Goregaon में, Bandra में, you have 4 different places, obtain separate registrations? Can he? Yes, you can. You don't have to, but you may. Is there a provision, 12th question, is there a provision for a person to get himself voluntarily registered? Yes, of course you can get voluntarily registered, but beware, if you get yourself voluntarily registered, then even if you don't cross the threshold limit, you will still have to charge GST. You make your goods unnecessarily expensive. Can the department through the proper officer suo moto proceed to register a person under GST? Yes, the department and the proper officer has the power to suo moto register you, especially in case of investigation. They do that very often, and then you, if you want, you can confirm that within 90 days. Whether the registration granted to any person is permanent? No, it's not permanent. It can be cancelled, voluntary cancellation also, and the AO can cancel also. Is it necessary for the UN bodies to get registration under GST? Not compulsory, but UN-like bodies are given a unique identity number. What is the responsibility of taxable person making supplies to UN bodies? The responsibility of taxable person making supplies to UN bodies कुछ नहीं है. जब तुम UN bodies को supply करते हो तो उनका UN number डालना पड़ेगा ताकि उनके reflect हो जाए credit ledger में and then they can take a refund. This we will see in ITC. All right. I think that's about it. Oh no, there are more questions. What is the validity period of the registration in case of a casual taxable person, non-resident taxable person? 90 days, or the period of business, whichever is more, and can be further extended by 90 days. What happens when the registration is obtained by means of willful misrepresentation, fraud, or suppression of facts? The AO can go ahead and cancel the registration. Is there an option to take centralized registration for services under GST law? No, sorry, no centralized registration. What could be the liabilities on transfer of a business? Guys, on a transfer of a business, let's say I'm ABC and I'm transferring my business to XYZ. The PAN number is changed. If the PAN number is changed, you need to get a new registration. Please remember, registration is linked to your PAN number. In fact, out of the 15 digits of the registration, 10 digits have a PAN number. So if the PAN changes, you need to apply for a new registration. At the time of registration, will the assessee have to declare all his places of business? Yes, he will have to declare all his places of business. In fact, if I have a shop in Dadar and I have a shop in Kolaba and I apply for one registration, I have to declare one of them as principal place of business and the other as other alternative place of business. Does cancellation of registration impose any tax obligations? Yes, of course. Once your registration is cancelled, you need to pay all your pending tax liabilities. जो भी तुमने credit लिया वो reverse करना है and जो वो ITC में देखेंगे and all the liabilities you have to pay. All right. That is the registration chapter. Guys, more or less we've covered the entire registration chapter. more or less. I've omitted some parts which are not really important. Otherwise, we've completed the entire registration chapter. It's taken us over just 1 hour to complete the entire chapter. We're looking at the next chapter, and the beauty of the next chapter is it gets completed in 15 minutes. So we're done with 3 chapters already. The next chapter which we do will get completed in 15 minutes flat. We will start that in about 5 minutes from now, and then in 15 minutes it will get done. Don't lose your energy, guys. This is very, very important. Post this, we will look at the RTP and MTP also. What are they expecting in ICAI? We'll also look at that. So be with me while we look at the next chapter in about 5 minutes from now. And the next chapter, guys, the beauty is it gets done in 15 minutes flat. So while we look at that chapter, you take a 5 minute break, come back, and we continue. Questions, if any, definitely invited right now. I've unmuted everyone, and you all can unmute yourself and ask me a question. Yes, please. Someone's asking a question. All right, guys, talking to all of y'all, just want to have a small conversation before we go to the next chapter. All right, just 1 second. Perfect. Okay, so just wanted to talk to you all about it. So we're done with 3 chapters. Now, guys, in these 3 specific chapters, all I have to tell you guys is whatever we discuss are really, really important things. If there are some parts of the chapter which I have not discussed, maybe they're not important because in that sheet I've covered everything that is important. So have a look at them, and probably you can have one reading of that before you go, but don't pay too much attention to it. Don't pay too much unnecessary attention to it because that's not warranted. That's not warranted. As you can see, the questions also are not from that part of the chapter, but I've tried to cover as much as I could. In fact, one of the first 5 6 chapters I've covered everything, registration, etc. I have covered the main parts, about 90, 80, 90% of most of the things I've covered. Rest, some more details, etc. You could always have one reading, but don't by heart it. All right, time to move on to the 4th chapter. As I told you, from the time we start this chapter to the time we end, it will not be more than 15 minutes. This chapter is a very, very easy chapter, but definitely one sum. I can promise you one sum from this is definitely going to be there in your book, in your exam. I'm sorry. So let's look at that chapter. I'm just going to open into that chapter. 1 second. All right. If you guessed the chapter by now, great. If you haven't guessed, that chapter is called Value of Supply. Guys, value of supply. I want everyone's attention here. I want everyone to be focused here because this is one chapter where you can get a numerical sum. That's right, guys. This is not at all for concept. This is not at all theoretical. This is a practical numerical sum from this chapter can definitely be there in your exam. Let's look at it with an example. This is Vijay Sales. This is me and my office. They're also registered and they are suppliers. I'm also registered because my CA firm is registered and I'm the recipient because I'm going to be buying something. I'm going to be buying something from Vijay Sales. Okay. So guys, I realized that now Vijay Sales has come up with a AC which kills bacteria. So after COVID, I thought I will change all my office ACs and I will buy ACs which kill bacteria. So I go to Vijay Sales and I say, Vijay Sales, give me one of those ACs which kills bacteria. They said, okay, no problem. That AC is worth 1 lakh rupees. All right. So I say, all right, these ACs look really good. They act really good. They help me from, and my employees, all my staff from bacteria and from poisonous gases and air. Just 1 second. Just 1 second, guys. All right, sorry. Yes. So I went to Vijay Sales, guys. 15 minutes and this chapter is done. Be with me. I went to Vijay Sales and I said, I want an AC. The AC said, AC cost is 1 lakh rupees. This is the cost of the AC. I said, great, as long as this AC is good, does my work and kills all the bacteria, etc. I don't mind paying 1 lakh rupees for the AC. They said, okay, we will deliver it to you. We will deliver it to you. But for delivery, we will charge another 5,000 rupees. Okay, so I'm just putting these charges here. They said to deliver it, we will charge you another 5,000 rupees. I said, okay, no problem. And I said, listen, I want to test whether it actually kills bacteria. So they said, if you want to get the testing done, we can get the testing done and we'll give you a report also. And that will cost you 5,000 rupees. I said, okay, perfect. Then They told me that if I have to pay within, they said 3 months. Or let's say they said you have to pay within 30 days. And if you don't pay within 30 days, we will charge you interest of 100 per day. All right, these are three things that they've agreed on. Then, guys, because this AC is so good, it kills bacteria, etc. The Jindal Foundation, there's a foundation called Jindal Foundation. They said whoever buys an AC, whoever buys, because you're selling such a good AC, they told Vijay Sales that whenever you sell an AC like this, we will give you 10,000 rupees as a subsidy. So Vijay Sales is getting 1 lakh rupees from me. Vijay Sales is getting 1 lakh rupees from me, and it's getting 10,000 rupees from Jindal Foundation. I'm so sorry, guys. Just 1 second. And 10,000 rupees from Jindal Foundation. So Jindal Foundation was paying them. So they basically got 1 lakh 10,000 rupees, or they were supposed to get 1 lakh 10,000. 1 lakh from me, 10,000 from Jindal Foundation. All right. Then they told me that listen, when you pay us 1 lakh, you also have to pay 10, or let's say 12,000 rupees to a third party. 12,000 rupees for a third party, because that third party is going to install this AC. I say okay. They don't pay it to me, pay it directly to the third party. All right. And last, they said on this AC there will be 15,000 worth of taxes. So I asked them, which tax is it? GST? They said no, not GST. There's some other taxes. Other taxes. All right. So guys, I'm just going to put the number here. 1 lakh rupees is the cost of this AC, and these are some other charges. They said delivery 5,000 will charge you, testing will charge you 5,000. If you don't pay within 30 days, we'll charge you interest at 100 per day. We will Jindal Foundation paid us 10,000 rupees. We just sales for 10,000 rupees for this. Third party 12,000 rupees I have to pay, and taxes 15,000 other taxes. All right. So now I tell them, okay, I agree to all these. Can we start doing the billing? In the billing, so Vijay Sales has to, of course, give me an invoice. In the invoice, the GST rate is 18%. Let's say on ACs, it's 18%. But what should be the value of the AC is a big question mark. Vijay Sales as well as me are looking at each other. We both don't know what will be the value of this. What will be the value of this AC? We both don't know. See, we know the rate, but GST rate is ad valorem. What is mean by ad valorem? What do you mean by this word called ad valorem? Ad valorem basically means it depends on a value, and this value I need to find out. So guys, to understand this is the next chapter. This chapter tells you how to determine the value of supply. This chapter tells you how to determine the value of supply, because value is important, because GST is always calculated on a value. Which section is this? You know, in life, I found the value of things. I figured that value of things, of money, of things, etc., when I was 15 years old. So section 15 is value of supply. Guys, when do you charge your phone? 9. You'll remember it, trust me. So when you are 15, you realize the value of money, or you realize the value of things. So when I was 15, I realized the value. So value is section 15. Section 15, 1, or section 15 says the value of supply between unrelated parties. Me and Vijay Sales are unrelated parties. So when they're unrelated parties, the value of supply will be the transaction value. मतलब जितने पे transaction हुआ, that transaction will be the transaction value. I repeat, what the section 15 says. Section 15 says value of supply. And what is the value of supply? Guys, this chapter is important. It's very, very important, because numbers confusing आएंगे. देख लेना exam में, it's not going to be so simple, so you got to be very attentive. They said value of supply. Value is the transaction value when the parties are unrelated. Because अगर unrelated है तो मेरे और Vijay Sales के बीच में we cannot do any mischief, we cannot do any black money, etc. But if it's related party, Then can I take transaction value? No, that will be rejected. And then you'll have to do valuation rules in CA final. So in Inter, we only have unrelated parties. That is, Vijay Sales and my office are unrelated parties. And when we engage in a transaction, that transaction value will be considered the value of supply. What if you're related? What if me and Vijay Sales are related parties? Then uska valuation rules के हिसाब से करना पड़ता है. That we will see in CA final. All right. Quickly moving ahead. So in this, you have to add 5 things. Include. I'm just going to write this slightly down where I've written the numbers. Guys, remember this? These numbers I put. All right. I'll put few fresh numbers here. Include in supply these taxes. These 5 things I need to add, guys. These 5 things I need to add. And discount I need to minus. वो अपन बाद में देखेंगे क्या minus करना है. But first, what do I need to add? So first, what's the transaction value? 1 lakh rupees is the transaction value, to which I will add these 5 things if they're there. It's not necessary that every transaction will have these 5 things, but if these 5 things are there, then I will add them. Let's say the first thing, incidental charges. What are incidental charges? Any charges incurred in connection with supplying, like delivery, like testing. These are incidental charges or testing charges. 5,000 rupees I will add. Also delivery charges 5,000 I will add. Next, interest, fee, penalty. Only if they charge me, guys. If they don't charge me, I will not add. मतलब अगर उन्होंने बोला कि 100 rupees per day है, and मैंने delay कर दिया 50 दिन का, तो 5,000 rupees penalty, 5,000 rupees interest or 5,000 rupees fee. But if they say no, you are my regular customer, we will waive it for you. If they waive it for you, then it's not to be added. It's only to be added if they charge me. Okay. Next, include in supply S subsidy. Guys, subsidy is also to be added, which is very puzzling because subsidy should be minus. Why should be added? Please remember, Vijay Sale is getting 1 lakh rupees from you, and Vijay Sale is getting 10,000 from Jindal Foundation. So if Vijay Sale is earning 1 lakh 10, why should the government not get GST on this? If Vijay Sale is earning 1 lakh 10, why should the government not get GST on this? And hence this 10,000 rupees from Jindal Foundation subsidy allowed to be added. The only subsidy which you will not consider or not add, the only subsidy which you will not add is subsidy from the government. That subsidy, central government, state government, that subsidy you will not add. Otherwise, you will add. Next, any third party. Guys, include in supply these taxes. These is third party, and taxes is taxes. These also have to add any payment you make to third party, which Vijay Sales had to make, but you made it to them. So Vijay Sales had to pay 15,000, but they told you pay. So that amount 12,000, sorry, that also will be added. Any other taxes, guys, GST वो सब नहीं होगा because GST तो calculate करने वाले हो. उसके अलावा अगर कोई tax हुआ तो वो भी add करोगे. तो ये सारे amount add करो. तो 5, 5, 10, 15, 25, 25 and 27. That is 52,000 I will add to 1 lakh. 1 lakh ko I will add 52,000, and then on 1 lakh 52,000 I will charge GST. But wait, this is only what you have to add. I'll repeat again. कौन से 5 चीज add करनी है? Include in supply these taxes. Taxes समझ गए? Let's start उल्टा. Taxes समझ गए? Any taxes other than GST, because GST तो calculate करना है, तो GST के अलावा कुछ भी अगर tax हुआ तो वो add करना है. Next, third party को अगर कुछ payment कर रहे हो, but तुम third party को क्यों pay कर रहे हो? It should be Vijay Sales who's paying the third party. No, but Vijay Sales told you to pay the third party. It's like this. If I give you money, 1,000 rupees, that's your benefit. If I don't give you money, but I pay a credit card bill of 1,000 rupees, that's also your benefit only. So indirectly, I'm benefiting Vijay Sales only, so that amount should also be added. This subsidy, if Vijay Sales is getting the subsidy, then why should we not charge GST? The government says, so subsidy we add करेंगे. And guys, the assumption is subsidy is already minus. Subsidy is already minus. On that 1,10,000, thank you. On that 1,10,000, you've already minus 10,000. That's how you got the value of 1 lakh. And on that 1 lakh rupees, you will add the subsidy. If Vijay Sales can get the money, why can't the government get GST on that? All right. Any interest fee penalty will also be added because guys, who's benefiting from it? Vijay Sales. So उसके ऊपर भी GST लगेगा. and any incidental charges, any delivery charges, any testing charges, that means anything done till the point of goods being delivered to you, that will also be added. All these five are to be added. Uska acronym hai include in supply these taxes. So I'm going to remove this right now from the screen, and I'm going to put the number. Question, isn't there an instance of cascading effect as well? GST on other taxes? Yes, unfortunately GST ignores other taxes and there's a cascading effect. Jagrati, you're absolutely right, but there is a element of GST not on GST. So when GST says no cascading, they say there is no GST on GST, but this is GST on other taxes. Unfortunately this is cascading. All right, good observation there, Jagrati. Everyone, please, let's continue. You've added 5 things. Can I minus anything? Yes, you can. You can minus discount. Perfect. You can minus discount, and what kind of discount? Guys, if Vijay sale, see, anything added will increase the value, matlab will increase the GST, matlab government is happy. Anything less, matlab minus, will decrease the value, will decrease the GST, matlab government unhappy. So government has very careful with respect to discount. So what does the government say with respect to discount? They say that only discounts which are on the face of the invoice. First, only those discounts which are given on the invoice will be minused. So let's say Vijay Sale says you get a 10% discount on the list price. List price means 1 lakh. 1 lakh ke upar you can minus 10,000. So discount if given on the invoice can be minused. Second, a tick discount can be minused. What is a tick discount? What is a tick discount, guys? It's a short form. It's another short form. Tick discount is any discount which is given, which the terms of which were agreed beforehand. Matlab you knew the terms of that discount beforehand. The discount is given invoice wise, and you have taken a credit of that discount. Let's go a little into detail in this tick discount. Just name samajh lo, tick means the terms of the discount have been known beforehand. The discount has been given invoice wise, and you who are the recipient, that means my office, has taken a credit, has reversed the credit of this. Let's take an example. We'll continue the same example. Let's say for my office I bought the first AC, I bought the second AC, I bought the third AC. When I bought the third AC, they said because you regularly buy AC from us, we'll give you a 50% discount. No, sorry, we'll give you a 10% discount. Because you bought the third AC, we'll give you a 10% discount on each of the ACs that you've taken. So on that 1 lakh, so I paid 1 lakh for the first AC, I paid 1 lakh for the second AC. Just ignore right now all the additions. Ignore these additions. I paid 1 lakh for the first AC, I paid 1 lakh for the second AC. When I was going to buy the third AC, they said because you're regularly buying from us, we will give you a discount on each of the ACs, so 30,000 discount in each of the ACs. And they mentioned the invoice also, invoice number 1, invoice number 2, invoice number 3. They mentioned the invoices also. All right. Can this discount be minus? So depends if it's a tick discount. Tick में invoice wise दिया discount, yes, invoice wise दिया discount. 1, 2 and 3 तीनों का mention किया invoice, okay. Were the terms agreed beforehand? That means when you are buying the first AC, did you know that at the third AC you will get a discount? It should be known, guys. The term should be agreed beforehand. The invoice wise discount should be given, which is true. He's given invoice wise discount 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, totaling to 30,000. And guys, इसका जो credit है वो मुझे reverse करना है. इसका क्या मतलब है? When I paid for this AC, I would have paid GST also. Let's assume GST 18,000, 18,000. So I'm taking a credit of 18,000 for the first AC. I'm taking a credit of 18,000 for the second AC. And now I also want to take the third AC ka credit also. But now that he's given a discount, guys, this 1 lakh changes and becomes 90,000. So this 18,000 also changes and becomes 15,000 or whatever the number is. मतलब GST भी reduce हो जाएगा. So I'll have to reverse the credit. Even credit may I'll have to reverse and make it 15,000. If we do all these three things, then it's called a tick discount, and tick discount pay you can get a reversal. Sorry, you can minus a tick discount only if it's tick discount. So two discounts you can minus. One is which is given on the invoice, and one is which is tick. Terms are agreed beforehand. Invoice is given invoice wise, and a credit is taken. A credit is taken. Reversal of credit is happening. All right. But what if I don't take credit? No problem. But if you take credit, then reverse it and reduce that credit, because if amount reduces, your GST will also reduce. So you should reduce your credit, reverse your credit. All right. Guys, I'm giving you examples of discount. Examples of discount. Domino's. Buy the first pizza, second pizza, third pizza. If you buy, you get a 50% discount. Is this a tick discount? Yes. Terms are agreed beforehand. Buy goods worth 50,000 rupees from Chroma in 6 months and you get a discount. Yes, terms are agreed beforehand. If the terms are agreed beforehand, if the invoice is given, if the discount is given invoice wise, and if the credit, if you're taking credit, reverse the credit appropriately, then you can minus this invoice, minus this discount. All right, all right. That is about it. That's the chapter, guys. That's the chapter. I'm just looking at the book, value of supply. GST is ad valorem. ये MCQ के लिए आ सकता है ये word ad valorem based on value, hence valuation is important. Section 15 deals with value. How do you remember this? When you were 15 years old, you realize the value of things, of your phone, of your money, of your parents, maybe. Okay. Between unrelated parties, when price is the sole consideration, these two conditions are needed. First is unrelated होना चाहिए and price should be the sole consideration. Okay. 15.1 says take the transaction value. 15.2 says add 5 things. And 15.3 says minus 1 thing. And what are the 5 things that you add? Incidental charges. Include in supply these taxes, incidental charges, interest fee, etc. Subsidies, third party payments, and taxes other than GST. And what about discounts? Guys, discounts, if they're given on the invoice, if the face of the invoice is given a discount, minus it, no problem. But if it's given later on, it should be a tick discount. That means terms should be agreed beforehand. They should be invoice wise, and the credit taken should have been reversed appropriately. All right. यहाँ पे रिलेटेड पर्संस का डिस्कशन दिया है, बट ये सप्लाई चैप्टर में भी है. वील सी इट फ्रॉम सप्लाई चैप्टर. A family, इसका भी शॉर्टकट है. We'll see it from supply chapter. Don't worry at all. We'll see it from the supply chapter. Right now, it's a good time to look at questions. 1 second, and I'll put question on the screen, guys. All right, on the screen are the questions. I think all of us guys, 4 chapters down. Trust me, by the end of the day, we would have done 2 more, 3 more. Look at it as good as you can do. I can go on and on and on. But trust me, these all will be very, very helpful to you. Very, very helpful. This sheet as well as this discussion. The value of supply of goods and services shall be the transaction value, MRP, market value, none of the above. Transaction value. Says who? Says section 15.1. But 2 conditions. They should be unrelated parties, and price should be the sole consideration for sale. मतलब guys, अगर Vijay Sales and me have common directors, we are related parties. If Vijay Sales is my family person, then we are related parties. Related parties नहीं होने चाहिए, and price should be the sole consideration. ऐसा नहीं मैंने AC लिया उनको gold दे दिया. No, price should be the sole consideration. All right. Second, the value of supply should include, very important question, any include in supply these taxes. Any non-GST taxes? Yes. Any interest late fee? Yes. Any subsidies directly linked? Yes. Guys, but the subsidy should be directly linked to the price, but except central government and state government का subsidies. Directly linked to the price. ऐसा नहीं है तुमने AC के लिए लिया, जिंदाल फाउंडेशन ने उनको कुछ और चीज के लिए सब्सिडी दी है. The subsidy should be linked to that product. All right, let's look at the third question. When can the transaction value be rejected? It can be rejected when the buyer and seller are related. Yes, it can be rejected. When the buyer and seller are related, yes, it can never be rejected when the price of, this is the B point. Either the buyer and seller are related or price is not the sole consideration, then can be rejected. तो उस केस में कैसे करेंगे वो सीए फाइनल में देखेंगे. What deductions are allowed? Only one deduction, discounts. This is allowed subject to conditions. Tick discount. All this is not allowed. Here read भी नहीं कर रहा हूँ because I know only one thing is supposed to be deducted from the transaction value. Which of the following is included in the computing the value? Price of the goods, of course, price तो include होगा ही 1 lakh rupees of the AC. Packing charges, yes. Incidental charges है. Tax by municipal authority, yes. But GST होगा तो include नहीं होगा. All of the above is the right answer. Which of the following shall not be included in the value of supply? Interest होगा, late fee होगा, commission होगा. GST नहीं करते हैं, other taxes करते हैं. Which of the following statement is correct? Section 15 of the CGST Act prescribes different provisions for valuation of goods and services. Of course, Section 15 is when I realize the value of things. CGST Act and IGST have different provisions. Yes, they have different provisions. Section 15 of CGST Act prescribes the same set of provisions for valuation of goods and services. नहीं, goods के लिए अलग है, services के लिए अलग है. So D is the right answer, A and B. Let me just check this one. 7C is the right. Okay. My bad. Yes, section 1 second. Section 15, this is right, of the GST Act prescribes same set. Yes, for goods and for services, the same rules include in supply these taxes. You have to add these and you have to minus discount. This is same for goods as well as services. My bad. C is the right answer here. And last one, discount given after the supply. Guys, supply हो गया, उसके बाद डिस्काउंट दे रहे हैं. एक एसी ले लिया, सेकंड एसी ले लिया, थर्ड एसी के बाद डिस्काउंट दे रहे हैं. Yes, it can be allowed if tick is possible. Such discount is given as per the agreement. Yes. Such discount is linked to the relevant invoices. Yes. And proportionate input tax credit is reversed. Yes. Then this is the right answer. All right. Let's look at the module also. Questions from the module. Just give me a minute, guys. Guys, module has some really interesting questions, which we will do now. There are only 4 of them. The other ones are all common. So we're doing these questions, which are on your screen right now. I'm looking at the 7th question. AKG Foods Private Limited gets an order for supply of processed food from a customer. So this is a customer, and this is AKJ Foods. The customer wants a consignment tested for gluten. So कुछ testing चाहिए for gluten or specified chemical residues. AKG Foods Private Limited does the testing. Testing क्या है? And let's say testing के 5,000 rupees लगे. And charges a testing fee from the customer. AKG Foods Private Limited argues that such testing fees should not form part of the consideration. Of course, it should form part of the consideration because section 15(2) says that any incidental charges should be included in the value of supply. The government is very smart. उनको सब पे GST चाहिए, तो hence इस सबको include कर लिया value of supply. All right. Looking at the next question, that is the 8th question. Very important, guys. Very important question. A philanthropic association makes a substantial donation each year to a reputed private management institution to subsidize the education of low-income group students who have gained admission there. The fee for these individuals reduced, thereby coming to 3 lakhs a year compared to 5 lakh a year for other students. मतलब actual fee थी 5 lakh. उसमें से 2 lakh rupees is coming from a donation, a charity. So students have to pay only 3 lakh. So what is the value of supply? 3 lakh or 5 lakh? First up, management institution को कितना मिला? 5 lakh मिला. कैसे? 3 lakh तो इंडिविजुअल ने दिया, स्टूडेंट ने दिया, और 2 lakh का डोनेशन मिला. तो तो अगर मैनेजमेंट इंस्टीट्यूशन को इतना मिल सकता है तो जीएसटी इस पे क्यों नहीं लगेगा? तो इस पे जीएसटी लगेगा. So it will be included under section 15(2). And last, very very important, Mazda Banners and Advertising Firm gives interest-free credit up to 30 days. Its customer ABC Limited paid for the supply 32 days after the supply of service, guys. So advertising firm hai, of course whenever customers you have to give some credit period, they give 30 days ki no problem, you pay after 30 days, but they got the payment after 32 days. So Mazda Banners should have charged interest, but they waived the interest. Guys, अगर interest waive हो गया है, I told you interest अगर collect नहीं किया तो इस पे value पे include नहीं होगा. Only that interest fee and penalty which is collected is included in the value. All right. That is about it. That is about it. It's 4:23 and we're done with 4 chapters. Guys, just putting a blank screen here. We're done with introduction to GST. We're done with charge of GST. We're done with registration chapter and we're done with value of supply. The next thing that we do is a very very important chapter which is called supply. What is supply? Which is actually the second chapter, is what we will do now. In some time we will start with supply. It's about 4:23. Let me just look at the questions. So the value of supply in the previous sum would be 5 lakh or 7 lakh if we include the donation. 5 lakh or 7 lakh. See, 5 lakh is a total fee. Out of that, 2 lakh is got Shivam. 2 lakh is from donation. 7 lakh to kabhi aayega hi nahi, because 5 lakh is the fee, 2 lakh is the donation, so 3 lakh is being paid by the student. So question is whether 3 lakh or whether 5 lakh. 7 lakh तक अभी पहुंचेगा ही नहीं amount. Let me know if that's clear. Someone raise their hand. I'm just going to unmute everyone. In case you have any question, you can just unmute yourself now and just ask, please. So will we have exemptions today or tomorrow? Krishi, the next chapter will be, I think, exemptions. Some part of it could happen today, some part of it could happen tomorrow. All right. Guys, looking at the tempo of the class, I'm choosing chapters. So the next chapter is supply, which is very important. I have some amazing shortcuts for supply chapter. Be with me here. You will love those shortcuts which you get in the next chapter, that is supply. I'm going to be back. It's 4:25. It's not an ideal time. The most auspicious time to start supply is 4:30. So we'll start in 5 minutes and then we will do the next chapter, that is supply, in 5 minutes from now. Any questions, you all can feel free and you all can unmute yourself and ask me that question. Guys, in the meanwhile, I'm just launching a poll. Let me know what do you think about this. All right, 95%, 91%, sorry, have said we are good with the space. 9% have said slower. No one said faster. But I totally agree. If we are supposed to go a little slower, we can go a little slower. But we'll see. But we'll see. The next chapter, guys, is supply. We start in about 2-3 minutes. If you want to take a short break, head somewhere, come out, come back in 2-3 minutes. That's all the time that you have, and we start the next chapter in 2-3 minutes from now. All right, everyone, and I'm back. I hope you guys are energetic. Exam can get a little demanding. The 1 month before can get a little stressful, but be here. Try and do as much as you can from here. I'm just trying to put the screen on. Just 1 second. All right, guys. On your screen is a new chapter, is the next chapter, which is called Supply of GST. Guys, let's understand why this chapter is important and what do you have to take from it. Very very important chapter. इसमें इतने छोटे छोटे sections है वो confuse हो जाओगे तुम. I'll give you shortcuts for the sections, not just sections guys. Schedule के भी shortcuts दूंगा आपको मैं. So got to be with me here for this really important chapter called supply. इसमें से definitely एक theoretical sum या एक practical conceptual sum आ सकता है definitely from this chapter and hence this chapter is important. First let's understand ये supply होता क्या है. Earlier, when I used to manufacture under excise duty, manufacturing was the event. मतलब जब manufacture होता था तब excise duty लगती थी. उसके बाद चालू हुआ, I'm just putting my camera also on. उसके बाद चालू हुआ service tax. So when I provide service, तब service tax लगता था. When I would sell, तब VAT लगता था या CST लगता था. When I would enter a theater, तब एंटरटेनमेंट टैक्स लगता था. तो सब टैक्सेस के लिए अलग अलग इवेंट थे. दिस इवेंट वाज अलग अलग इवेंट फॉर डिफरेंट थिंग्स. अंडर जीएसटी वी हैव ओनली वन इवेंट व्हिच इज क्या सप्लाई किया है. मैन्युफैक्चरिंग नहीं, सेल नहीं, सर्विस नहीं, क्या सप्लाई किया है. अगर सप्लाई है, अगर सप्लाई किया, एग्जाम्पल क्या विजय सेल ने मुझे एसी बेचा है, सप्लाई हुआ है, यस. तो उसमें से दो चीज देखनी है. अगर वो टैक्सेबल पर्सन ने किया है एंड टैक्सेबल गुड्स का है तो जीएसटी लगेगा. अगेन आई रिपीट, पहले बहुत सारे अलग अलग इवेंट्स हुआ करते थे. अभी देयर इज ओनली वन इवेंट दैट इज सप्लाई. सप्लाई इज ओनली वन इवेंट अंडर जीएसटी. So all you have to check is whether there is supply or there is no supply. That's all the thing that you need to check. Under CGST, which is the act that we are focusing on, there are two sections, Section 7 and Section 8. We will first start with the easier one and then we will go to the slightly complicated one. All right, Section 8. Section 8. Guys, you went ahead and bought yourself a mobile phone. You went ahead and bought yourself a mobile phone, and when you opened the mobile phone box, there was a mobile phone, there was a charging cord, there were earphones, and there was an adapter. When you bought yourself a mobile, when you opened the box, you found those four things. And you felt very happy that I got a charging cord also, I got earphones also, I got an adapter also. But what was the principal supply or what is the main supply? A main supply was mobile phone. And the other things are naturally bundled because of course to use the phone you'll need a charger, you'll need adapter, etc. So this is called when it's naturally bundled. Two things you have to consider. When it's naturally bundled, is there any scientific way of figuring naturally bundled? No, no scientific way. But it looks like it's naturally bundled, yes. And can you identify a principal supply? Yes, I can identify a principal supply. And what is a principal supply? Mobile phone. Then इसको बोलेंगे composite supply. Composite supply is natural. Guys, how do you remember it? Compost. Compost is basically manure or fertilizer. It is made naturally. Same way, composite supply is something that is naturally bundled and principal supply है. तो इस पे क्या रेट लगेगा? For this mobile phone, let's say you paid 25,000 rupees. Will you have different prices? No. इस पे कौन सा GST रेट लगेगा? Whatever is on the principal supply, that is mobile phone पे let's say 12% लगता है, तो इस entire thing पे 12% लगेगा. Composite supply क्या होता है? It's basically that supply which is coming together, which is naturally bundled, and you can see a principal supply. That is composite supply. Let's take more examples of composite supply. This is one. Second, you took a flight from Mumbai to London. You took up a flight from Mumbai to London, and during the flight, they served you food. Guys, is this composite naturally bundled? Yes, of course. When I'm traveling, of course, in the air, how will I get food? So they have to provide me food. So naturally bundled. And what is the principal supply? Travel is the principal supply. The aircraft ticket is the principal supply, and you hence naturally bundled we have, and you can identify a principal supply also. Let's take the third thing. Yes, questions if any. My voice is breaking. 1 second. Now it should get better. Questions. I don't know who has a question, but definitely I've unmuted you all. You all can ask a question anytime you want. All right, let's take another example. You ordered a TV. Along with the TV, this is goods. You got a TV stand. Plus you got a warranty, which is a service. So now tell me guys, is this naturally bundled? Of course it's naturally bundled. What's the principal supply? Did you buy the warranty? Did you buy the TV stand? No, I bought the TV. So जो TV पे GST लगता है वो पूरा इस पे GST उतना ही लगेगा. So this is composite supply. There is no scientific way of determining composite supply. It's always and always thought about and then answered. So it should be naturally bundled and there should be a principal supply. And जो principal supply का GST rate लगता है वो पूरे इस पे वो GST rate लगेगा जो principal supply का होता है. Alright. But you know what? You didn't buy a mobile phone. It was your birthday. It was your birthday. And on your birthday, your parents gifted you a hamper. The hamper had mobile phone. It had a perfume. It had a tablet. It had chocolates. And this entire hamper was for 40,000 rupees on Amazon. They paid 40,000 rupees for it. Is this naturally bundled? No, it's artificially bundled for your birthday. Just a way of saying it, but it's not naturally bundled. For a mobile phone, you don't need perfume, so it's not naturally bundled. So these are called mixed supplies. Mixed on purpose. You mix it on purpose. This is called mixed supply. This is mixed on purpose. And in case of mixed supply, क्या rate लगेगा? Let's say mobile पे 12% लगता है, perfume पे 18%, tablet पे 18%, chocolates पे 28%. Then the entire value will be multiplied by the highest rate. And the GST rate will be the one which is applicable to the highest rate of goods. So अगर chocolate पे 28 लगता है तो पूरे इस पे 28 लगेगा. And that's the reason the better thing to do would be to buy it separately or sell it separately, because there'll be a lot of difference in the GST payable in that case. So mixed supply are artificially mixed, they are not naturally mixed, and in that case they almost punish you by putting the highest rate. I hope this is clear. This is section 8, guys. This is section 8, which is the easier part. Now let's go to the more demanding one, and for me as a person who's teaching, the more fun part to teach, which is the core GST, that is section 7. If you're here, section 7 is going to be a cakewalk for you. Don't get tired, guys. This is a test of how long you can keep listening. I'm talking here, you guys are listening. Of course, I completely understand that you're also trying to understand this, but be here. Showing up is the first thing to succeed. Show up and stay along. Don't get tired. Even if you've done this chapter, trust me, an hour is never wasted. This is going to be really helpful. Section 7 says supply. Supply के लिए first, supply of goods तो गुड्स का डेफिनेशन देखते हैं, सप्लाई ऑफ सर्विसेज तो सर्विस का डेफिनेशन देखते हैं. फर्स्ट लेट्स सी गुड्स. गुड्स इज एवरीथिंग एक्सेप्ट IMS. व्हाट इज IMS? इमूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी नहीं है गुड्स, मनी नहीं है गुड्स, सिक्योरिटीज नहीं है गुड्स. मतलब क्या? Guys, when I sell my house, no GST applicable. When I take a loan from a bank worth 5 crore rupees, क्या 5 crore के ऊपर 18%? No, no, no. No GST on loan because that is money. When I buy shares of Reliance Industries or any shares, on that share, let's say I bought 50 crore worth of shares, on that 50 crore will they charge GST? No, no, no. So no GST on IMS. Remember this IMS and you'll forget everything else. Because, sorry, remember this and you will remember it entirely. IMS is what is goods are everything except IMS. No securities, no money, no immovable property. That everything else except that is goods. Example, whatever is in front of me, let me just see. Laptop, okay. A television, yes. Showpieces, yes. Office desk, yes. A mug, yes. A mobile phone. All these things are goods because they're not immovable, they're all movable, they're not money, and they're not securities. All right, that is goods. Now I'm giving you an example. Timber. I can't draw really well, but this is a piece of land and this is wood. This is timber. Is this goods? Some will say this is immovable property, but guys, that immovable property which is agreed to be cut before being sold. Of course, when you buy wood, guys, you don't buy wood on a tree, you buy the cut wood. So if an immovable property is agreed to be cut or severed before sale, that is a good. That is a good. So timber is a good. So anything that is immovable is not a good. So immovable, money, securities, this is not goods. Everything except that is goods. All right. I give you the example of timber. Let me give you another example. Money is not good. But let's say I have a 10 paise coin of the year 1910. This is a 10 paise coin before we got freedom. Is this money? No, this is money which has numismatic value. That means I can exchange this 10 paise and get 10,000 rupees for it or 1 lakh rupees for it, depending on how many someone will pay. So this one is definitely goods because this is not money. Money means the notes that is right now available and can be used. That is money. This is not money that can be used, and hence this is numismatic value, and hence this is goods. All right. That's it. That's on goods. That's the definition of goods. What's the definition of service? Service says, again, except IMS and except goods, except gyms. IMS, GIMS. IMS was not goods. Here, IMS is of course not service also, and G. Matlab, what is service? Anything other than goods, anything other than immovable property, anything other than money, anything other than security is service. Example, coaching class is a service. Example, salon is a service. Example, CA services are services. So these are all services. Goods के अलावा, immovable property के अलावा, money के अलावा, securities के अलावा, they are all services. Guys, I go to a bank to take a loan of 5 crore. And for that, they charge me 5 lakh rupees as processing fee, as banking fee. This is service. This is not good, but this is a service on which GST can be charged. I buy shares. On that shares of 5 crores, no GST because they are securities. But to buy them, I have to pay brokerage. On brokerage, there is GST. So please understand that on GIMS, there is no service. Like goods is not service, immovable property is not service, money is not service, and of course security is not service. मतलब IMS continue होगा and G डाल दो. These are not services. एक और example लेते हैं. Guys, I have US dollars. Sorry, I have INR and I convert them to USD. This is money. This is also money. This conversion pay, let's say the broker or the foreign exchange dealer charge me 1,000 rupees. This is service. Again, I repeat, converting one currency to the other on INR to USD. Let's say 5 lakh INR, I converted into USD. या फिर let's take 7 lakh INR, I converted to 10,000 USD. This conversion pay, जो service fee I pay of 1,000 rupees, that is service, and that person can charge me GST. So we've understood what is goods, we've understood what is service. Now let's see supply. What is supply? As I said, supply is given in a section called section 7. 7(1)(a). Be with me, guys. Be with me, please. 7(1)(a). A is equal to B plus C. This is a mathematical formula in a tax class because it's a shortcut to remember. 7(1)(a) says supply will be considered a supply when A is equal to B plus C. Matlab A, which is this A, will be there when there is B and when there is C. What is B? There should be, this supply should be for the purpose of business and it should be for consideration. Matlab a supply of goods or supply of services or both will be considered a supply only when it's for business purposes and only when it's for consideration. A matlab supply. Just 1 second, guys. Really important call. 1 second. Sorry, back again. Okay. So 7(1)(a), which is the first section of supply, and this is the most important one, which says A, that means supply will be supply only when there is B plus C. That is, it should be for the purpose of business and it should be for a consideration. ये सब बहुत fancy language है. इसका मतलब क्या है? Guys, I sell my car on OLX. I sold my car on OLX. I sell my car on OLX for 5 lakh rupees. Will this be considered supply? Will I have to charge GST? That depends on whether this is supply. So first, for supply, that is 7(1)(a), I want B and C. Is there a consideration? Yes, 5 lakh rupees is a consideration. But is it for the purpose of business? Is my business to sell cars? No. Then this cannot be supply because B is not there. So A will require B and C. उसके बिना supply नहीं हो सकता. That's one example. Example के through करोगे तो अच्छे से हो जाएगा. Next, I had a lot of my old gadgets. Guys, I had a lot of my gadgets which I thought I'll give for charity. Laptops, old mobile phones, they are working but they are not using it. So I gave it for charity. Is this supply? 7(1)(a) says there should be business purpose plus consideration. यहाँ तो consideration भी नहीं था, business purpose भी नहीं था, तो ये supply भी नहीं है. So for supply to happen, there should be a business consideration, and then there should be a business purpose. It should be for the purpose of or furtherance of. The words used in the act are, it should be for the purpose or for the furtherance of business. Now let's take Vijay Sales, and again let's take me, and I'm buying some ACs from Vijay Sales. A is equal to B plus C. Is it for the purpose of business or furtherance of business? Yes, Vijay Sales का business है. And is it for a consideration? Yes, I pay him money. So this is a genuine case of supply. समझ गए guys? Guys, 7(1)(a) says for supply to happen, A is equal to B plus C. B is business consideration, business purpose के लिए होना चाहिए, and C consideration के लिए होना चाहिए. मतलब guys, the intention is to tax commercial transactions, not OLX वाला transactions. Not transactions like giving things on charity. That is not the intention of the law as of now. But ये तो समझ गए. Be with me. Let's say this is Vijay Sales and this is me, and I bought AC from them. Plus, I have bought AC maintenance for them. AC maintenance from them. All right. Now I know it's A is equal to B plus C. Supply है because business consideration, business भी है, consideration भी है. But guys, ये goods का supply है या services का? Please tell me, is this good or is it service? Please help me choose between the two. Please help me choose between the two. Is this goods or is this service? One second. I'm buying an AC. Let's keep it simple. I'm buying an AC from them. And एक और ट्रांजैक्शन ले लेते हैं, इसके नीचे लिख लेता हूं, एक मिनट. Next is Vijay Sales के पास I go, but I don't buy an AC. I rent an AC. This is buying an AC. This is renting an AC. दोनों केस में is it A is equal to B plus C? Yes, supply है. Why? Because 71A says B plus C business के लिए है. हाँ, विजय सेल्स का business है, selling and renting. And मैंने पैसे भी दिए उनको consideration. So A is equal to B plus C. Yes. But please help me in understand whether this is supply of goods. So supply is there, which I know. It's supply which is sure. But is it supply of goods or is it supply of service? Between the two, help me choose. Who will help me choose schedule 2? Guys, schedule 2 will help me choose between these two, whether it's goods or whether it's service. So you don't have to by heart schedules. There's a shortcut. Schedule 2 क्या बोलता है? Between goods and services, between these two things, guys, between goods and between services, between these two things, great. Goods plus service, Muskan Singh, Aditi Singh, service. All right, good answers. But my point is that between these two, the way you're answering, who answers? Schedule 2 answers, and that's why schedule 2. I'm just writing it here. Schedule 2 will help you determine whether the things are goods or whether the things are services. All right, so let's go to schedule 2. So can I say schedule 2 is used when 71A, whenever we want to determine whether it's supply है, but supply किस चीज का है, या goods का या service का, उसके लिए schedule 2 के पास जाते हैं. So I'm going to link schedule 2 and 71A. I'm going to link schedule 2 and 71A. Please be with me. Schedule 2 is what I'm doing. Guy, if I buy an AC, that means the title has been transferred to me. Title matlab the ownership has been given to me. So this is transfer of or supply of goods. Whereas when I rent an AC, it doesn't belong to me. I only have the right to use it. So the title is not transferred. And hence this is service, renting services. We can take many more examples. Let's say I buy furniture. Title is transferred, it's goods. I rent furniture. Title is not transferred, it's service. Let's take some more complicated ones. You've all heard of leasing. Leasing is basically service. But what about hire purchase? Guys, hire purchase means I right now am hiring them, but later on the title will come to me. So title is being transferred either right now or later. Guys, even right now or later does not matter. Is the title going to be transferred to me? Yes. So this is supply of goods. So leasing is service, but if it's hire purchase, then the title is being transferred and hence it's goods. Although you can argue the title is not being, one second. Okay. All right. Although the title is being transferred later on, but even if it's later on, title is being transferred. So this is transfer of goods, supply of goods. Let's take some more examples. Guys, I was told not to do something. Let's say I developed a patent and my patent makes excellent pizzas like Domino's pizzas. And Domino's knows I will do a very good job. So they pay me an amount not to do something, and they pay me every month 5 lakh rupees not to do something. That is also service. बिकॉज यहाँ पे कोई गुड्स का ट्रांसफर नहीं हो रहा है. बट इफ आई सेल द पेटेंट टू देम, if I sell this patent to Domino's, then it will be goods. So please understand the difference between goods and service is mainly around this word called title. If the title is transferred either at present or the title is being transferred later on, it is goods. But if there is no title transfer, example, I rent a car. If I rent a car, then that is service of renting. Let's look at some more examples. Let's look at some more examples. I buy a house or I rent a house. Renting a house is definitely service, supply of goods or service, supply of service. But buying a house, it's neither goods nor service because guys, house is not in the it's an immovable property, so it's not in the definition of goods. I hope you understood this. House is an immovable property, and guys, goods में तीन चीज नहीं होती. Immovable property, money, securities तीन चीज नहीं होती. So which schedule tells you whether it is one of these two, goods or service. Schedule 2, the number only tells you guys, number has a hint. The number has a hint, two things, either goods or service. Are you okay with 7-1A? Are you okay with schedule 2? Alright. Guys, या फिर चीज goods हो सकती है, सीधा एक्ट का नाम GST, या फिर goods हो सकते हैं या फिर service हो सकते हैं. Can it be a third thing? Can it be a third thing, guys? It can be either goods or it can be service. Can it be a third thing? No. तो schedule 3 बोलता है those things which are neither goods nor service. They are the third thing. Again, how do you remember this? We're talking about schedule 3 now. Schedule 2 is done, 7-1A is done. 7-1A done, schedule 2 done. Now look at schedule 3. How do you remember क्या schedule होता है? Schedule 3 किसके लिए होता है? तीन schedule जो important है, 1, 2 and 3 तीनों के लिए shortcuts है. Schedule 2 बोलता है कि या फिर goods हो सकता है या फिर service हो सकता है, दोनों में से एक, इसलिए 2. Schedule 3 बोलता है अगर ये दोनों नहीं है तो कुछ भी नहीं हो सकता है. So schedule 3 is basically negative list. जहां goods भी नहीं है, service भी नहीं है, तो basically tax भी नहीं लगेगा, GST नहीं लगेगा. Again I repeat, GST में या फिर it can be goods या फिर it can be service या फिर it can be a combination of both of them, but still it's schedule 2 या फिर goods या फिर service. कॉम्बिनेशन को भी एक चीज देना पड़ता है. एग्जाम्पल रेस्टोरेंट सर्विस. गाइस, रेस्टोरेंट में फूड भी मिलता है, दैट इज गुड्स, एंड सर्विस भी मिलती है, और उसको सर्विस कंसिडर किया जाता है. तो अल्टीमेटली यू विल ब्रेक इट डाउन टू इधर गुड्स और इधर सर्विस. रेस्टोरेंट सर्विस का एग्जाम्पल इंपॉर्टेंट है. रेस्टोरेंट में खाना भी मिलता है, दैट इज गुड्स, एंड सर्विस भी मिलती है बिकॉज खाना बना के देते हैं आपको. दे डोंट थ्रो कॉलीफ्लावर ऑन योर फेस, दे मेक द कॉलीफ्लावर इनटू अ वेजिटेबल. सो देयर इज गुड्स एंड सर्विस, बट इट्स कंसिडर्ड अ सर्विस. So please understand, in schedule 2 it's either goods or service. Schedule 3 बोलता है goods भी नहीं है, service भी नहीं है, तो negative. And this negative list, they have given a list of negative things which will not be subject to GST. Negative का नाम ही समझ जाओ. Negative मतलब those things which will not be subject to GST. Okay. You know, I don't like people. Just 1 second, guys. Sorry. All right, everyone, coming back. Schedule 3 has a shortcut, so be with me while we do the next shortcut. The first shortcut समझ गए, A is equal to B plus C. Guys, first shortcut समझ गए, A is equal to B plus C. 7(1)A B plus C मतलब बिजनेस फर्दरेंस ऑफ बिजनेस होना चाहिए एंड फॉर कंसिडरेशन होना चाहिए, तो सप्लाई माना जाएगा. उसमें गुड्स है या सर्विस है वो कौन बताता है? Schedule 2 बताता है. That is done. Now Schedule 3 says गुड्स भी नहीं है, सर्विस भी नहीं है, तो तीसरी कौन सी चीज हो सकती है? नेगेटिव लिस्ट. मतलब those things जिसपे जीएसटी कभी लग ही नहीं सकता. I told you I don't like some people who throw a lot of weight around. Member of parliaments and courts. Member of parliaments and courts. Courts मतलब high court, supreme court, all these courts. They expected. See guys, they are very high-handed. They feel they are God. Member of parliaments, courts, they expected AC trucks. They said कि when we are no more, when we die, we want AC trucks. When we want AC trucks and land funeral by municipality. And this thing is negative. This thing is not right. Why should they get this benefit? This is negative. This is not right. Why should MPs and courts expect AC trucks and land funeral by municipality? They said on a big piece of land, give us a funeral by municipality. This is not a right thing. This is a negative thing. This is not right. We don't get it. Why should they get it? That's how we remember it, guys. Please be with me. Schedule 3. We are looking at Schedule 3, which says goods भी नहीं है और services भी नहीं है, तो negative list है. And what is that negative list? Services given by MPs and MLAs. अगर गाइज एमपीज एंड एमएलएज ने कुछ सर्विस दी और आप उनको सैलरी देते हो, गाइज एमपीज एंड एमएलएज गेट सैलरी, उनको जो सैलरी मिलती है उस पर जीएसटी नहीं लगेगा. मतलब अगर सैलरी 5 लाख है तो 5 लाख प्लस जीएसटी नहीं होगा, 5 लाख का 5 लाख ही मिलेगा. कोर्ट्स जो सर्विसेज देती है, एंड लेट्स से कोर्ट्स विल आल्सो चार्ज यू समथिंग ऑफिशियली, उस पर भी जीएसटी नहीं लगता है. एम्प्लॉयर एंड एम्प्लॉई, गाइज एम्प्लॉयर एम्प्लॉई रिलेशनशिप, अगर tomorrow you start working with KPMG and you charge, KPMG pays you 1 lakh rupees salary, they will not pay you 1 lakh plus GST. AC is actionable claims, which we will discuss in 2 minutes. Right now just remember them as AC. Trucks, guys, any trucks, buses, उसकी movement होती है. So Bombay to Pune, you know, very commonly buses go. तो क्या every time Bombay से पुणे बस जाती है उस पर GST लगता है? नहीं लगता है. अगर पैसेंजर्स को लेके जा रही है, गुड्स को लेके जा रही है, रिपेयर के लिए जा रही है, नो प्रॉब्लम, उस पे नहीं लगेगा. बट लेट्स से मर्सिडीज बेंज मेक्स बसेस और अशोक लीलैंड मेक्स बसेस और वॉल्वो मेक्स बसेस एंड दे आर सेलिंग अ बस फ्रॉम बॉम्बे टू महाराष्ट्र, बॉम्बे टू लेट्स से नासिक और बॉम्बे टू लेट्स से गुजरात, उस पे लगेगा. व्हेन दे आर सेलिंग द ट्रक्स एंड बसेस उस पे लगेगा. बट बस ऐसी ही चल रही है पैसेंजर्स को लेके, गुड्स को लेके या रिपेयर के लिए जा रही है तो उस पे नहीं लगेगा. लैंड, गाइस, लैंड पे नहीं लगेगा, वो तो मालूम ही था बिकॉज लैंड इज इमूवेबल. फ्यूनरल बरियल सर्विस उस पे नहीं लगेगा. एंड गाइस जो म्युनिसिपल अथॉरिटीज एक्सेट्रा, लोकल बॉडीज, म्युनिसिपल अथॉरिटीज, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ये सर्विसेज देते हैं उस पे भी नहीं लगेगा. सो व्हाट इज द एक्रोनिम फॉर दिस? एमपीज जो सर्विस देते हैं, कोर्ट्स जो सर्विस देते हैं, एम्प्लॉयर एम्प्लॉई, AC actionable claims we'll see in some time, trucks, municipalities, funeral and land. इन पे GST नहीं लगेगा. MPs and courts expected AC trucks and land funerals by municipality. समझ लिया? ये कौन से लिस्ट में आता है? Schedule 3 में. How will you remember? Guys, goods भी नहीं है, services भी नहीं है, तो negative है. But not everything is negative. Only the things that they say are negative list, जिसपे GST नहीं लगेगा. I hope this is clear. Guys, Schedule 2 done, Schedule 3 done. Three is negative list, 2 is whether it's goods or whether it's services. You know, this software is so amazing, it tells me who's not attentive also. It's amazing. If you've logged in but you're not attentive, it tells me if you're not attentive. All right. Trust me, in the end, it's going to matter how many hours you can put in today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, not just for my lecture, but otherwise also, guys. This is just listening to something. 7.1a is linked to schedule 2, which we did. Then we did schedule 3. Now let's look at the next one. Okay. Guys, if I sell something without consideration, is that supply? No, because A is equal to B plus C. Supply के लिए there should be a furtherance of business and there should be consideration. अगर consideration नहीं है तो supply भी नहीं होगा. You're absolutely right, but इसका एक exception है. इसका exception is 7.1c. 7.1c, and how will you remember this? C is for consideration. ₹1 भी नहीं आया. तुमने सप्लाई किया, बट वो सप्लाई के लिए एक कंसिडरेशन भी नहीं आया, ₹1 भी नहीं आया. 7.1c does not have any C. 7.1c यहाँ पे C आ गया है तो कंसिडरेशन में नहीं आएगा. मतलब 7.1c are those supplies where there is no consideration, बट फिर भी तुम सप्लाई मान रहे हो. आई रिपीट once again. अगर कंसिडरेशन नहीं है तो विल इट बी सप्लाई? नो, बिकॉज A is equal to B plus C. अगर C नहीं है तो सप्लाई नहीं होता है. दैट आई ऑलरेडी नो फ्रॉम दिस, बट इसका एक्सेप्शन है. 7.1c बोलता है अगर कंसिडरेशन नहीं है, बट हाउ विल आई रिमेंबर दिस सेक्शन? बिकॉज C है. अगर यहाँ पे C आ गया तो यहाँ नहीं चाहिए, बट बिजनेस होना चाहिए. A is equal to B plus C, बिजनेस होना चाहिए. अगर C नहीं है तो 7.1c के अंदर एक्सेप्शन में आ सकता है if the following persist. I'm just going to put something on the screen. Give me a second. Guys, just give me a second. Yes, I'm back. All right. So if there is no consideration also, can it be a supply? Yes, it can be a supply. Even if there is no consideration, it can be a supply. 7.1c says those circumstances when पैसा नहीं मिला पर फिर भी consideration नहीं है पर फिर भी supply हो सकता है. कब हो सकता है? In these cases. BA agent related import. और इसके एक दो एक्रोनिम्स है. एक तो ये है BA agent related import. Let's look at these 4 cases. I'm just putting it here. Guys, ये one of the last things है इस सेक्शन में. अगर ये खत्म हो गया तो तुम्हारा चैप्टर खत्म हो जाएगा ऑलमोस्ट. सबसे डिफिकल्ट पार्ट ऑलमोस्ट खत्म होने आया है. BA agent related import. I told you relative का डेफिनेशन भी सप्लाई में आता है, वो यहाँ पे आएगा, बट इसमें भी शॉर्टकट्स है. Alright. ये किस शेड्यूल में दिया हुआ है गाइस? ये किस शेड्यूल में दिया हुआ है? 7(1)(c) is a section. 7(1)(c) says those supplies which don't have any consideration can also be supplied, and इसके लिए है Schedule 1. How will you remember it? Guys, 1 रुपया भी नहीं आया. एक रुपया भी नहीं मिला आपको. ये सप्लाई के लिए you did not even get 1 rupee. That's why it's Schedule 1. Again, let's look at all the 3 schedules. Schedule 2 was whether it was between goods and services, between these two, and hence it's called Schedule 2. Schedule 3 is when it's not even goods, not even services, so it's a negative thing. So that is Schedule 3. And Schedule 1 is 1 रुपया भी नहीं आया. 1 रुपया भी नहीं मिला आपको. आपने सप्लाई किया, मतलब आपने चीज दे दी या फिर गुड्स दे दिया या सर्विस दे दिया, बट आपको 1 रुपया भी नहीं आया. That's what Schedule 1 talks about. All right. So that's how you remember all the 3 schedules. Let's say what is in the first schedule. Schedule 1 lists those transactions where even if you don't have any consideration, they will still be supplies. Like you are Eureka Forbes. Guys, Eureka Forbes, if you have a water filter in your house, it mostly will be of Eureka Forbes. They supply these goods. 1 second, I have a question somewhere here. Yes, I've just connected the charger. Thank you. 1 second, I forgot to switch it on. All right. Thank you, Devansh. The last M is municipalities. Yes, Muskan, the last M is municipalities. All right, guys, everyone be with me here. Schedule 1, Schedule 2, and Schedule 3. Very important schedules in the exam. There could be an MCQ, and I can guarantee you 99% of the people will forget this, but you will not, because Schedule 2 says either it's goods or it's services. Schedule 3 says goods भी नहीं है, service भी नहीं है, तो third thing क्या है? Negative list. And Schedule 1 says 1 रुपया पैसा नहीं दिया, सप्लाई किया बट 1 रुपया भी नहीं मिला, फिर भी सप्लाई है. All right, guys, Eureka Forbes, if you have a water filter in your home, it definitely or mostly is Eureka Forbes. You know what they do is, generally they don't sell. They make the Eureka Forbes, makes it, they're the principal. They appoint agents to whom they give these machines to, and the agent sells it to you and me. So when Eureka Forbes sells these machines to the agent, they don't generally charge. वो agent को बोलते हैं ये लेके जाओ 10 machine, तुम आगे बेचो, and the agent sells it to you. We are not talking about the transaction with the agent and you. We are talking about the transaction between Eureka Forbes and agent, which is a transaction business related है, business है, but consideration नहीं है, because principal से agent के बीच में अभी तक पैसा नहीं आया है. मैंने goods दे दिए but मैंने पैसा नहीं लिया because मेरा agent है, वो जब बेचेगा तब मुझे पैसा देगा. But this transaction will be considered as a supply. So when you're transacting with an agent, this will be considered as a supply. Similarly, when agent buys goods from you, guys, अभी Eureka Forbes का example change करते हैं, and let's take it's any other company, and there is an agent who buys goods from the market and gives it to you. Now agent is giving it to the company. Again, even if it's without consideration, then also it will be sale. Then also it will be supply. Guys, अगर consideration है और business है तो definitely supply है, तो point ही नहीं है, because 7(1)(a) says A is equal to B plus C. But अगर consideration नहीं है तो भी in rare cases supply होता है. वो कौन से है rare cases? Schedule 1 में दिए हैं, agent and principal के बीच में. Okay. Now let's go a little bit in agent कौन होता है. Now let's see Eureka Forbes is here. They tell the agent that agent go and sell these water purifiers, and the agent sells these water purifiers to you, and you pay 10,000 rupees for the water purifier, and you get an invoice, and on the invoice the agent's name is not there, Eureka Forbes का नाम है. Then वो agent ही नहीं है, he's just a guy who's doing marketing. On the other hand, अगर उस पे agent का नाम है, then that agent is considered as an agent. All right, so we're just talking about who is an agent. But all right, so guys, agent and principal के बीच में जो transactions होते हैं, transactions between agent and principal, Even if it's without consideration, it can be considered supply because Schedule 1 talks about it. Next is this one. BA is business assets. Guys, I'm Vijay Sales. I sell ACs. But I removed 5 ACs. And I put them in my house. Is there a supply? Is this for the furtherance of business? Don't know. Is it for a consideration? Definitely no consideration. मैंने जो वो AC है वो मैंने AC निकाल के मेरे घर में लगा दिया. Guys, I bought 50 ACs for Vijay Sales, for selling in Vijay Sales. But Vijay Sales guy bought 50 ACs, but out of that 5 ACs he put in his own house. Is this a supply? इस पे GST लगेगा क्या? So the law says that A is equal to B plus C. But यहाँ पे तो C है ही नहीं. But Schedule 1 says that yes, when there is a transfer, when there is a permanent transfer of business assets, then it will be considered supply, and supply matlab GST charge hoga. Let's take another example. I am again Vijay Sales. I have 3 trucks. To transport my goods, I have 3 trucks. एक truck मैं घर पे ले चला था. I said I'll use it at home on weekends. I'll take it for off-roading. तो ये permanent transfer है of business asset, yes. तो ये supply हो जाएगा even if there is no consideration. But guys, for this there has to be 2 conditions. One, एक permanent transfer होना चाहिए. ऐसा नहीं है मैंने अगर थोड़े टाइम के लिए यूज कर लिया तो that is not a permanent transfer. And second, ये जो ट्रक तुमने जो खरीदे थे, let's say each truck was worth 10 lakhs on which you had paid 1.8 lakh of GST. ये GST का तुमने क्रेडिट अगर लिया है, अगर क्रेडिट लिया है और फिर ट्रांसफर किया है, then we will consider this as supply because you are cheating. You said that you are using this for business. You imported these trucks or you bought these trucks for business. You paid 10 lakh plus 1 lakh 80. That is GST. And that GST ka you are taking a credit. You already took a credit. If you've taken a credit of it and then you transfer, then I will consider supply. But अगर तुमने credit लिया ही नहीं है, तो even if you permanently transfer, how does it matter? GST में cheating नहीं होगी. थोड़ा difficult है guys, समझ लो, अच्छे से समझ लो, please understand. These are 4 transactions. Business assets वाला सबसे difficult है, बाकी सब बहुत simple है. These are 4 transactions. These 4 transactions, even if they happen without consideration, they will be considered supply. First is business assets. विजय सेल्स का AC घर पे लगा दिया, या विजय सेल्स ने 3 ट्रक में से 1 ट्रक घर पे यूज कर लिया, तो इज इट अ परमानेंट ट्रांसफर? यस. अगर परमानेंट ट्रांसफर है तो अगर कंसिडरेशन नहीं है तो भी सप्लाई होगा, बट एज लॉन्ग एज यू हैव यूज्ड द ITC ऑन इट. ऑलराइट, दैट्स द फर्स्ट. प्रिंसिपल एजेंट का रिलेशनशिप, अगर प्रिंसिपल ने एजेंट को भेजा या एजेंट ने प्रिंसिपल को बेचा, इवन इफ कंसिडरेशन नहीं है तो भी सप्लाई हो जाएगा, जिसपे GST लगेगा, इस पे भी GST लगेगा, इस पे भी GST लगेगा. थर्ड, अगर कोई रिलेटेड पार्टी को आपने कुछ सामान दे दिया, अगर आपने कोई रिलेटेड पार्टी को सप्लाई कर दिया, देन दैट रिलेटेड पार्टी को, अगर इफ यू सप्लाई समथिंग, लेट्स से योर विजय सेल्स and you give ACs to a related party, even if you give without consideration, even then it will be considered supply. So इसके लिए you should know the definition of related party. Guys, I have a shortcut here for you guys again. You know, people who are related to you, they bear you. They bear your nonsense, they bear your jokes. Example, if you crack a stupid joke at home, तुम्हारी family bear कर लेती है उसको. They cope with you. People who are related to you, they cope with you. So I'm writing a short form here. A family can cope 25%, but they will not cope you or they will not bear with you forever. Only 25% of your nonsense they will bear. Just a way of remembering it, guys. Why are we doing this? Because अगर related person है और उसको तुमने कुछ सप्लाई की है, अगर रिलेटेड पर्सन है और उसको तुमने कुछ सप्लाई की है विदाउट कंसिडरेशन, तो भी उस सप्लाई पे जीएसटी लगेगा. नाउ लेट्स सी हु आर दिस रिलेटेड पीपल. Taking it slightly down, a family can cope 25%. A is agent, agent is your relative, but it should be a sole agent. Family members are your relatives. GST mein family is very very small, very very small. First we'll do the entire thing. A is agent, family is family. Can is anyone who controls you, is your relative or is related. Another can is common control. If one person controls you and that same person also controls, if one person controls you and the other person also controls another person, these two people are also related. Common control, guys. I'm just talking about the definition of related people, who all are related. Be with me. A family can cope 25%. Your agent is related party, your family is related party, people who control you are related party, people who have common control are related parties. Oh, any officers or directors of the company are related party. If you are partners in a business, let's say you have a partnership firm and three partners, all the three partners are related. Your employee is your related party. And last, anyone who holds 25% of shares in your company is a related party. That's how you'll remember what is related party. Again, I will just write this line down and then you start relating it. A agent, family, family is related party. Can anyone who has control over you is related party. Co, control, any officer. So let's say a common officer in two companies or two officers in the same company, partners, employees, and anyone who holds 25% shares of your company. Let's say I hold 26% in your company, 25% or more in your company, then you and me become related party. इसमें employee के ऊपर I'll give you some more detail later on, and family के ऊपर I'll give you more detail. But right now you have to understand that anything that you give to these people, if you give it for money and there is business purpose, great, supply तो है ही, 7(1) बोलता ही है. But the problem is that consideration नहीं ले रहा हूं मैं. अगर कंसिडरेशन नहीं है तो भी इस पे जीएसटी लगेगा. All right, let's take an example. The first name I can see is Arjun. Arjun tomorrow gives his father a mobile phone. His father's birthday, so Arjun gives a mobile phone to his father. Now, will Arjun be liable to pay GST? No, not at all. Of course, this is without consideration, but is it for the purpose of business? No, Arjun doesn't have a mobile business. But if Vijay Sales gives a mobile phone to its partner, let's say Vijay Sales has three partners, and if it's given to one of the partners, then even if it's given without consideration, because it's in the nature of business, it will be considered supply. Don't worry guys, exam में easily click हो जाएगा, I can assure you, as long as you're following these shortcuts. And last is import. Import बहुत ही simple है. Vijay Sales is here. They are importing, but guys, import of goods is not considered because import of goods आपके लिए CA final में आएगा. Whenever you're importing goods, उस पे customs duty लगती है, वो CA final में देखेंगे. So import यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है? Import of services. Example, Vijay Sales को अपना showroom renovate करना था. They wanted to renovate the showroom, so they got an interior designer from abroad. So are we importing services? Yes. If you're importing services, but you're not paying anything, no consideration. Guys, again, you're importing services, but you're not paying anything. In that case also, supply consider होगी and उस पे आपको GST लगेगा. बट गाइस कंसिडरेशन नहीं है तो वैल्यू कैसे फाइंड आउट करोगे? वो वैल्यूएशन रूल्स है, वो सीए फाइनल में आएगा. बट इन दीज फोर सर्कमस्टेंसेस, that is BA, परमानेंट ट्रांसफर ऑफ बिजनेस एसेट्स, एजेंट और प्रिंसिपल के बीच में ट्रांजैक्शंस, रिलेटेड पीपल के बीच में ट्रांजैक्शंस, एंड इंपोर्ट ऑफ गुड्स नहीं, इंपोर्ट ऑफ सर्विसेज, बिकॉज गुड्स सीए फाइनल में कवर होगा और कस्टम में कवर होता है. इन चारों में अगर कंसिडरेशन नहीं है बट बिजनेस पर्पस होना चाहिए, बिजनेस पर्पस होना चाहिए, अगर कंसिडरेशन नहीं है तो इन दैट केस स्टिल इट विल बी कंसिडर्ड सप्लाई. मतलब उस पे कोई वैल्यू लेके उस पे जीएसटी लगेगा. That brings us almost to the end of this chapter. It's been a long chapter. It's not actually been long. It's only been 1 hour. Guys, to do these chapters in detail in one hour is a challenge. Trust me, we're doing it and we're doing a good job. Be with me here and we'll complete this chapter. Just summarizing it quickly. 5 more minutes and we'll be done with this chapter. Supply of GST has two sections, 7 and 8. 8 talks about composite supply. Compost is naturally bundled, like your mobile phone and charger. And there is a principal supply. Yes, mobile phone is a principal supply. All right. तो इस केस में क्या जीएसटी लगता है? जो प्रिंसिपल सप्लाई का रेट है वो लगेगा. एंड देन देयर इज मिक्स सप्लाई. आपने हाथ से मिक्स किया है, आपने आर्टिफिशियली मिक्स किया है, तो इसमें हाईएस्ट रेट, जो भी प्रोडक्ट का जो हाईएस्ट रेट पे जीएसटी है वो लगेगा पूरे इस पे. दैट इज सेक्शन 8 व्हिच इज प्रीटी सिंपल. सेक्शन 7, 7(1)(a) and 7(1)(c कर दिया है अपन ने. 7(1)(a) says supply is when it is for the purpose of furtherance of business plus it is for a consideration. All right. तो बिजनेस पर्पस होना चाहिए, कंसिडरेशन भी होना चाहिए. तो अगर मैंने OLX पे अपनी कार बेची तो बिजनेस पर्पस नहीं है, बट मेरा बिजनेस ही है कार बेचना, देन दैट विल बी सप्लाई सब्जेक्ट टू जीएसटी. इसके लिए कौन सा शेड्यूल है? whether it is goods or whether it is services, who will tell me? Schedule 2. And उसके लिए what do you check? Title. अगर टाइटल ट्रांसफर हो गया है तो गुड्स है. मतलब अगर ट्रक मैंने खरीद लिया है, मेरे नाम पे रजिस्ट्रेशन है, तो टाइटल ट्रांसफर हो गया है, दैट इज गुड्स, इधर नाउ और लेटर ऑन आल्सो. बट अगर टाइटल ट्रांसफर नहीं हुआ है, आई हैव रेंटेड दैट ट्रक, देन इट्स सर्विस. ऑलराइट. 7(1)(c), दिस इज शेड्यूल 2. शेड्यूल 3 भी कर ही लेते हैं. शेड्यूल 3 इज अगर गुड्स नहीं है और सर्विस भी नहीं है तो क्या है? तो नेगेटिव लिस्ट है. एमपीज एंड कोर्ट्स expected AC, this I have to explain yet, 1 second. Yes, expected AC trucks and land funeral by municipalities. तो एमपीज अगर सर्विस देते हैं या कोर्ट सर्विस देते हैं या एम्प्लॉयर एम्प्लॉय रिलेशनशिप होता है, इन सब चीजों पे गाइस जीएसटी नहीं लगेगा. नेगेटिव लिस्ट है, जीएसटी नहीं लगेगा इन चीजों पे. ट्रक्स है, मूवमेंट ऑफ ट्रक्स, बट अगर ट्रक बेच रहा हूं खरीद रहा हूं तो लगेगा. बट ट्रक मूव हो रहा है, ऐसे गुड्स लेके जा रहा है, पैसेंजर्स लेके जा रहा है, तो उस पर नहीं लगेगा. ये कौन सा है? एंड लैंड इमूवेबल है तो उस पर वैसे भी नहीं लगेगा. फ्यूनरल सर्विसेज पे नहीं लगेगा. एंड म्यूनिसिपैलिटी है, ये सब म्यूनिसिपैलिटी लोकल अथॉरिटी सर्विस देती है, उस पर भी जीएसटी नहीं लगता है. दैट इज शेड्यूल 3. एंड शेड्यूल 1 मतलब एक भी रुपया नहीं मिला. एक भी रुपया नहीं मिला मतलब कंसिडरेशन नहीं मिली, तो भी क्या सप्लाई हो सकता है? जनरली तो नहीं होगा, बिकॉज A इज इक्वल टू B प्लस C होना चाहिए. तो अगर C नहीं है तो सप्लाई भी नहीं होता है, बट उसका एक्सेप्शन यहां पर है. एंड व्हाट इज द एक्सेप्शन? एक्सेप्शन इज दैट अगर बिजनेस एसेट आपने ट्रांसफर किया परमानेंटली, गाइस अगर विजय सेल्स ने एक ट्रक रिपेयर के लिए भेजा है तो दैट इज नॉट परमानेंट ट्रांसफर, वो आपको ट्रक वापस आएगा. बट अगर परमानेंट ट्रांसफर कर दिया विदाउट कंसिडरेशन, जिसपे उसने आईटीसी ले लिया है, क्रेडिट ले लिया है, देन दैट इज सप्लाई, उस पर जीएसटी लगेगा. नेक्स्ट, अगर एजेंट के बीच में ट्रांजैक्शन हो तो उस पर भी आईटीसी लगेगा. नेक्स्ट, अगर रिलेटेड पार्टी है, रिलेटेड पार्टी कौन सी होती है? द वन हु कोप्स यू. अ फैमिली कैन कोप 25%, दैट इज फैमिली, दैट इज रिलेटेड पार्टी. उनको अगर आपने दिया है तो इवन विदाउट कंसिडरेशन दैट विल बी सब्जेक्ट टू जीएसटी. एंड लास्ट, अगर कोई इंपोर्ट कर रहे हो, इंपोर्ट क्या गुड्स का कवर नहीं होता है. गुड्स इज नेवर कवर्ड इन द जीएसटी. गुड्स इज कवर्ड अंडर इंपोर्ट और गुड्स इज कवर्ड अंडर कस्टम्स. सो इम्पोर्ट ऑफ सर्विसेज अगर आपने बाहर से की है, अगर पैसे नहीं भी दिए हैं तो भी कंसिडर होगा सप्लाई एंड उस पर जीएसटी चार्ज होगा. That leaves us with the last thing. With the last thing. All right. 7(1)(b). स्केड्यूल तीनों हो गए हैं. आई एम रिमूविंग ऑल द स्केड्यूल्स. ये भी स्केड्यूल हो गया है, ये भी स्केड्यूल हो गया है, ये भी हो गया. स्केड्यूल 1 1 रुपया भी नहीं आया. स्केड्यूल 2 वेदर इट्स गुड्स और सर्विसेज, एंड स्केड्यूल 3 इज वेदर गुड्स भी नहीं है, सर्विस भी नहीं है, नेगेटिव लिस्ट. और आई एम जस्ट पुटिंग द फॉर्मूला a plus b is equal to c. 7(1)(c) में c नहीं है. 7(1)(b), last thing, and supply chapter is over. We look at questions and we look at the book as well. 7(1)(b), b is बाहर से आ रहा है. b is अगर बाहर से कुछ चीज आ रही है. Example, I am here. I got my house renovated and I also got my office renovated. Let's say I'm a restaurateur. I got my house renovated and I also got my office renovated, and both I got renovated from a foreign architect. करवा सकता हूँ? Yes, of course करवा सकते हो. एंड दोनों के लिए 1 करोड़ चार्ज किया आर्किटेक्ट ने. हाउस भी मैंने रेनोवेट कर दिया, ऑफिस भी रेनोवेट कर दिया. क्या ये सर्विस बाहर से आ रही है? Yes, it's coming from outside. You are paying consideration also. 1 करोड़ रुपीस भी पे किया है. बट इसमें कोई बिजनेस पर्पस है या बिजनेस पर्पस नहीं है, doesn't matter. This is supply. I will repeat this and I will tell you the logic also, don't worry. 7(1)(b), वापस मैं फॉर्मूला लिख देता हूं. A is equal to B plus C. सप्लाई है क्या? कंसिडरेशन है इसमें, बट बिजनेस के लिए हो भी सकता है. जैसे ऑफिस बना रहा हूं तो मेरे बिजनेस के लिए है, रेस्टोरेंट बना रहा हूं तो मेरे बिजनेस के लिए, हाउस बना रहा हूं तो पर्सनल है. तो बिजनेस हो या नहीं हो कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता. दिस विल स्टिल बी कंसिडर्ड सप्लाई. हाउ विल यू रिमेंबर दिस वन? फर्स्ट, हाउ विल यू रिमेंबर, देन आई टेल यू द लॉजिक ऑल्सो. गाइस यहां पर ये कौन सा सेक्शन है? सेक्शन 7(1)(b). तो b ऑलरेडी आ गया है. 7(1)(b) में b ऑलरेडी आ गया है, तो यू डोंट नीड अ b हियर. है तो ठीक है, बट यू डोंट नीड अ b हियर बिकॉज b ऑलरेडी आ गया है. सो वेदर इट्स फॉर बिजनेस पर्पस और वेदर इट्स नॉट फॉर बिजनेस पर्पस डज नॉट मैटर, because this will be considered supply in any case. But what if there is no consideration? अगर no consideration तो 7(1)(b) आएगा ही नहीं, 7(1)(c) आएगा. 7(1)(b) आएगा ही नहीं. अगर कंसिडरेशन नहीं है तो 7(1)(b) आएगा ही नहीं है. 7(1)(b) कब आएगा? आई एम जस्ट रिमूविंग दिस 1 second. सेवन वन बी is when I'm importing some service बाहर से. बट यहां पर भी तो था import of service, बट यहां पर वो विदाउट कंसिडरेशन था. इंपोर्टिंग दोनों जगह था. यहां पर भी बाहर से आ रहा है, यहां पर भी बाहर से आ रहा है. रिमेंबर, बीए एजेंट इंपोर्टेड, वहां पे भी इंपोर्ट था, बट यहाँ पे विदाउट कंसिडरेशन था. यहाँ पे कंसिडरेशन है, यहाँ पे कंसिडरेशन है, बट बिजनेस है या नहीं डजंट मैटर. यहाँ पे फिर भी सप्लाई होगा. डोंट वरी, जब इसका सम्स देखेंगे थिंग्स विल गेट क्लियर इन योर हेड. डोंट वरी, जस्ट सेक्शन याद कर लो. अभी जस्ट सेक्शन याद कर लो, और कोई सेक्शन याद नहीं होते, बट ये मेन सेक्शन याद कर लो. 7(1)(a), A is equal to B plus C, schedule 2. 7(1)(c), there is no consideration, schedule 1 एक पैसा भी नहीं मिला. एंड schedule 3 is goods नहीं है, सर्विस नहीं है, तो नेगेटिव लिस्ट है. तो ये 7(1)(b) क्या है? B is when you are taking कुछ बाहर से. बाहर से मतलब इंपोर्ट कर रहे हो, सर्विस कर रहे हो. गुड्स तो आएगा ही नहीं, गुड्स तो आपके सीए फाइनल में कवर है. सो इंपोर्ट ऑफ सर्विसेज, आर्किटेक्ट के सर्विसेज लिए, वेदर इट्स फॉर बिजनेस पर्पस और वेदर इट्स फॉर पर्सनल पर्पस डज नॉट मैटर. इसका लॉजिक बताता हूं. इस पैसा कंट्री के बाहर जा रहा है, पैसा कंट्री के बाहर जा रहा है, सो दे फील उस पर जीएसटी मिलना चाहिए, एंड हेंस ऑन रिवर्स चार्ज बेसिस यहाँ पे जीएसटी लेते हैं. ऑलराइट, removing all of this because I want to tackle some sums here. हाँ एक चीज actionable claims बाकी था. Just one second. I'm looking at the questions as well. Sir, will goods distributed as free samples constitute a supply? Jagrati, good question. Sir, in notes they have given some clarification regarding DCA, so is that part important? Okay, I'll clarify that part as well. That's a part of my books anyway. So DCA I will clarify, actionable claims I'll clarify, and giving something for free I'll clarify. Samples. Okay. Let's tackle the first thing. DCA बहुत simple है. I'll clarify 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. First, free samples. अगर मैंने free samples दे दिए, I am a pharmaceutical company and I have distributed some medicines for free. So I want to see whether Jagrati's question is whether this will be supply or not. A is equal to B plus C. Is it supply or not? This is the question. क्या business के लिए है? हाँ business के लिए है because ये मेरा pharmaceutical है. Medicine is my business. क्या consideration है? नहीं है. If it's not consideration, Jagrati, you will go to 7(1)(c and you will go to schedule 1. 1 रुपया भी नहीं आया. And उसमें are you disposing some business assets? Yes, these medicines are business assets. Business assets, I told you, Vijay sales के लिए ACs were business assets. So business assets का कोई definition नहीं है. Business assets is anything which belongs to your business. Are you permanently disposing them? Yes. तो लगेगा इस पे supply पे GST ला सकते हैं. But अगर यही चीज अगर मैं बोलूं I am a CA firm and this year in COVID I distributed medicines, then is it supply? Depends upon B and C. क्या business purpose है? नहीं है. क्या consideration है? नहीं है. अगर दोनों नहीं है तो कोई भी section cover नहीं करता है. This will not be supply. So Jagrati, if tomorrow you donate medicines to a charity, don't worry on that. They will not charge you GST. That clarifies free samples. Free samples only if it's covered by section 7(1)(c and schedule 1. Only then it will be chargeable to tax. All right. So now the owner will have to pay GST on the fair value of truck AC to the business who will deposit to the government. 1 second, just 1 second, guys. Guys, just give me a minute and I'll be back. Just a minute. All right, just looking at the questions, guys. Looking at the questions, please. All right, Amaya. So the owner will have to pay GST on the fair value of truck AC to the business who will deposit to the government. See, that depends on who pays the GST ultimately, but GST will be applicable because this is considered a supply. Jagrati, I hope your question is answered. Harshit, I'm looking at your question. Sir, in notes they have given some DCA. Yes, clarifying the DCA part. All right. So guys, free samples we've covered. See who's sending the free samples. If a pharmaceutical company is sending through free samples of medicines, then it could be covered because Schedule 1 says business assets. And if as a CA firm tomorrow you want to sell, you want to give medicines for charity, that might not be covered because that is not business asset for you. All right, continuing ahead. Two things. One is what is Del Cadre agent? Guys, ये सिर्फ confusing नाम में है, बहुत ही simple है. Let's say I'm Eureka Forbes. I manufacture water purifiers. I give it to an agent, and that agent sells it to the final customer. Okay. Now, please understand that when I sell it to the agent and he sells it ahead, in whose name is the invoice coming? If the invoice is issued in the name of Eureka Forbes, then guys, who has the responsibility to collect tax and pay tax? Eureka Forbes. Of course, agent is only marketing the products. But if the Eureka Forbes issues an invoice to the agent and agent issues an invoice to the customer, and on the invoice name it's the agent's name, then agent will have to collect the tax and pay to the government, and even Eureka Forbes from the agent will have to collect tax and pay to the government. This is government. So now they call this agent, let's say they call a special agent and they give him a name of DCA, Del Cadre agent. He is nothing different. He will just ensure that the customer pays money. So now Eureka Forbes gave these water purifiers to the agent. The agent sold it to the customer. And the Del Cadre agent said कि मैं आपको गारंटी देता हूं कि ये पैसा मिलेगा आपको. Invoice issue हुआ. Invoice किसके नाम पे issue हुआ? Eureka Forbes has issued the invoice. Now the Del Cadre agent, he promises the Eureka Forbes that Eureka Forbes, don't worry, the customer will pay for this water purifier 10,000 rupees, I guarantee it. And in certain cases, so now who is the supplier? Eureka Forbes is the supplier. And who is the customer? This guy is the customer. So he will collect, Eureka Forbes will collect the tax and pay to the government. And let's say the value is 10,000 rupees. So 10,000 rupees per, let's say 1,800 rupees is the GST. So 1,800 they will pay ahead to the government. I hope this part is at least clear. Now, let's say the customer is unable to pay. So the Del Cadre agent will give a small loan to the customer saying that, listen, मैंने guarantee दी है तुम pay करोगे, please take this loan and make the payment. And for this loan, the Del Cadre agent will charge interest. Anyone who gives loan will charge interest, and let's say the interest comes to be 500 rupees. Will this 500 rupees be added to the value? Will this 500 rupees be added to 10,000 or not? Till now we have learned include in supplies these taxes, and उसमें अपन ने सीखा था any interest etc should be added. But guys, ये agent ने on his own दिया है. Agent is independent here. Agent ने independently दिया है customer को, hence value में add नहीं होगा. This is the first case where agent ने independently दिया है loan. अगर independently दिया है तो value में कैसे add होगा? Value में add नहीं होगा. Now let's change the scenario. Let's say Eureka Forbes sells it to Del Cadre agent. Del Cadre agent issues the invoice to the customer. Invoice 10,000 का ही रखते हैं, उस पे 1,800 टैक्स है, and Del Cadre agent pays 1,800 rupees. यहाँ पे वैल्यू कम हो जाएगा और यहाँ पे टैक्स भी लग से कम हो जाता है. Alright. Be with me. Let's say यहाँ पे 9,000 rupees था. All right. Now, Del Cater agent again, he is not acting. He is now raising the invoice. मतलब invoice उसके नाम का है. And उसने again for ensuring payment, he has given the customer a loan, and the customer against that loan has given interest of 500. Will this be added to 10,000? That means will this interest be added to the value of supply? Yes, because now he is not doing this independently. It is connected to the sale, and hence ये value पे add होगा. So 10,500 पे GST calculate होगा. This is incidental charge, or this is interest or incidental charges in connection with the supply. That's all it is called. So I'm going to repeat this. अगर DCA independent है, तो जो interest वो earn करता है, that is not added to the value. अगर DCA independent नहीं है and he raises the invoice, मतलब वो खुद ही sell कर रहा है, then जो interest.
So we can't see the screen.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh God. I'm so sorry, guys. All right. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Okay, I'm just going to repeat this. I'm not going to draw this again, but I'm just going to repeat it. Guys, Eureka Forbes sell this water purifier to the agent, and the agent sells it ahead to the customer, who raises the invoice. Del Cater agent raises the invoice. eForbes also raises the invoice. Two invoices. Now, please be with me. The Del Cater agent, when he sells it, he charges 10,000 rupees for this water purifier. On that, 1,800 is the GST, so 11,800 it collects from the customer, and it pays to the government 1,800. Now, 1,800 to ho gaya, but for ensuring payment, Del Cater basically is the one who gives you more service. So he'll ensure that the customer pays. If the customer cannot pay, he'll give a small loan, and against that loan, he's charged 500 rupees interest. Will this be added to 10,000? Yes, because it's connected to the sale. It's connected to the sale, so it will be added, and the sale भी DCA कर रहा है, and interest भी DCA कमा रहा है, hence it will be added. On the other hand, guys, if sale DCA नहीं कर रहा है, if sale Forbes कर रहा है directly to the customer, directly मतलब agent के through, but invoice Eureka Forbes issue करता है. So invoice Eureka Forbes issue करता है 10,000 का plus 1,800 GST. Then agent, if gives a loan and earns 500 rupees, will this 500 rupees be added? No, because here the agent is acting independently. And this 500 is not connected to the sale, because sale is being done by Eureka Forbes, loan is being given by agent, and hence it will not be added to the value. In the first case, it will be added to the value because loan भी DCA दे रहा है and sale भी DCA कर रहा है, hence it will be added to the value. If you understand this, great. If you can't, then don't push yourself. DCA is a good concept, but it's not the end of the world. I will try and explain to this one last time later on whenever you all point it out. But for those who understood it, great. For those who haven't, don't put too much stress. I'll give you a shortcut to remember this. Ask yourself the question, invoice किसके नाम का है? या फिर यूरेका फॉर्ब्स द प्रिंसिपल के नाम का हो सकता है, या फिर एजेंट के नाम का हो सकता है. अगर एजेंट के नाम का इनवॉइस है और वो ही लोन दे रहा है तो इंटरेस्ट ऐड होगा. बट अगर यूरेका फॉर्ब्स के नाम का इनवॉइस है एंड लोन एजेंट दे रहा है तो इंटरेस्ट ऐड नहीं होगा. दैट्स द शॉर्टकट टू रिमेंबर. If the agent issues the invoice and loan is also given by the agent only, then interest will be added. Otherwise, interest will not be added. That's a shortcut to remember this. Guys, we're the last small leg of discussion before we end this chapter. We have to look at some questions as well. So please be with me. एक चीज लास्ट डिस्कस करनी है, actionable claims. The first name I see on the screen is Devang's name. So guys, Devang came to me and he needed some money. So I gave 5 lakh rupees to Devang. I gave 5 lakh rupees to Devang, and Devang gave me a bill of exchange saying that, listen, I promised to pay you this 5 lakh rupees back. This is an actionable claim. Actionable claim basically means that I can demand the money, I can action out the claim, I can demand the money. That's an actionable claim. Will this be subject to GST is my question. Guys, actionable claim is not subject to GST because actionable claim मतलब money है. So this is not subject to GST because goods के definition में money नहीं है. IMS, immovable money and securities, money नहीं है. The only actionable claim which is subject to GST, the only actionable claim. So actionable claim दो टाइप के होते हैं. एक, मैंने देवांग को पैसा दिया तो debt is an actionable claim. That is not a good and hence no GST. एक और actionable claim होता है which is my favorite, which is lottery. You buy a lottery ticket and you win a 5 crore rupee lottery. Can you demand that money? Yes, you can. So that is also actionable claim, but this will be subject to GST. I repeat one last time. Actionable claim क्या होता है? Anything you can demand on which you can demand money. So देवांग को मैंने पैसे दिए, can I demand it back? Yes, that's also actionable claim, but उस पे GST नहीं लगता है. Another way of thinking of it is this is money, and money पे GST नहीं लगता है. But lottery is also actionable claim. Gambling also, betting also is actionable claim. IPL is going on, betting is happening full on. If you win a bet and you demand money, that's also actionable claim. That's a claim you can action if you win. उस पे GST लगेगा. Only lottery, betting, gambling इस पे GST लगेगा. So lottery का अगर टिकट खरीदते हो guys तो उस पे GST लगेगा. एग्जाम में क्वेश्चन आया, you bought a lottery ticket, क्या उस पे GST चार्ज होके आएगा? Yes, होके आएगा. And that's the reason lottery people are very sad because official lotteries पे GST लग रहा है. I'm just summarizing this chapter for everyone's sake. The last 4 minutes that I spent on this chapter, guys, this is supply. Chapter number 2, very, very important, and we're at the end of it. Section 8 says composite supply, naturally bundled, and principal supply का rate लगेगा, mobile phone and charger, airplane and food, TV stand and insurance, and mixed supply is your birthday hamper, which has a lot of things. 7 section is divided into 3 parts. 7(1)(a). A is equal to B plus C. Business furtherance होना चाहिए and consideration होना चाहिए, and schedule 2, whether it's goods or whether it's service. 7(1)(b), बाहर से आ रहा है, import कर रहे हो तुम service, तो उसमें A is equal to B plus C होना चाहिए. C तो definitely होना चाहिए. B होगा नहीं होगा doesn't matter because ये 7(1)(b) में B already आ गया, तो B business purpose है नहीं है doesn't matter, but this is only बाहर से क्या आ रहा है, service. And 7(1)(c), C में consideration नहीं है. B होना चाहिए, C नहीं होना चाहिए because guys another way of looking at it, C यहाँ पे आ गया तो C नहीं है यहाँ पे. That is also can be supplied if schedule 1 allows you to. तो schedule 1 हो गया, schedule 2 हो गया, schedule 3 is the negative list. MPs and courts expect AC trucks and land burials by municipality. All right, look at the questions, guys. Looking at the questions, please. 1 second. Very important chapter and hence very important questions also. Just a second. Alright guys, everyone, eyes on the screen. I hope we can do this really well. The first question is on your screen. Let me know if you guys are able to do this. Everyone, which of the following is not a supply as per section 7 of the CGST Act? A is equal to B plus C. Management consultancy services not in the course of furtherance of business. मतलब B नहीं है. Okay, let's see. Import of service for a consideration. Import के लिए दो है, 7(1)(b) में भी import आता है 71C में भी इंपोर्ट आता है. लेट्स सी. For consideration the 71C नहीं हो सकता. 71C is only when it's without consideration. तो 71B में import of service for a consideration not in the course of furtherance of business. मतलब आपने import किया है. 71B के लिए B हो या नहीं हो जरूरी नहीं है. तो this is definitely supply. This one is not supply. Why? Because B नहीं है और B होना चाहिए. अगर B नहीं है, B होना चाहिए तो ये supply नहीं है. I'll repeat it one last time. Guys, A is equal to B plus C. First condition is A is equal to B plus C. यहाँ B नहीं है. Management consultancy not in the course or furtherance of business. यहाँ पर B नहीं है. तो generally 71A में ये supply है ही नहीं. But let's check the exceptions. 71B क्या ये import है? नहीं, import का connection ही नहीं है. And 71C क्या ये without consideration? ऐसा तो दिया नहीं है, तो ये दोनों भी नहीं हो सकता. तो ये only 71A का transaction है. 71A में B and C दोनों चाहिए, तो ये supply नहीं है. The first one, this is the answer. Next, dash specifies the activities to be treated as supply even if made without consideration. Guys, एक रुपया भी नहीं मिला without consideration. Schedule 1. Third one, guys, third question. Which of the following activities outside the scope of supply and hence not taxable under GST? Outside the scope मतलब negative list. कौन सा है negative list, guys? Schedule 3. Services by an employee into the employer in the course of employment. This is outside the scope. Yes. Services of renewal outside the code. Actionable claims outside. Lottery betting and gambling के अलावा जो भी actionable claims है, guys, वो outside है. AC trucks, remember? All of the above is the right answer because all three are outside the scope. They're in schedule 3. Which of the following supplies are naturally bundled? Guys, please read the question and we'll answer it. Naturally कौन सा bundled है? Rent deed for renting 2 different floors. One for residential, one for house. ये natural नहीं है. तुमने जानबूझ के एक ही rent deed बनाई है. It's not that naturally bundled है. तुमने जानबूझ के एक rent deed बनाई है. So this one is not natural. Watch, tie and belt, of course, is not natural. This is combined artificially. Package of canned food with burger, chocolate, sweets, cake. None of the above. So all of these are not naturally bundled. Guys, if this is a watch with a battery, then it's naturally bundled. If this was tie with a tie case, then naturally bundled. All right. Next, a dash supply comprising of 2 or more supplies shall be treated as supply of that particular supply that attracts highest rate of tax. Guys, highest rate of tax is punishing almost, and ये mixed supply में होता है. Section 8. Which of the following is a supply of service? Excellent question, guys. Very important question. Schedule 2 बोलता है या goods है या service है. इसमें कौन सा service है? Transfer of right in goods, undivided share in goods without transfer of title. Guys, title transfer नहीं हुआ है तो ये तो service है. आपने title नहीं transfer किया है तो ये तो service है. Transfer of title in goods, ये तो goods है. Transfer of title in goods under an agreement which stipulates that property shall be transferred at future date. Future date भी no problem, but transfer of title है. अगर title transfer हो गया तो वो सब goods है. Services के लिए सिर्फ ये है. Services के लिए ये सिर्फ है. All right. What are the different types of supplies covered under scope of supply? Supplies made without consideration, supplies made with consideration, both are covered, guys, because with consideration is 71A and without consideration is 71C. Which of the following transactions does not qualify? This is so good and this is so difficult, this 8th one. Which of the following transactions does not qualify as supply? मतलब 71A में भी नहीं है, 71B में भी नहीं है and 71C में भी नहीं है. All right. When the head office makes a supply of services to its own branch outside the state, is this supply? Head office makes a supply of services to its own branch outside the state. इसमें कंसिडरेशन कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है तो मतलब यहां पर आएगा ही. एंड इसमें गाइस ये रिलेटेड पार्टीज है. हेड ऑफिस एंड ब्रांच कंट्रोल ईच अदर, तो ये तो सप्लाई है. बिकॉज रिमेंबर Schedule 1 उसमें रिलेटेड पार्टीज में अगर सप्लाई विदाउट कंसिडरेशन तो भी सप्लाई होता है, तो ये सप्लाई है. When a person import services, import service मतलब यहाँ पर भी हो सकता है, यहाँ पर भी हो सकता है. Let's see consideration है कि नहीं है. Without consideration मतलब यहाँ नहीं, यहाँ की बात कर रहे हैं. Without consideration मतलब it's here for the purpose of business from his elder brother living outside India. All right, guys, related party से आ रहा है. First, is it without consideration? Yes, it's without consideration. So 7(1)(c) में देखो. 7(1)(c) में 4 है. A, B, A, related person, import. And this is related party से तुम कुछ कर रहे हो, import of service कर रहे हो from a related party. ये चीज guys, ये चीज supply है या नहीं है. 1 second. Without consideration, import of services for the purpose of his business from his elder brother living outside India. This also can be supply. 1 second. Disposal of car without consideration, guys. Disposal of car without consideration मतलब 7(1)(c) है. And whether supplier has not claimed any input tax, ये तो supply definitely नहीं है. Why? Because ये business asset है, but तुमने ITC नहीं लिया है. Okay. When a principal makes supplies to agent who is also registered and is situated within the same state, principal और agent ये supply है. So which of them does not qualify as supply? One second. This question is a little off. I'll tell you why. Because यहाँ पर कहीं दिया नहीं consideration, non-consideration. Because see, this last thing we see, principal making supply to an agent, but they have not told us whether it's for a consideration or not. So I don't know whether to put it here or whether to put it here. So this question is a little confusing because it's not complete. And hence it cannot be an exam question because it's very, very dicey, especially the fourth one. If you see the fourth one and this first one, we don't know whether it's for consideration or not consideration. Hence, you have to assume something here. And hence, although this could have been a good question, this is not a good question. Why? I'll tell you the reason also. Because head office is supplying services to a branch. But whether consideration is there or not, that is important because या फिर 7(1)(c) में देखना है या 7(1)(a) में देखना है. It matters a lot. So this one, unfortunately, we can't do it. This, I told you, I would tell you the definition of family. Family is your spouse plus your children. GST में family का definition is very small. Your spouse plus your children always, plus brother, sister, parents and grandparents only if they are dependent. This is family. Again I repeat, GST में family का definition is very small. Remember related person में था a family copes, a family can cope 25%. Family क्या होता है? Spouse and children always. So your spouse and your children always will be family. Brother, sister, parents, grandparents only if they are dependent on you. That is family. ये definition मैं notes में भी डाला हुआ है. Don't worry. The notes that I've shared with you, it's also part of that. All right. Looking at this, which of the following services received without consideration? मतलब guys 7(1)(c). Only look at 7(1)(c) because they're saying without consideration. Amounts to supply. For it to be supply, consideration नहीं है, फिर भी supply कौन सा हो सकता है? A, B, A, related person, and import. Import of services by a person in India from his well-settled son. Son is always related, तो ये supply है. Just 1 second, guys. All right, guys. Very systematically, let's do this. All right. First is, which of the following services received without consideration? All right. So the moment I see without consideration, it cannot be 7(1)(a. It cannot be 7(1)(b). It has to be 7(1)(c) because 7(1)(c) is the one where there is no consideration. Okay. Can it be supply? Depend on schedule 1. Schedule 1 says एजेंट को अगर देते हो तो सप्लाई है, बिजनेस एसेट्स परमानेंटली ट्रांसफर करते हो तो सप्लाई है, रिलेटेड पर्संस को देते हो तो सप्लाई है, या इंपोर्ट ऑफ सर्विस करते हो तो सप्लाई. Import of service by a person in India from his well settled son in US. Guys, क्या related party है? Well settled son, yes, related party है. Son is always, guys, I told you, spouse and children are always related party, family. तो ये supply है. First वाली supply. Second, import of service by a person in India from his brother well settled in Germany. Guys, brother, parents and grandparents can only be family when they're dependent on you, but he's well settled. So this one is not related. Third, import of services by a person in India from his brother wholly dependent on that person. Brother, if he is dependent, is relative, and hence this is supply. And last, import of services by a person in India from his daughter. Daughter है, child है, तो doesn't matter dependent or not dependent. ये भी supply है. So answer is 1, 3 and 4. This is the answer. Very very complicated. In fact, सुबह से जितने sums किए उसमें सबसे ज़्यादा complicated यही sum था. सबसे ज़्यादा complicated ये sum है. Sir, if relatives are only spouse or children, then brother isn't relative. Brother is a relative only if it's dependent. So this brother who's wholly dependent, only then it's relative. Let me know if that doubt is cleared. Guys, any other doubt, please let me know. I'm unmuting everyone. In case you have any questions, you can also unmute, please. Last few questions. What are the factors differentiating composite supply and mixed supply? Nature of bundling, natural bundling होना चाहिए, yes. Existence of principal supply, both of the above. Answer is both of the above. What would be the tax rate applicable in case of composite supply? जो भी प्रिंसिपल सप्लाई का रेट है, जो भी मोबाइल का रेट है, या जो भी प्रिंसिपल सप्लाई का रेट है, टैक्स रेट इज एप्लीकेबल ऑन द प्रिंसिपल सप्लाई. व्हाट वुड बी द टैक्स रेट एप्लीकेबल इन केस ऑफ मिक्स सप्लाई? जो हाईएस्ट रेट का है वो अप्लाई होगा. Which one of the following is not a composite supply? Guys, please look at it. I'm not reading this out. Look at it. I'm just going to tick mark. Guys, lodging with breakfast is naturally bundled. Architect services with some materials are naturally bundled. Air conditioner with freight insurance installation naturally bundled है. तो एक ही चीज बचती है, UPS with external battery. Guys, UPS में कभी external battery नहीं आती है. UPS itself with a battery, तो उसमें अगर additional battery दी है, वो natural bundle नहीं है. फोन के साथ, guys, फोन के साथ कवर आता है तो ठीक है, फोन के साथ एक और फोन आता है तो that's not naturally bundled. Same way this also. Guys, we've done reverse charge and hence we can do these questions. Actually ये questions सब charge section के हैं, but we can do it. 4 questions हैं. Please let me know if you will be able to answer this. Sitting fees received by a director is liable for GST in whose hands? Guys, director ने service दी है, किसको दी है? Company को. So this is supplier, this is recipient. Remember that sentence? Some lawyers met RBI, DIG, good government at CCD and sponsored breakfast and reversed basic charge. तो ये है डायरेक्टर, यहाँ पर डायरेक्टर थे, डायरेक्टर सर्विसेज प्रोवाइडिंग टू कंपनी, तो कंपनी भरेगी, तो इसमें XYZ लिमिटेड आएगा. रिवर्स चार्ज मैकेनिज्म 9394. सर्विसेज बाय रिकवरी एजेंट. गाइस, रिकवरी एजेंट providing to a bank, ये supplier है, recipient है. Recipient is he big? Yes. Is he a business entity? Yes. Registered है? Yes. इसमें से एक भी हुआ तो बैंक भरेगी. In case of lottery procured, ये actually ये goods में आ जाता है, इसलिए ये नहीं होगा आपके लिए. Although lottery में भी reverse charge लगता है, but ये lottery goods में आ जाता है. Which of the following is not covered under Schedule 3? Guys, what is Schedule 3? Negative list, जो goods भी नहीं है, जो service भी नहीं है, वो third है, negative. Which of them is not covered? Service provided by employer to employee, this is covered. Functions performed by members of municipality, this is also covered. Actionable claims other than lottery, this is also covered. So ये एक चीज covered नहीं है. ये filtration concept है. Sorry, the answer should be D. 1 second. Answer is B. 1 second. 17. B is the answer. Is not covered. Oh, sorry. My bad. Right, services provided by employer to employee. I did not read the entire thing. On the occasion of marriage, guys, on the occasion of marriage, that is not covered. Only under employment जो है वो covered होता है. Otherwise, that is not covered. Functions performed by members of a municipality and local authority, that is negative list. Duties performed by a director in a body established of the central government. अगर central government या उसके members करते हैं, ये एक point वो acronym में नहीं है, but this is also covered by the negative list. And actionable claims also is negative unless it's lottery. अगर lottery betting gambling है तो वो covered है in goods, otherwise it's not covered, otherwise it's a negative list. Alright guys, I'm covering as much as I can in the acronyms also. 1 second. Sir, in 8th question it wasn't written dependent or independent. It is written. 1 second. I'll take you to the 8th question again. Yes, that's the reason this question is incomplete. Sorry, 8th question. That's the reason this question, guys, I would suggest don't do it because this is incomplete a question. This is not something that we expected in the exam. Exam questions are very, very clear. All right, it's 6:15. Let's get a stock of where we are. Let's take a stock of where we are. Just 1 second. Guys, this chapter took a lot of time, but it's needed. Some chapters deserve that kind of time. 1 second. All right, so in terms of chapters, where we are and how much is left. Introduction, over. Supply of GST, which is a very big chapter, over. Charge of GST, over. Then we did registration, which was over. And we did value of supply, which is over. We have about 45 minutes and there is a chapter called payment of tax, or we could do returns. One of them we'll do right now. Guys, if we do 6 chapters today, only 4 remaining for tomorrow, and that will happen faster because returns plus payment of tax, these two are small chapters. We can do one of them today if we have the energy for it. Also, sir, 7(1)(b) is only for imports, right? Yes, but we'll have to look at relatives. The moment it's related parties, it's from relatives, then you have to look at the relative list. And if it's one of the relatives, then it will be subject to supply. All right, guys, I'm just putting a question so that I know whether I can continue or not. Just 1 second. I'm just launching a small poll. Okay, just 1 second. All right, I can see the timer. It says 7 hours and 41 minutes. That's amazing, guys. We've been here for 7 hours and 41 minutes. I'm just going to ask you guys a poll. If you guys want to continue, we'll continue. If you want to continue tomorrow, we can do that as well. 1 second. I'm just going to put a small poll, which will help me understand how we are placed here. Just 1 second. All right, guys, just putting a small poll here. Just 1 second. I just want to get an idea if we can continue or not. Just 1 second. All right, guys, just let me know if you've. Just let me know on the screen is a small poll. Let me know if I can continue or not today. Quickly, please let me know. 66% people have said yes, let's continue. 33% have said let's do tomorrow. What we can do is we can agree a midway, guys. We can agree a midway. What we can do is let's do something in the middle. Let's do something in the middle. So let's do a small chapter. Let's actually see how much of this left. Returns is left. That is okay. Payments is left, which is also not very, very big. So returns and payments are simple. What I really want to start tomorrow morning on a fresh note is ITC. Really important. This chapter is really important. ITC, time of supply. People find it very confusing. There are such amazing shortcuts for time of supply. ITC is one, time of supply is another one. All right, guys. Before we end today, yes, so we're going to end because we're very, very comfortable in doing it. Tomorrow is going to be a very good day, but on the screen are some shortcuts only. Shortcuts only. Or actually, no, 1 second. Yeah, just 1 second. On the screen, guys, is something I'm just preparing you all for tomorrow. So let's end the day in about 15 minutes. All I want is 15 more minutes. Let's just start one very simple chapter. I'm not ending it, I'm just starting it. I'm just putting the thought in your mind. All right, so this is Vijay Sales, and this is my office. We both are registered under GST. This is also registered. I'm also registered. All right. Whenever I buy an AC from here, everyone, please be with me. This is also very important. Payment of tax, guys. These small marks will make a difference. 40 marks of IDT. Let me just remind you. And you're covering this in 1.5 days. Trust me, we will cover so much of it in 1.5 days. You will remember a lot of this as long as you revise it once. All right. So this is Vijay Sales. This is my office. I have bought some ACs from Vijay Sales. The AC costs 10,000 rupees. Plus on the bill there is written CGST 900 and SGST 900. I have made the payment of 11,800 and they have paid it ahead to the government quoting my GST number. So for me, who has borne the burden of tax? I have borne, or my office has borne the burden of this tax. The moment I get myself registered, which I told you, I've just got myself registered. And you know registration REG01. There are 3 books which open up electronically. Be with me. One is electronic credit ledger. One is electronic cash ledger. And one is electronic output liability. These are 3 books. Do I have to maintain them in a book? No, they're all electronic. That's why the E starts for electronic. Guys, please be with me. It's a very simple, easy, breezy chapter. Now, electronic credit ledger. Let's say this is 28th. This is 28th of September. I will file a return the next month. Because I'm registered, so I'll have to file a return. And when I file a return, I will tell the government that government, listen. I have paid 900 rupees. So in my credit, I have CGST credit of 900 and SGST credit of 900. This is credit. 1 second, sorry. I have CGST credit of 900 and I have SGST credit of 900. Of course, T format is not followed anywhere now, so it doesn't matter. All you should know is you have a benefit you can take of 9900. All right, guys, everyone okay with this? All right. Next transaction. Next transaction. This is my office again, and I provided services to one of my clients. This is my client, and I provided services worth 1 lakh rupees. And he paid me fee. On that fee, he paid me 18,000 rupees tax. So totally he paid me, and I had to pay now to the government 9,000 CGST, 9,000 SGST. So guys, he pays me 1,18,000 and I have to pay 99,000. So in my output liability, guys, in my output liability, I will have CGST payable 9,000 and SGST payable 9,000. Everyone okay? All right. Besides this, let's do the third transaction. This is my office, and I have bought a printer from someone in Delhi. So Delhi guy sold me a printer, and let's say that printer is again for 1 lakh rupees. On that there is 12% tax, and this is because it's interstate. This is IGST. So I made a payment of 1,12,000, and the Delhi guy gave it to the government 12,000 rupees IGST. So I will again put it here, a credit of IGST 12,000 rupees. I will tell the government that government, listen, I've already paid 900 rupees to you to CGST, SDST also 900, IGST 12,000 rupees. So these are 3 transactions. This credit ledger is an advantage, guys, because you can use these credits. Credits are like money in your Paytm. A credit is basically an advantage. This is negative, 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 because this is what you need to pay. You need to pay 9,000 to the government. This is all happening in the month of September. This is all happening in the month of September. So let's see now how much can I do adjustment. First, let's see what do you have to pay. CGST, SGST and IGST. How much do I have to pay? I have to pay 9,000 of CGST, 9,000 of SGST. How do I know? It's here in my output liability, electronic output ledger or electronic liability ledger. All right. This is what I need to pay. So I'm putting a plus here because this is what I need to pay. But what I've already paid first is CGST. This is I've already paid, this I've already paid, this I've already paid. So CGST will be adjusted against CGST. So this done. SGST will also be adjusted against. Actually, first you always adjust the IGST. My bad. First, let's adjust the IGST. The IGST is parked here because I don't have any other liability for IGST. So first I will adjust this IGST, but there's nothing to pay. So I will minus, I can use it against CGST also as well as SGST also. So the first step is to use IGST. So I used IGST, but मेरा कोई payment करना ही नहीं है. So I can use 9,000 here. From this, I can use 9,000 here, and I can use 3,000 here. So मेरा पूरा IGST exhaust हो गया है. So I'm cancelling this IGST. यहाँ पे भी कुछ नहीं है, यहाँ पर भी कुछ नहीं है. यहाँ पर I have to pay 6,000. So this done, this paid, this paid. Of course, I don't cancel it. I write it on the other side. I write it on the other side. And this also you write it on the other side. Whenever you use a credit, you write it on the other side. Now, I can only see one liability of SGST. I have two credits here, CGST and SGST. First, let's take SGST. SGST of 900, I will minus 900 against this. So 5,400 rupee remains, and because I've used this 900, I will write it here. SGST, I've used the credit, and IGST, I also have used the credit. तो कितना बचा? 5,400 बचा. But guys, now the only liability left is this CGST, but unfortunately, the states and the centers don't interact. CGST cannot be written off against SGST and vice versa. So this 5,400 rupees I'll have to pay. So mera
The
balance,
5.1 na?
just 1 second. Yes, please. Someone is saying something.
5,100.
Oh, sorry, my bad, my bad. All mathematicians have risen, awakened. Thank you so much. So, guys, this 5,100, I cannot adjust this CGST because CGST cannot be adjusted against IGST. Sorry, SGST. Again, I repeat, what did I first use? I first used my IGST. I first used my IGST and it can be used against any of them depending the way I want it. So I used it like this and remaining was 6,000. Then I used my SGST against my SGST only. So what remained was 5,100. Now this 5,100, unfortunately, I cannot use my CGST credit against SGST because they are not interchangeable. So this 5,100, I will have to make a payment. This 5,100, I will have to make a payment. So just like you go into a bank and you deposit money, this is my electronic cash ledger. I will deposit, let's say I don't want to deposit only 5,100. So I will deposit, let's say 10,000 and usme se 5,100 will be used for paying this SGST. So moral of the story, liability completely paid off, credit 900 ka credit remaining, baki adjusted, and balance in my cash is 4,900. This is how these three books play around, and this is called payment of tax. Payment of tax means first you will try and adjust. And how will you adjust? Always and always you will start with IGST. Just 1 second, guys. All right. So first you adjust the IGST. IGST is first adjusted against IGST, but कोई liability थी नहीं. उसके बाद against CGST or SGST as the case may be. Next, you can choose CGST, but that can only be adjusted against IGST. मतलब इसका moral of the story, guys, everything is interchangeable, but only CGST cannot be set off against SGST. They don't talk to each other. Everything else is interchangeable. First, you feed your own family, and then you feed other families. Always you feed your own family first, and then you feed other families. So you feed your own family first, and then you feed other families. And two people who don't talk to each other are these two people. I'm just leaving you with this thought. Tomorrow is going to be an even better day. Why it's going to be even better? We will start off and complete payment of tax. We will go on to time of supply, exemptions, ITC, and I want to do two papers, RTPs and MTP. I want to do these also tomorrow. So tomorrow is going to be a very ambitious day. It's 6:34. We're ending the day today. But guys, I'm going to see you tomorrow morning and we will do really, really well. At 11 a.m. sharp, we're going to start off and we're going to complete ITC tomorrow. We'll complete indirect tax tomorrow along with MTP and RTPs. Any question that you all might have, let me know. I'm here. Can we divide 12,000 equally? Yes, you can. I'm going to divide it equally also. No problem with that. So can you share the PDF where you have written and explained all the chapters? Guys, in the handout part, I have uploaded two handouts. One is the MCQs and one is the session plan. This session plan has everything including the shortcuts, etc. So you can download that and you can use it. For everything else, there's always a tomorrow morning, and we're going to make it even better than today. Thank you so much. I'm going to see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. sharp, guys. ITC, very important chapter, time of supply, good shortcuts. So please be there tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. sharp. All right. Thank you so much, guys. Signing off for the day.